I'd prefer not to be here, actually. Sit the fuck down, I hissed. All right. Gods. A place had been set for me down the far end of the table again, though it appeared as though a concession had been made this time, because the table was nowhere near as long as before. Only 10 feet still. I wasn't some second-class citizen to be relegated to the far end of a fucking table. I strode straight past the setting, swiping only the wine glasses I went, and then dragged out the chair on. Fisher's right again, sitting down heavily in it. Renfis had been in the process of sipping from his glass, but the second he realized that I'd sat opposite him, next to Fisher, the alcohol sprayed out of his mouth in an arc that nearly crossed the width of the table. Luckily, no food had been placed on it yet. Saints. He pounded on his chest, wheezing. What the fuck? Yes. Yes, she has no sense of timekeeping. And she has unconventional seating preferences, don't you, human? I can sit there instead, Carrion offered. Absolutely not, Kingfisher barked. Try it and die. Whoa. Okay. I was just trying to keep the peace. If you guys need a buffer, we don't. Fisher fired back at him. And even if we did, I'd ask someone far more likable than you. No. He held up a finger, stabbing it at Do not tell me how likable you are back in I don't want to hear it. Carrion gave him a sickly smile as he sat down in the next chair along. Here. Come and sit on this side, Ren said to me, collecting his glass and shoving his chair back. I don't mind moving. What's the difference between this side and that side? I asked. Either way, I still have to look at his smug face. She's right, Fisher said. She's made her decision. Let her sit wherever she wants to sit. Ren gave him an odd look. Really? Really? I didn't know the general all that well, but I knew him enough to tell that he was confounded by Fisher's declaration. He sat back in his chair, his eyes roving over his friend's features as I grabbed the bottle of wine in front of Fisher and poured myself a large glass. I would have put the bottle straight down again, but Carrion grabbed it from me before I had a chance. Fisher watched Carrion lean across me, his nostrils flaring. You've been training with the guards, he said. Carrion nodded. The way the fight is amazing, so fluid and preemptive. It's like watching ballet. People don't get hacked to pieces at the ballet in Avelia, Fisher said dryly. Really? Wouldn't surprise me if they did. You lot are almost as bloodthirsty as the brawlers who fight in the pits for water rations back in the 3rd. We've evolved. We wouldn't fight for something as petty as a water ration. Carrion huffed out a breath of laughter. You would if you were dying of thirst. Trust me. I've seen it. I heard the unspoken words. I've been there. He didn't say them. He didn't have to. There had been times when he had struggled to survive back in the Silver City. I knew that because everybody struggled. It was unavoidable. A time came for every resident of our ward where they were faced with an impossible situation, and they had to decide. You either fought for water, or you stole it. Carrion had likely done both more times than he could count. Fisher looked from Carrion to me, as if he were wondering if I had ever found myself at the bottom of a pit with a dagger in my hand, fighting for a cup of water. I wondered how he would react if he knew that I had. Ren cleared his throat diplomatically, redirecting the conversation. Welcome to come and train with the garrison, now that they're back. Tomorrow morning, we'll be running drills. He'd spoken to Carrion, but I answered him first. What time? I'd love to train. I'm surprised, Fisher said, taking a sip of the whiskey he had in front of him. I thought you were in a rush to get home. I am. You know I am. He didn't look at me. But you'd rather waste time out in the snow with a sword in your hand instead of working on the task that will set you free. Archer and his team of fire sprites had entered the dining room. They shuffled up and down the table, setting down trays of hot, steaming food, averting their eyes from us. All of them except Archer, who stared at me, eyes huge in his head, as he placed a soup spoon beside the bowl he put in front of Mia. I smiled at him, and he squeaked, his eyes darting to the floor. His rough, surfaced face was incapable of blushing, but I got the feeling that he was embarrassed to have been caught looking at me. "I'm getting nowhere with the relics," I said to Fisher. "The way you're having me work right now is pointless. I could run these trials until the end of time. I still won't figure out the transmutation process, and I have to say, you don't seem to give a shit. It's almost as if you don't really care if I have to stay here forever." Archer let out a nervous giggle, hiccuped, and then scurried off toward the door. Kingfisher didn't seem to think anything of the little sprite's strange behavior. "Of course, I want you to stay. You're the only alchemist we have," he said. "I'd keep you here and have you working in that forge until you died of old age if it were up to me. But a deal's a deal." It was a testament to the white-knuckled Greep I had on my temper that I didn't snap at him as I watched him sip from his glass. "It's really shocking how little faith you have in yourself. You'll figure it out. Please eat something," he said, gesturing to the feast the sprites had brought for us. Carrion hadn't waited for an invitation, and was already heaping his plate, with small pies, roasted vegetables, and 5 different kinds of bread rolls. Ren had taken a piece of bread, too, though he wasn't giving it much attention. Peeked at it, tearing off a piece and putting it into his mouth, chewing slowly as his gaze moved back and forth subtly between me and Kingfisher. "I'm not hungry," I said. "You are," Fisher said. "We can all hear your stomach rumbling. Put something in it so we don't have to listen to it complaining for the next hour." The soup in the tureen closest to me smelled incredible. It was thick and creamy. Chicken, maybe? Mushrooms and sweet corn, too. If I weren't feeling so spiky about being coerced into coming here, I would have filled my bowl to the brim with Italiano. Since I was pissed, I ignored the food in my snarling stomach and treated Fisher to my best death stare, the same one Carrion had said was capable of gutting a man. "You said you were going to the camp for a week. You were gone for 2. Did you miss me? I didn't appreciate being stuck in your bed for 5 days. You know?" "Really?" He picked up a piece of cheese. "Most females like spending time in my bed. How long are you staying before you head back to the camp?" asked Ren, around a mouthful of food. Ren arched an eyebrow, struggling to tear his gaze away from me to look at Carrion. A week, maybe. I don't even want to think about the depraved shit you've done in that room," I hissed. Fisher's laughter flooded the dining room. "You're right. You don't. I'll be down in the courtyard every morning before dawn." "Then," Carrion said, "sure. We're practicing disarmament. Tomorrow, Ren tore off another piece of bread and put it in his mouth, throwing me a sidelong look. "You, Kuhul. Probably used some training on that front. Sarah's great. I'll be there. Thanks." I tried to make my voice a little lighter, but failed. Ren laughed silently, looking down at his plate. Apparently, he thought, the battle I was waging with Fisher was adorable, and didn't take offense at the bite in my tone, but I wasn't mad at him. He didn't deserve my ire. "Sorry," I said, taking a deep breath. "I didn't mean to snap. Not at you, anyway." The general shook his head, suppressing a smile. He reached for a pie and set it onto his plate. "Not at all. He makes me crazy, too." Kingfisher hadn't looked away from me once during this exchange. "Make sure she uses a training sword, a Saeed, one with a very dull edge." "I do not need to use a training sword. You have experience wielding a blade." "Then a proper, full-length sword, and not some badly forged buckly shank." I was going to shank him in the neck with my very dull butter knife. Then he'd see how proficient I was with a blade. I could do it, too. He wasn't wearing his gorget this evening. His throat was bare, just begging to be opened right up, and I was in the mood to lay steel to flesh. I only realized I'd been staring at his throat when Fisher lifted his chin a little, angling his head so that the tendons in his neck stood proud. That fucking smile again. I wanted to wipe it off his smug face so badly. Yes, I declared. He had no idea about the training I used to do back when my mother was alive. No idea at all what I was capable of. I have plenty of experience with full-length swords. They're like daggers, only bigger. You use the sharp, you're on the verge of embarrassing yourself, Fisher murmured. Better stop talking before you put Renfus here in an early grave. Oh, fuck you, Fisher. He bit down on his bottom lip, eyes alive, flickering vivid green and silver. Knew what his amusement looked like now, and I didn't like it one bit. Go on. Tell her, Ren, he said. I'm not getting caught in the crossfire of whatever this is, Ren said, gesturing to the two of us. I'll be happy to demonstrate the differences between close-quarter fighting with a dagger and swordplay in the morning. Ceres, meantime, I plan on enjoying my dinner. Carrion, what kind of fighting system do the Guardians employ in the Silver City? It was as if Carrion had been waiting for him to ask. It dove into an in-depth, animated discussion with the general, telling Ren all about the fighting, techniques and formations he'd witnessed Madra's guards using back home. Was sure he was making half of it up. I contributed nothing to the conversation. I was locked in silent warfare with Fisher across our corner of the table, and I didn't plan on losing. Fisher nodded toward my plate. Eat, little Osha. His lips moved, but he spoke softly, casting his voice. Gods, will you stop doing that? I hissed under my breath. Why? I've seen the way your skin breaks out in goosebumps when I speak to you like this. It makes me uncomfortable. I kept my voice low, even though I shouldn't have. It was impolite to conduct a murmured conversation like this at the dinner table, but Ren and Carrion were busy talking away, and it turned out I had plenty I wanted to say to Fisher. You compelled me with the oath again, I said through gritted teeth. I did, he agreed. You shouldn't have. Why not? I can't believe I actually have to say this out loud, I hissed. You shouldn't do it because it's wrong. You can't go around forcing people to do things they don't want to do. At last, Fisher ate the cheese he'd been holding. You can if they enter into a blood oath that puts them at your mercy. Ren's expression darkened at this, but he carried on talking to Do you have no conscience whatsoever? Are you just evil? Is that it? The corner of Fizz's mouth kicked up. Leaning forward, it took my plate and started filling it up with various items from the platters and dishes the sprites had brought in. He hovered over a tray of charred meat, trying to decide if he ought to plate me some of that, but then seemed to decide against it. When he was satisfied with what he'd prepared for me, he put the food in front of me and leaned back in his chair. The tattoos at his throat shifted as he swallowed. The intricate designs on the backs of his hands, cuffing his wrists and disappearing up his sleeves, writhed like smoke. Eat something from that plate, and I'll answer your question. His voice rumbled into my ear. A sour smile twisted across my face. Bribery? He splayed his hands wide. Whatever works. I scowled. Do you want me to feed you? He looked like he'd do it. All right. Fine. I picked up the fork and scooped some mashed potatoes onto it, shoving it into my mouth. The explosion of butter, rich cream, and chives made my mouth ache as I swallowed the food down, trying not to openly melt at how delicious it was. There. Happy now. Fisher sat forward, resting his elbows on the table, his eyes glittering. I'm not evil. No. Could have fooled me. If I was evil, I'd have used your oath to my advantage by now. You have. I spat. Have I? He looked genuinely curious. Yes, I've compelled you 3 times. All 3 times, I think you'll find it was for your own good. That's a horrible excuse. If I were evil and using your oath for my own purposes, I'd order you onto your knees for me, he said, cutting me off. I'd order you to part your legs for me. I'd order you to suck and fuck me until you passed out from exhaustion. That what you want? Little Osha. Heat detonated in my chest, an inferno raging inside me, eating up all of the oxygen in my lungs. My hand shook my cheeks, turning crimson as I used the edge of my fork to cut into the small meat pie he'd put on my plate. Of course not. Why would I want that? I asked. He nodded to the piece of pie on my fork. Eat. My anger was eating me, but I raised the fork to my mouth and did it. If I compelled you to do it, you'd be innocent. Your actions wouldn't be your fault. You wouldn't have to face the fact that you wanted me. Just stop, Fisher, and I'd prove what a vile monster I was, wouldn't I? How vindicating for you, to get exactly what your body is calling out for, while also being proven right. You're out of your fucking mind, I whispered. That's what they tell me. But I don't know. Aside from the relentless chatter, in my head, personally, I think I'm doing just fine. I don't want you, Fisher. You're thinking about my hands sliding up the insides of your thighs, right? Now, he said, about my fingers slipping inside the wet folds of you, working against your swollen clit, rubbing you until you're panting and whimpering, begging for me to sink my cock into your... For the second time since we sat down to dinner, Renfies nearly choked on his drink. He spun in his seat, giving Fisher a scandalized look that said, Really? I'm sitting right fucking here. But Fisher paid him no heed. On the other hand, I nearly keeled over and died. Because if Ren's superior, five senses could hear what Fisher was whispering to me, then he could also sense how his friend's words were affecting me as well. And in God's, I would never live down the shame. I wouldn't admit it to myself, would never allow the thought to take shape. But my body wasn't as accomplished at lying as my mind was. I did want Fisher. I hated myself for it. Hated that he knew it. And now Ren knew, too. It was mortifying. Shut up! Please! Just... shut the hell up! A hungry look resided in his silver-rimmed eyes as he sat back in his chair. Eat your dinner. Osha, you're going to need your strength. We won't be staying here for a week. After all, we're returning to the war camp in the morning. This time, you're coming with us. Chapter 21. Icebreaker. Night had fallen while we were inside. The sky was black as pitch, and a vicious wind had kicked up, sending a maelstrom of embers from the campfires, swirling all over the place. One landed on my cloak, singeing it, but that was the least of my worries. Every warrior in camp was rushing toward the bank of the Darn, carrying monstrous sledgehammers and wicked axes in their hands. We should keep out of the way, I repeated for the 15 millionth time. Carrion hadn't heeded me the first time I said it, and he wasn't listening now. Aether, I'm not hiding in a tent when it sounds like we're all in grave danger, he said. Have you forgotten how many times Ren put you down this morning? We are way out of our league here. A look of resolve had settled over Carrion, though I might not be able to match these fuckers in a fight, but I can sure as hell break some ice. And anyway, it turns out my ex can make shrapnel out of swords, so I reckon we're gonna be just fine. I am not your ex, and I did not know I could do that. I don't think I can do it again. Let's hope we don't need to find out. Carrion took off at breakneck speed. For a second, I considered heading back inside the war room, but he was right. I couldn't just hide in there while the world sounded like it was ending out here. It took 20 seconds for me to catch up to him, another minute for us to find our way down to the riverbank. We both stood there, stunned to silence, taking in the chaos. Huge warriors twice as tall and twice as wide as Fisher stood at the edge of the river, in time to the pounding of a drum that rang out further downriver. They heaved giant sledgehammers over their heads and brought them down with terrifying force onto the thick ice. Boom! Boom! The frosted ice fractured and splintered, making metallic, rippling sounds. But the surface held. On the other side of the bank, a seething dark mass had gathered and was roaring. What? Is that? Carrion whispered. A fighter hurried past us, breathing erratically. Not Phi. It was Holgoth, the Earth sprite, who had greeted us when we arrived at camp. That... he panted, is the better part of the Sanasrothian horde. 50,000 strong. We had ... Ene. Warning. If they make the crossing, they goats, LL, ... overrun us. What do you mean, horde? Carrion bellowed after him as he ran down toward the river. Holgoth yelled one word in answer. Vampires? Boom! 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 The sledgehammers rained down on the ice. I scanned the dark, looking for any sign of Fisher, but he was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Wren. Everywhere, unfamiliar faces, tight with nerves, ran to lay, their hammers against the ice. A spark of blue temporarily lit up the scene, illuminating the other side of the bank. And what I saw there turned my legs to lead. There were thousands, writhing, seething, snarling, snapping, 50,000 bloodthirsty feeders, baying at the riverbank. Even as the source of the blue light appeared a white-hot orb that arced into the air and fell. To the middle of the river, the first of the vampires were halfway across the ice. The orb exploded, shattering a small hole in the surface when it made contact. Water erupted 50 feet into the air, but the vampires didn't seem to notice. In droves, they began their approach. "Fuck me," Carrion muttered. "Fucking fuck me." I couldn't voice my agreement. But I felt italiano. Another blue-white orb jettisoned into the air, throwing wild shadows over the approaching mass and the warriors on our side of the bank. Another, and another, and another went up into the air. Loud cracking sounds tore the night apart as they exploded, creating larger holes in the ice. Now that this section of the river was unstable, the hammers slamming down onto the surface at the river's edge were more effective. Little by little, the ice began to spiderweb and crack. "Will it work?" Carrion whispered. "I don't know." "Come on! We need to help!" A ridiculous thing to say. Just one of those massive fighters with the hammers could have taken down half of the buildings in the third by themselves, and yet the ice was so thick that they were making slow progress. We were so weak in comparison, so human. But still, we both took up the heavy hammers we found waiting on the bank and brought them down onto the Don. With all our might, jets of fire tore across the river once the first wave of vampires were in range. They went up like tinder, but the flames didn't stop them. Closer they came. Closer still. My arms screamed, my back a knot of agony. But I pounded the ice, the skin of my palms ripping as I swung the hammer down. The ice shuddered and let out an unholy moan, and suddenly the whole thing shattered. As soon as it happened, a carpet of black smoke rolled across the river, sweeping in fast. The vampires who had staggered out onto the ice plunged into the freezing water, and without hesitation, the smoke seemed to solidify and shove them beneath the surface. It grappled with them, pushing them down, wrapping around them, and dragging them to their watery graves. "What's happening?" Carrion scanned up and down the bank. "Wild-eyed Fisher," I answered grimly. "This is all Fisher." The vampires stopped coming. The huge icebreaker Phi still pounded and smashed at the ice both to the left and the right, but the rabid horde on the Sanesrothian side of the river didn't bother to come again. They snarled and moaned but maintained their position. "Good evening, kid," a voice called out from the dark. "I'm so glad you decided to come out and play. Won't you say hello?" A fighter who had joined us along the same stretch of bank, a Fema wheat, bright red hair, paled at the sound of that voice. So did a number of other warriors. "Is that Malcolm?" She spoke as if she couldn't believe her own ears. "It can't be. It's him all right." A male with a jagged scar along his jaw said, glowering into the darkness, "He's come out of his fortress to taunt the commander." "But, ... Come on, King Fisher! Won't you show yourself?" "I will, if that's what you're waiting for." The throng of monsters on the other bank parted, and there he was, a tall, slender, unassuming-looking male, dressed in black. His hair was straight as an arrow and white as snow, hanging down past his shoulders. His features were fine. Handsome, almost blood-red eyes scoured our side of the bank, as if he had no trouble seeing through the swathes of black smoke that still rolled across the surface of the river. "Come on, Kingfisher!" the devil called in a sing-song voice. "I know you're over there. It's only been a couple of weeks since we last spoke, but what can I say? I miss you." A rumble went up amongst the Fae at this. Malcolm missed Fisher. It had only been a couple of weeks since they'd spoken. The implication was clear. Tis Malcolm, king of the vampires, wanted everyone amongst the Fae to know that their precious leader, returned to them at long last, was in league with him in some way, guerrilla warfare at its finest. The easiest way to win any war was to create dissent amongst your enemy's ranks so that they wasted their time and energy fighting each other instead of you. It was a smart move, but an obvious one. Still, from the looks on the faces of the warriors surrounding us, Fisher was going to have some explaining to do. "Fine. Have it your way, darling," Malcolm called. A cruel smile spread across his face, exposing a row of sharp teeth. "Hide behind your little friends. I'll be seeing you very soon." Chapter 22, The Itch. He found me half an hour later. I was sitting in front of a fire outside the war room, drinking the hot cider that Wren had handed to me. His eyes were wild, hair even wilder. Aimee straight for me, but barked out a question to Wren. "Have you got the annoying one?" "I have," Wren answered tiredly. I hope you're not talking about me," Carrion said. But Fisher didn't honor him with a response. He held out his hand to me and said, "Take it, or I carry you." I gave him my hand. "We'll be back in the morning," he said to Wren. And then he stepped back into the swirling black vortex that appeared behind him and pulled me into the shadow gate. Onyx growled, teeth bared. When I stepped into Fisher's bedroom, it was just as it had been during my forced incarceration here after the feeder attack. Moody, full of shadows and dark corners. In other words, perfectly Fisher. Tensed when I inhaled, my head flooding with the smell of wild mint and pine. Needles. But it wasn't the room this time. It was the male himself, standing so close behind me that the heat of his body warmed my back. Fisher's hands came around me and worked deftly at the cloak's tie, unfastening it so that it slid from my shoulders. "You never wore the dresses I put out for you," he murmured into my hair. "I don't want to talk about dresses," I whispered. "Fair enough. Let's talk about food, then." "Food," he nodded. "Don't share food with that prick again, little Osha." "What? Swift? Earlier?" "Back in the war room. You were trading that cake back and forth with him for ages. It wasn't cake. I don't care what it was. Just stop sharing food with him." There was a dangerous edge to his voice, one that dared me to challenge this order. If he hadn't learned by now that I wasn't one to be told what to do, then perhaps he needed reminding. "Why not?" "Because I fucking said so." "Is it some weird Phi custom that I don't know about?" "No," he answered stubbornly. "It doesn't mean anything. Share all the bowls of stew you like with Loreth or Wren. Just don't share food with that prick. It's bad enough that you insist on sharing air with him. I'd rather you didn't eat off the same fucking plate, too." "What have you got against Carrion?" "I don't want to talk about Carrion," he growled. I almost laughed. Almost. "All right. Fine." The back of my neck prickled. Something inside of me was slipping away. I felt it happening in stages, and it was frightening. The wall between us, the barrier that existed to keep me safe, was lowering, coming apart a brick at a time. I could halt the walls, deconstruction, bring it back up again if I wanted. But I couldn't fucking breathe around him, and I knew what his hands felt like on my body now. For real. I craved more of him, even though he could be selfish and cruel, and even knowing that wanting him would more than likely be my downfall. "Then I'll choose what we should talk about. Let's have a conversation about what just happened." "In the tent?" He didn't cast his voice. There was no need for magic. "Eh?" Wash, standing so close that his mouth would brush the tip of my ear if I only leaned back 1 inch. "On the riverbank. I brought you here so we could forget about the riverbank." "Forget? How did he imagine that I'd ever forget that? If those feeders had made it to our side of the river, I would have cut them down and made a pile of their bones. He was so fucking confident. Not a shadow of doubt in his abilities. People would have gotten hurt. Fisher's dry laughter stirred my hair. We're at war. That's what happens in a war. People get hurt. People die. Sometimes they rise again and feed off of the living. It's a cycle. My heartbeat was everywhere. It pulsed in my hands, and at my temples, and in the hollow of my throat. I turned around to face him, needing to look into his eyes. His strong jaw was just inches away, marked with the beginnings of stubble. The gorget flashed at his neck. The wolf at his throat at my eye level. His shirt was filthy, open just a fraction enough to reveal a swath of writhing black ink. He was expressionless as he looked down at me, waiting for me to speak. This isn't a joke. I knew what I wanted to say. I couldn't bring myself to do it. There was a point of no return here, and I wasn't ready to step beyond it. You were worried about me? Fisher said roughly. No. I saw the look on your face in the map room when Danya wanted to lob my head off. You were afraid. For me, I was afraid that you'd die, and I wouldn't be able to get back home. You made an oath to send me back when I was done with the rings. The others might not give me that same deal. And ... Fisher's wry, unhappy smile left me under no delusions that he believed. I was saying one bit. He didn't argue, though. They're going to tear you to shreds when you go back in the morning. I whispered. I'll be fine, he countered. Aren't you even a little concerned that your so-called friends are going to think you've been helping that Malcolm guy? And Fisher drew his bottom lip into his mouth, eyes the softest I'd ever seen them. Gently, he gathered the flyaway hair that had escaped my braid and carefully swept it behind my ear. Breathe, little Osha. You can't just tell me to breathe when they nearly made it across the fucking river. Okay? They didn't nearly make it across the river. They made it halfway. That's as far as they ever make it. Malcolm sends his army out from time to time, just to remind us that he's there. We break the ice. He loses a wave of foot soldiers. Everything goes back to normal for a while. You just drowned hundreds of vampires. You can't drown something that's already dead. Why wasn't he even faintly concerned about any of this? It seemed to me that he was in some serious shit and was doing very little to get himself out of it. Danya, we'll get over it. Everyone will. This will blow over and be long forgotten about by morning. The Fae live long lives. We learned a long time ago that holding a grudge was a great way to ruin a decade or two. We hash it out quickly and then call it a day. He was delusional. I was in that map room. You didn't resolve anything with those captains. Fisher, why don't you worry less about my friends and more about... I want answers. I cried. Why was Malcolm different? He was nothing like the feeders. He seemed... normal. Yes, Malcolm's a high-fi vampire. The very first. We were cursed thousands of years ago, and the Fee turned into something very like Malcolm. When a cure was found, my great-grandfather and most of the other Avelian Fae took it. They were horrified by the monsters they'd become and wanted to return to their old lives. But there were those who liked the dark magic the curse afforded them. They liked the power and the promise of immortality. Aren't the Fae already immortal? Fisher chuckled. No, little Osha. We're not. Our lifespans are the subject of much research and conjecture. We outlive your kind by a long, long time. But we age. Eventually, we die. There were those like Malcolm who didn't want to age. They weren't content to make the most of the thousands of years they had already been granted, so they took what was supposed to be a punishment and embraced it with open arms. Malcolm is the strongest of them. Their king. Of all, the Fae who chose to remain vampires, he alone is strong enough to fully turn someone and ensure they remain themselves. What makes them who they are? Their personality and their character traits. when his princes bite and turn. Their victims die and returned without their souls. Nothing more than mindless, hungry shells. They obey their masters, and they feed. There was a bottomless well of horror within Fisher's words. I couldn't even begin to imagine the terror of being fully drained by one of Malcolm's princes, and knowing that I was doomed to come back as one of those things. "Does that happen to humans, too?" I asked, already afraid of the answer. "Where do you think most of your kind went? The vast majority of Malcolm's horde were once human. The Phi who chose to cure themselves of their curse tried to protect the lesser Phi, and the humans who resided in this realm, but they were easier to target, more vulnerable. They had no magic to protect themselves, so ... I was going to throw up. I'd wanted to know, but I couldn't bear to dwell on it now that I did. You were with him, aren't you? For all those years you were missing?" A tightness formed on Fisher's face. "I can't tell you that," he said. "I can't tell you that." Witnessing the strain around his eyes worsen, some part of me recognized it and knew what it felt like, as if he were trying to resist or push through something, as if he wasn't in control. ... And there it was. He wasn't in control. "You're bound, aren't you?" I said, dismayed. "You literally can't tell me." "Stop!" he commanded. I'd anticipated relief from him, at least some kind of recognition that finally someone understood why he wouldn't share where he'd been or what he'd been doing. But Fisher's reaction was one of worry, annoyance, even, "Have you considered that I might not want to tell you, because it's none of your business?" he asked sharply. "It is my business." I adopted a firm stance, planting my feet into his rug. "No, it isn't. Whatever happens to you affects me. And I'm not stupid. You've been less of a prick these past 15 minutes than you have been since you scraped me off the floor in the Hall of Mirrors and saved me. You only started snapping again when you wanted to push me away. The cold barbs and the awful shit that comes out of your mouth are a way for you to keep people at arm's length, aren't they? You don't have a clue who I am," he rumbled, and maybe he was right about that. But I was beginning to figure him out. And how many times had Ren said it? I know him. This isn't who he is. He's not himself right now. This was all a front, like a veil, slowly being drawn back. I was starting to see right through it. "You don't hate me as much as you pretend to," I said. He stepped toward me. "Leonine, predatory, dangerous, don't I?" "No, you don't. That's an interesting theory. I don't think you hate me at all." He laughed but took another step forward. "You think very highly of yourself then, don't you? I know that you want me." I didn't step back, even though my body was screaming at me that I should. "I can want to fuck you and still hate you, little Osha." I shook my head, trying to ignore the heat in his eyes. "No, that's not it." One more step and he'd be standing chest to chest with me again. "What is it, then?" "There's something ... between us. You know there is. Sure, you're not imagining things. Plenty of women fall prey to their own desperate fantasies where I'm concerned. Just ... stop. All right, enough. The moment you fuck me, things are going to change between us. Sure, I'll have scratched a perverse little itch. I'll be able to move on with my life." His lips parted, and the sight of his sharp canines sent a rush of warmth directly between my legs. "You want to bite me?" I whispered. "Ha!" He threw his head back and let out a bark of laughter. "You... no idea what kind of tightrope you're balancing on right now, do you? You nearly did it. Back in your tent, you've scratched me with your teeth. You drew fucking blood." The small amount of space between us disappeared in an instant. Fisher's hand closed around my throat. Fury carved into the lines of his handsome face. "Careful," he growled. "It's dangerous to speak so flippantly about things you do not." Understand, then explain it to me. Show me, I panted. His anger faltered. What? Show me. Make me understand. Prove to me that I'm wrong. Stupid, idiotic human. I had no business saying anything more. It was perilous, provoking a male like Fisher. This could go awry all too easy, but this was all going to end in tears no matter what. And after what I'd seen tonight, waiting for us all on the other side of the river, I didn't plan on dying without at least testing this theory. I'm telling you to fuck me, Fisher. I'm asking you, too. His lips crashed down on mine. He stole my words, claiming my mouth with a ragged snarl. The kiss was incendiary. The moment I tasted him and felt his tongue sweep past my teeth, I whimpered, grabbing the bottom of his shirt. No more sniping at each other. No more thinly veiled innuendo. No more threats. This was happening because I wanted it to happen. I tore Fisher's shirt up and had to raise my arms over my head to even get the damned thing halfway off him. He broke the kiss for a split second, ripping the smoky material over his head. The second it left his hand, he fell on me again, his mouth claiming mine so thoroughly that I didn't know which way was up. His movements weren't fumbling like mine were. His hands were sure and steady as he grabbed the collar of my shirt and ripped it from my body. Without the corsets and stays of the dresses Everlane had made me wear in the winter. Palace, I'd taken to binding my breasts with fabric as I'd done at home. Fisher made a disgruntled noise when he saw the material wrapped around my ribcage. I lifted my arms, expecting him to unwind it as quickly as he could, but no. He trailed his index finger down the front of the material, between my breast, and the fabric split apart, disintegrating under his touch. My breasts sprang free, my nipples peeking, and Fisher groaned, taking the weight of them in his palms. He kneaded the flesh, cursing, his eyes feasting on my chest. Had he thought about me like this, naked and at his mercy? Had he imagined what it would be like to touch me and taste me and have me willing to do his bidding? I was guilty of letting my imagination run away with me. I'd pretended it wasn't his hands I wanted on my body when I touched myself. I'd tricked myself into believing it wasn't his knowing smirk that haunted my dreams. But it was. And now he was standing in front of me, shirtless, the packed muscle of his chest glistening with sweat, ink everywhere, spiraling around his torso, and I couldn't believe we'd finally arrived here. The cards had been on the table for a while now. We were either going to kill each other or fuck each other, and I was glad we were both opting for the latter option. Fisher's eyes flared as he grabbed the front of my pants by the waistband and pulled me roughly to him. You asked for this when you're sore from coming so hard and you can't recall your own name. Remember that? Little Osha. He held my gaze as he yanked open my pants and shoved them down my thighs. His gaze was as heavy as a sword's edge, resting against my throat, sharp. Eno hut tu kut. He shoved his right hand between my legs and grabbed me by the throat with the other, startling the shit out of me. I would have gasped when he tore my underwear to one side and plunged his fingers into the molten wet heat of my core, but his hand closed around my windpipe, stealing my ability to breathe. Like some dark-haired, foreboding, fallen angel, Kingfisher purred as he plunged his fingers up inside me. My, so worked up already. You're slick as hell. What do you taste like? Are you going to scream for me like a good girl when I have you ride my face? It was no good. I couldn't speak. My head was spinning, both from lack of blood and from the powerful need that rocked me to my core. Wanted? But I wanted to understand this feeling inside of me as well. At every turn, Fisher had proven himself to be an unbearable asshole. I could count, on one hand, how many civil words the bastard had said to me, but there was something else tying me to him, pulling me in like I was trapped. A part of me knew that Fisher himself was the trap, and I was well and truly snared. The world went dark until there was only me and him, me and those flashing green and silver eyes. Fisher bowed his head, leaning into me, his mouth so close to mine. When you take all of me, Remember to breathe. Let go of my throat. And my head swam as I dragged down a lungful of air. There was no time to brace myself. It would have been smart to get rid of my boots and then take off my pants, but that wasn't possible when you were dealing with the most impatient male in all of a village. At first, the smoke seemed to come from Fisher's hands. Then, it seemed to be coming from behind him. Who knew where the fuck it was coming from? All I knew was that it was coming from him. The same smoke that had shoved a horde of vampires below a sea of ice end. Now it was swirling over my body, like it evaporated just as I was starting to tense. And with it, every stitch of my clothing disappeared. Fisher stood back a second, inspecting his handiwork, his lust-filled eyes blazing a trail up and down my body 3 times, as if once was nowhere near enough. "I can't wait to hear what kind of sounds you make when I thrust into you for the first time," he purred. "I'm going to make you pant for me, little Osha. And when we're done, I'll close my eyes and replay the sound of you moaning in my head every time I stroke myself to completion. Gods, just the thought of him touching himself, the sinful image that was starting to take shape in my mind, scattered when Fisher moved. I grabbed my hands, finding the backs of my bare thighs, and just like that, my feet were off the ground. A weightless, falling sensation flipped my stomach over as I sailed back through the air. The soft mattress caught me a second later, cool silk sheets slick against my skin. A ball of panic rose to the base of my throat when my eyes found Fisher again. I saw a dark-haired warrior covered in ash and soot standing at the end of the bed, slowly unfastening his pants with a hungry, carnal look on his face, and my self-preservation instincts told me to flee for my life. "Don't move. Do not move, Ceres, for the love of all the gods." Baikin Silbaran predators didn't have the dark to hide in. They used camouflage and stealth to sneak up on their prey, which in turn taught us all to react fast when we came face to face with the thing that was hunting us. Every part of me wanted to scramble from the bed and bolt for the door, but I knew that would be folly. Just like a hellcat, Fisher would give chase. I gripped the sheets, forcing myself to be still, watching every single move that he made. "Put the soles of your feet on the bed." Not a command issued via the oath, just a simple command. It might as well have been compulsion, though, considering that I was helpless in the face of his order, I bent my knees, placing my feet down onto the bed. And raw power seemed to distort the air around Fisher's powerful shoulders. Wheatmeasur had teasing movements. He lowered his battle-mudded pants, and graceless gods and holy martyrs. He wasn't wearing underwear. That didn't surprise me. But the sheer size of his erect cock, as it sprang free from his pants, made my eyes round out of my head. We're all males. This well-endowed. Was it an Evelian thing? Or was this a Fisher thing? With his clothes now gone, Fisher stood still, letting me take him, in an entertained little smile, begging to be set free at both corners of his mouth. He was absolutely fucking incredible. All hard lines and taut muscle and shifting ink. His cock was perfect rigid iron, wrapped in silk and velvet. A thick vein ran down the underside of his length, standing proud from the shaft. My palms tingled just thinking about touching him. Fisher took hold of himself as if he knew what I'd just been thinking. Slowly, shuttling his hand up and down his cock. "Let your knees fall open," he demanded. No arguments. "Osha, I've driven myself half-crazy wondering what you look like. I need to fucking see. Put me out of my misery." I'd never been timid in a bedroom before. I was in way over my head this time. Though I fought a wave of nerves as I let my knees fall open, and Fisher unleashed a strained growl. "Perfect. You're absolutely fucking perfect. Dunya does rip my head off tomorrow. At least, now I'll die happy." The dazed look on his face was dangerous. A girl could easily find herself addicted to the expression Fisher was wearing, and what tin. I'd be lost forever. Fucking doomed. I let myself bask in his attention, aware that I was treading dangerous ground. But if Fisher was right about this, then so what? It would be one night, one time, and then he'd be done with me. I wasn't going to experience this again, so I might as well enjoy it. Such a pretty flower, blooming just for me, he rumbled, climbing up onto the end of the bed. His hands closed around my ankles, and I stopped breathing. He was going to ... I screamed as he yanked me down the bed toward him. Another small yelp escaped me as he fell between my legs. His mouth found the crease of my inner thigh. First, I shivered, nearly leaving my body altogether when I looked down and met his eyes. He ran the tip of his nose up, 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 inhaling deeply as he went. When he raised his head a little to speak, his canines weren't just on display. They were longer than I'd ever seen them. Sharper, his left canine had punctured his lower lip and had drawn blood. "You smelled so fucking good," he said thickly. "Back in the forge at the palace, I caught a hint of this. I knew then I had to taste you. This smell has been haunting my fucking dreams. I haven't been able to think straight for remembering the scent of your need. I could probably use a show." "Do not fucking dare finish that sentence," he snorted. "I don't want a mouthful of soap and perfume. I want to taste you." With that, he placed his mouth right onto the very center of me, as if it were biting into a piece of ripe, delicious fruit, and my whole world ignited. His tongue, oh holy fuck, his tongue was incredible. The way he licked and lived and sucked at my clit sent me into spasms, the heat of his mouth, combining with my own heat in a way that promised to drive me insane. "Fisher. OFFFFFFFF. Fisher. Gods!" I thought I felt him laughing against my flesh, but I couldn't be certain. My ears were ringing. My whole ... body ... was reacting so ... strangely. The roof of my mouth tingled like crazy. I couldn't feel my feet. "This oh my gods fuck I." "Not yet," he murmured against me. "You don't get to come until I say so. Please! Oh my God! I'm so close." He definitely laughed this time. I reached down for him, desperate for the release that lay at the tip of his tongue, winding my fingers into his hair. I drove his head down to meet me, urging him for more. I felt his growl vibrating through me, but he didn't pull away. He quickened the alternating, lavin, circular motion of his tongue, applying more pressure, and then he dipped his fingers inside of me, teasing my entrance with just the tips of his index and middle finger. And my back bowed away from the bed. Primera wanted more? Not just his fingers. I wanted him inside me more than my pride would allow me to admit. "Fisher, please," I panted. I want ... Don't worry. I know what you need." He thrust his fingers deep, and I spiraled out of reality. When I opened my eyes, all I saw was a glittering black wind. The candles in Fisher's room were gone, all light extinguished, but the staggering power that poured from Fisher seemed to carry its own internal illumination. It was hard to understand. We were definitely still in Fisher's room. I could feel his bed beneath us, but we were also twisting in a sea of black, floating on a void of nothingness, sinking, falling, rising, and drowning all at once. Wisps of iridescent smoke trailed up my arms, circling my wrists, stroking, Obermaskin so soft and seductive that I trembled under the contact. It was him, an extension of him, and it was everywhere. His mouth worked over me, his fingers coaxing me toward a steep drop that would claim me body and soul. He wasn't going to stop me this time. He drew me to my climax with determination, a gratified growl of victory ripping from his throat when he pushed me over the edge. This wasn't just an orgasm. It was an awakening, cradled in Fisher's power. Felt his hands tighten on my thighs as I bucked and writhed, but I felt his shadows bind tight to me, too. They slid over me, pooling in the hollow of my throat and pouring over my stomach, whispering over my heavy breasts a level of ecstasy I'd never experienced before. It was as though I was breathing him in, taking a part of him inside me. "Fuck!" My eyes snapped open. Fisher was on his knees between my legs, the head of his cock butting against my entrance. His right hand found my hip. When his left hand found my throat again, a veil of shadows flowed down his arm and up my neck in a warm, heady caress. My eyes started to roll back into my head. But then, oh, no, little Osha. You're gonna be looking right at me for this, Fisher said. Look, he waited until I'd made eye contact with him again. Then his hand moved up to my jaw. He held me almost tenderly as he said, "You still want it?" His chest, his arms, his defined ABS. The deep groove that dipped over his hips, leading down between his legs. His entire body was a work of art. He took my breath. Hawaii. The ink that covered his skin fluctuated as he waited for the answer he already knew I would give to him. Yes, I want it. I want you. His smile was pure, powerful male satisfaction. Hold on tight then. I hope you're not afraid of the dark. He thrust forward, slamming himself inside me, and I screamed. Not from the pain. There wasn't any, only a stretching and a fullness, and an awesome wave of energy that fired up my spine in a series of bursts that felt like small explosions. It was so much, all at once, that I had to scream. Scream, as if he were experiencing something very similar. Fisher threw his head back, the muscles in his neck straining, his jaw clenched tight, roaring through his teeth. Fook, just one stroke. He'd entered me once, and I was done for. I was a ball of sensation, humming with energy. In the darkness, Fisher slowly lowered his head. His lips parted, hair mussed, and the dazed look of surprise on his face sent a rush of adrenaline powering through me. Gods and martyrs, I would never forget seeing him like this. If primera did manage to make my way back home, the image of him like this, seated inside me, skin slick with sweat, chest hitching, would sustain me until the day I died. Fisher, Lord of Kalish, I hated him, I did, but you couldn't hate something without caring about it just a little, too. Which, he accused, you do have magic. He was so fucking big. His hard length twitched inside me, and my body answered in kind, tightening around him. His fingers gouged into my skin, digging deeper into my hips. With mantle of black smoke swirling around him like a dark wind, he moved. Slowly. At first, the tendons in his neck stood proud as he pulled back and eased out of me just an inch. The smallest of movements drew him home. Again, he shifted, rolling his hips, working his cock a little deeper each time he thrust back into me. The pace he set was torturous. I had well and truly stretched to accommodate him now, and the delicious friction building between us was quickly turning into a desperate ache. Please, ... I reached for him like it was my right. His chest was warm and solid and perfect. Beneath my palms, the wolf tattoo, emblazoned across his pecs, came to life. The ink flowed beneath his skin, crossing from him to ... sinners. It flowed along my fingertips, spreading over my skin, flowing just like his. Smoke over the backs of my hands. A delicate little bird took shape on the inside of my right forearm. It stretched its wings and took flight, its tiny body flitting over my stomach as its wings beat 1,000 times a minute. Shit, Fisher breathed. I pulled my hands away, afraid of more ink making. It's way over me, but Fisher just shook his head, grabbing one of my hands and putting it back on his flesh. He didn't say anything else, didn't warn me, if any. More of his ink would come venturing over onto my body. He just drove himself, deeper, slamming himself into me faster, relinquishing more of his control with each thrust. Magnificent, Fisher rasped. He moaned as he palmed my breasts. His pupils had blown so wide that the black had swallowed the green and the silver. Was transfixed, unable to look away, as his hands explored my body. When I'd first laid eyes on him, I'd called him Death. The likeness was even more pronounced. Now, this male possessed the power to end entire civilizations if he wanted to. I could feel it still, deep well inside him. its surface rippling, as he grew harder and harder inside me. I would drown in that well, sink down into the dark depths of it, never to break the surface again. And I would be glad. I disintegrated into a million pieces, deconstructed and mindless as I came, again, the only thing anchoring me to the warm cocoon Fisher had created. Around us were his strong hands at my waist, and the rough edge of his strained voice. Gods and fucking martyrs. Holy fucking shit. That's right. Come. Show me how pretty you are when you fall apart. I screwed my eyes shut, crying out wordlessly. Right as I crested the wave of my second orgasm, the stars painted across Fisher's bedroom ceiling ignited, flaring so brightly that their light burned my eyes, even through my eyelids. Fisher came hard, slamming into me. He roared out his release, and together the two of us shattered. A rushing filled my ears. My blood hammered right below the surface of my skin. Doom, 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 doom. Fisher sank down onto my chest, his weight oddly comforting, even though he was crushing me a little. He remained inside me, still hard as tempered steel, his fingers trailing over my skin in small circles, and the reality of what had just happened slowly began to rear its ugly head. I'd just had sex with Fisher. I'd just let him fuck the hell out of me, and now we were naked, tangled up in each other's bodies. Eventually, the swath of shadows around us faded, and the candlelight returned, along with the rest of the room. One by one, the stars painted on the ceiling slowly went out, mobbing slowly as if he were in no hurry at all. Fisher propped himself up and drew himself out of me. His ink had stilled again, his pupils now narrowed down to points. He was quiet as he got dressed. I covered myself with a sheet, suddenly very aware that I wasn't wearing a stitch, but I watched him, refusing to look away. Not after that. Once he was fully clothed again, Fisher fastened his boots and finally looked at me. I want you to stay here tonight. No preamble, no mention of what had just taken place. Why? Because the camp will still be in chaos. I'll have a lot of things to take care of, and I want to know exactly where you are. Do I get a say in the matter? I asked. He looked down at his boots. When his gaze returned to me, his eyes were distant. Not really. I'll come back for you in the morning. You'll spend the day working on the relics in the camp forge. In the meantime, Archer will be on hand in case you need anything. A loud crack flooded the bedroom, a number of candles guttering out, as a swirling shadow gate exploded into existence behind Fisher. Try and get some sleep, he muttered, and then he stepped backward into the black and vanished. Try and get some sleep. What the fuck was wrong with him? I wasn't going to be able to sleep. My mind was charging. I slumped back into the pillows, frustration warring with confusion, and ... Wait a minute. I opened my eyes. He didn't. He wouldn't have. I leaped up, taking the bedsheet with me, running for the door. It opened when I turned the handle and when I tried to step out into the hall. My bare feet met cold stone without any issue. There was no invisible barrier, trapping me inside Fisher's room. Thank the gods for that. Good evening, miss. I grabbed the side of the door frame for support. Gods, Archer, you scared the shit out of me. The little fire sprite was alone in the dimly lit hallway. Well, alone, except for Onyx, who was lying on his back with his feet in the air. It appeared that Archer had been in the middle of supplying belly scratches when I burst out of the bedroom, wrapped in a sheet like a mad woman. Apologies, my lady. I came because I heard a disturbance in Master Fish's rooms. When I arrived here, I found Onyx whining at the door, and I decided to wait until ... Well, until you were finished, to see if you needed anything. Relations can be very strenuous. Oh gods. Archer, no. It's okay. We weren't. I blushed hotly to situation. Could only have been worse if it had been Elroy who'd caught me post-coitus. And how the hell had Onyx gotten himself shut out of the room? Oh, Archer looked confused. In that case, do you need to see a healer? Are you hurt? It sounded like... No. I'm fine. Honestly, I'm fine. I glanced back over my shoulder into the bedroom, then pulled the door half closed behind me. We're just moving some furniture around, that's all. But then Fisher decided he preferred it the way it was. So we moved it all back again. I scratched my head, cringing when I felt the huge snarl of hair that had gotten tangled while we'd been moving the furniture. Archer didn't look convinced. He was gracious enough not to call me out on my lies, though. I see. Well, in any case, I brought you up a pitcher of apple juice and some cake so you could replenish your energy levels. Era in. Turned and picked up a small silver tray, offering it to me. I took it with one hand, smiling tightly. Thank you, Archer. That was very thoughtful of you. Good night. Onyx bolted inside the bedroom as soon as I nudged the door open again. The little fire sprite bowed deeply. He was still bowing when I dipped back inside the room and closed the door again. Chapter 23. Ticking. Clock. I was up, bathed, dressed, and ready for an argument when the shadow gate appeared in the bedroom the next morning. Only Fisher didn't appear from the undulating shadows. I waited a minute, then another full minute, realizing annoyance that he wasn't coming through to get me and expected me to just head on through on my own. Motherfucker. Against all odds, I had managed to fall asleep last night. I'd woken up in a tentatively happy mood, but that had changed the instant I'd caught sight of my naked body in the full-length mirror by the copper tub. Now, Fisher had some explaining to. I wasn't even remotely nauseous as I stepped through the gate and out into the crisp, bright winter morning in the war camp. 5 warriors bustled about, their business gathered outside the front of the mercantile, busy rushing across the muddy square. Fisher stood 10 feet from the shadow gate, leaning against a wooden post, hands in his pockets, head bowed. The moment I emerged, he shoved away from the post and started walking away at a fast clip. Hey, I walked quickly, following after him. Hey, asshole. What the hell? Get back here. He didn't stop. He didn't even slow. I upgraded to a jog, my breath forming a cloud of steam when I fell into step beside him. Would you care to explain what the fuck this is? I snapped, yanking down my shirt collar. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Fisher's eyes, but he did not look at me. Don't worry, it'll fade. Probably, he said in a flat tone. Oh, so he knew what I was pissed about. Then, gods, he was a piece of work. I did not ask for a tattoo, Fisher, I hissed. I definitely didn't ask for a bird, too. Be permanently inked right above my fucking boob. You need to take it back. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead. It doesn't work like that. Bullshit. It doesn't. It came from the ink on your body. You touched me. It slipped from your skin to mine. So, fuck. I don't know. Shake hands with me or something, and take it back. I'm not shaking hands with you, he said dismissively. Then what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Fisher looked like he was struggling not to roll his eyes. It's a tattoo, Osha. It won't kill you. Just forget it's even there. I will not. I have plans for my own tattoos, you know. Ones I voluntarily go out and get, and this one is right in the middle of my fucking chest. I don't know what to tell you, he rumbled. Feel free to have someone cover it, if it upsets you so badly. I stopped in the mud, watching him walk away. I can do that. Wouldn't bother em, he cleared his throat. Of course you can. There are any number of board warriors with a needle and some ink in camp. Okay, fine then. I will cover it. Look, can you hold up for 1 second, please? Where are you taking me? To the camp healer, he gritted out. You need to take something. What do you mean? I need to take something? Because of last night. Because children might be extraordinarily rare between the Fae and humans, but they can still happen. And I burst out laughing. Fisher stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide. I don't pretend to understand you at the best of times. But why is this funny to you? he demanded. I can't have children, Fisher. I was cleansed when I was 14. I expected to see relief on his face. But instead, his face drained of color. What the fuck did you just say to me? I stopped laughing. I was cleansed. When I was 14, about 70% of the girls in my ward. He came and stood very close to me, his head bowed over mine, nostrils flaring. What do you mean? Cleansed? I mean... They sterilize us, I whispered. I figured he'd known last night. I would have expected him to at least mention contraception otherwise. But from the look of shock he wore, he hadn't had the first clue. The third ward's the poorest, I told him. Madra's health advisors decided that we shouldn't be allowed to procreate, otherwise we wouldn't be able to support ourselves. The policy's been in effect for over 100 years. 7 out of every 10 female babies are tagged when they're registered with the ward officials. Primera, show o ime, the small black cross tattooed behind my left ear, the mark that meant I wasn't allowed to breed. Fisher's expression flattened out. His eyes went blank. What? I figured you'd think that was good news, clenching his jaw. Espuna ruined his eyes, searching the horizon for God's only knows what. Had he heard something? Some promise of danger that my inferior human hearing hadn't detected? Fisher. Hey! What's wrong? When he faced me again, his eyes were almost fully black, his pupils blown, wide open. Nothing. Nothing at all. Find the forge and get to work. Everything's already waiting there for you. I'll expect a report at lunchtime. He stormed away without a backward glance. Find the forge. Easier said than done. It took me 30 minutes to locate my new workspace, and by the time I did so, I was sweating, out of breath, and ready to throw some punches. The forge, Fisher had neglected to mention, was located halfway up the small hillside behind the war camp, and the path that led up to it was so steep that I had to use my hands to scramble up the rock face in. Blasis! There was a fire already cracking and spitting in the hearth when I arrived. Thank the gods, and all of my equipment from Kolish was set out on a wooden workbench. The space constituted little more than a barn, but I was grateful for it. From way up here, I could see across the whole war camp, and it was quiet. I was alone. The peace and solitude would give me time to think. I got to work. Again, Kingfisher had hidden the tiny amount of quicksilver I was to work with. I scouted around the forge, rifling through rotting wooden boxers full of copper coins, and in cupboards and on shelves, but it was nowhere to be found. After going over the place twice, I stood at the bench, working to calm my spiking temper, and I listened. The voice was just a whisper, quiet and distant. I almost mistook it for the breeze. But no. As I angled my head and closed my eyes, homing in on it, I finally worked out which direction it was in. To the east, outside of the forge, further up the mountain. Damn him, I muttered, trudging up the sharp incline. For every step I took, I slipped back 3. The soles of my boots had very little tread on them, and so much fresh snow had fallen during the night that the ground was treacherous. I landed hard on my knees and slid back down the hill on my ass twice, before I made it to the small, rocky plateau 100 feet above the forge. Carrion was there, waiting for me. He sat in the mouth of a cave, happily tending to a fire while reading a book. Did you know? The Evelian Phi are the youngest of the Fey houses. By 1,000 years, there was a dispute between these two brothers, and they splintered off to make their own court. I folded my arms over my chest, standing on the other side of the fire in front of him. Do you mind? You're blocking the light, he grumbled. How the fuck are you just so okay with all of this? I demanded. Ever since you got here, you've just accepted it all. You didn't know the Fae existed. Suddenly, there are massive fighters with pointed ears and sharp teeth everywhere. And you're just like, okay, yeah, sure. Of course there are other realms. Of course, there's magic and vampires and all kinds of horrifying, terrible things out there that want to kill me. This all makes perfect sense. Carrion lowered his book, huffing. And who said I didn't know about the Fae? What I knew about the Fae? Ceres, my grandmother, told me. Oh, come on. Be serious. Being told stories when you're a child is one thing, but none of us ever believe those stories. I did, Carrion said matter-of-factly. He dove back into his book. You've met my grandmother. Does she strike you as the sort of woman who'd spread tales of fantasy and make-believe in her free time? Now that I thought about it, he had a point. Grathia Swift was one of the most cut-and-dried, no-nonsense people I'd ever encountered. Even more straightforward than Elroy. She was an engineer, charged with ensuring new buildings in the Third were built on stable foundations. If she'd read books to Carrion at all as a boy, I would have put money on them being mathematical. Tomes relating to calculations for slope stability, not fanciful stories about made-up creatures. She has this book, he said, holding up the one in his hand as if it were the book in question. Has all kinds of pictures, illustrations, the texts faded in places, but she knows that damn thing from cover to cover. So it never mattered. I dare say I know it by heart by now. 2 Fae creatures of the Jalarian Mountains. It's called, there's a note written on the first page. It says, never forget. Monsters thrive best in the dark. Commit all you read here to memory. Prepare for war. Carrion held up his middle finger and his index finger. 2 exclamation points. The Swifts have always been very serious people. Grazia took the superfluous punctuation to mean that the situation, should these Fae creatures ever show their faces, would be very dire indeed. I wasn't allowed to have desert until I'd recited at least 7 traits of the Griffin Spriter, explained in great detail how to kill a bloodied Fae warrior wearing full plate and armor. Well, that was unexpected. Where the hell had a book about the Fae come from? Madra had burned any literature that even mentioned the Fae or magic a long time ago. It was a curious thing to find out that Carrion had, in a way, been brought up to believe that this would happen to him at some point. I didn't have time to ponder on that now, though. Did Fisher send you up here to wait for me? I asked. That's one way of putting it, Carrion said. I was fast asleep in my tent. Then there he was, a black cloud with a shitty attitude, growling at me to get up. The sun hadn't even come up yet, and he kept griping about me being lazy. He called me a waste of carbon. What does that even mean? I ignored him, holding out my hand. I needed whatever he gave you to look after. Carrion pulled a sour face, reaching into his pocket. He drew out the same small wooden box Kingfisher had secreted the quicksilver away in the last time, tossing it to me. Our benevolent kidnapper strongly advised against me opening that. I'd have disobeyed him on principle the second he left. But my hand went all prickly when I held the box, and I figured maybe I'd listen to him just this once. What would have happened to Carrion if he had opened the box? The quicksilver was in its inert state, solid and sleeping, but there was a chance Carrion might have accidentally triggered it. Why not? If I was able to do it, then there was a chance he could. 2, I had no idea why I had been born with the gift to work the quicksilver. Perhaps it was a latent gift that hadn't manifested in Carrion yet. His hand had prickled when he'd held the box. Maybe that meant something. What are you doing right now? I asked him, aside from prodding this fire with a stick and reading this. He asked, holding the book up again. Nothing much. Why, do you ask? Want to come and set fire to some far more exciting things? He snapped his book, closed with a flourish. Absolutely, yes. Magnesium powder, finely ground salt, distilled water, bismuth, copper, antimony, bluestone, chalk, lead. Result, no reaction. 3 more experiments down, and 3 more failures. Not only that, but I had never even heard of antimony before, let alone worked with it. Indeed, out that the fine white powder was an extraordinary skin irritant. It burst into flames the second it touched the quicksilver, and the fumes it cast off made us so sick that both me and Carrion ran and threw up in the snow. By mid-afternoon, we were recovered and brave enough to risk a late lunch, though Carrion hiked down into the camp while I began the refining process, returning just as it started to snow with an armload of snacks and a pitcher full of water. We sat outside and ate cold cuts of meat, pieces of cheese, a small container of nuts, bread, and a handful of tiny, salted fish that were delicious. Hard at work, I nearly choked when Kingfisher emerged from inside the forge, sneaking up behind us. The moment I saw him, my traitorous mind took me back to last night and his hands and mouth on my body and the million sinful things he'd done with his tongue. He glanced at me and then narrowed his eyes, turning his focus toward the camp as if he was remembering me in a bunch of compromising positions. Then I saw his bleeding lip, the shadow of a bruise on his jaw, and the fact that his shirt was spattered with red blood, not black, and my mind went elsewhere. "What happened to you? Why are you bleeding?" "Training," he said stiffly. "Don't change the subject. Why aren't you working?" Suddenly, I didn't care so much that he was injured. In fact, I kind of felt like hurting him myself. Since we're not slaves, we're taking a break to eat. "Look, 2 plates and everything," I said, showing him that I was, in fact, eating my own food and not sharing Carrion's. Not that it seemed to make him any happier. "And anyway," I said, "I've done all I can for the day. And the trials you ran." I curved an eyebrow at him. "What do you think?" He said nothing by way of response. "I have a question. Primera Said Tohem, back at Kolish, you hid the quicksilver from me in that little box on the shelf. Today, you gave it to Carrion and made him wait for me halfway up the God-cursed mountain. Why do you insist on hiding it from me? Why can't you just leave it out for me? You know, so it's easy to find. Maybe if I didn't waste so much time tracking it down before I can run my trials, I'd have time to run more of them." There were shadows under Fisher's eyes. He looked tired. "Forgive me for making the day a little more interesting for you. It's good for you to improve at finding the quicksilver. You never know when you might need to detect small amounts over great distances. It's annoying." "Well, you have your quicksilver now. Do you have more trials planned for the afternoon?" Peevishly, I said. "Nope. I have to refine the silver." Fisher cast Carrion a dubious glance. "Do you know anything about refining silver?" "Not a fucking thing," he answered. "I'm more of a logistics guy." "What does that mean?" "I'm very good at moving things from one place to another. We have plenty of other asses for that. You should go and find something useful to do," he snapped. He's been helping me." I got up, brushing one hand off on my pants as I handed the small bowl of nuts to Carrion, who took the bowl and tossed a nut into his mouth, shooting Fisher a needling smile. Fisher didn't react. Not personally, I supposed. A wave of black smoke swept over the campfire weed, started to keep warm while we ate, hitting Carrion square in the chest. It wasn't a powerful blow. It was only equivalent to a strong breeze, but it sent the bowl of nuts toppling from Carrion's hands, scattering its contents all over the ground. "Such a child. Find Ren. Ask him for a job, or I'll find one for you," Fisher said, "assuming cleaning the latrines doesn't sound appealing to you since you have no magic and would have to do it by hand." Carrion's grin faltered. "You are extra fucking miserable today. You should really get laid. Might help improve your mood." "Tell him. Sunshine." I choked loudly. Carrion couldn't have made a more unfortunate suggestion if he'd tried. I thumped my chest, trying to get a breath down. And all the while, Fisher just looked at me. He wore no emotion, no expression at all. Quicksilver swirling in his iris was the only thing suggesting that he might not be as calm inside as he appeared on the outside. His eyes seemed to drink the light, as he eventually turned a disdainful glare on Carrion. "Don't call her Sunshine," he commanded. "Why not?" If Carrion's plan was to poke the bear, then he sure as hell knew how to go about it. But Kingfisher didn't respond to the taunting note in his question, just cocked his head a little, nostrils flaring, and spoke in a low rumble. Because she is moonlight, the mist that shrouds the mountains. The bite of electricity in the air before a storm. The smoke that rolls across a battlefield before the killing starts. You have no idea what she is. What she could be. You should call her Majesty. Heat flared across my face. It scorched me behind the center point of my chest, turning my insides to cinder. I'd expected a quip from him about carrions. Suggestion that he get laid? Not ... What had that even been? Carrion? Withered? Under the weight of the quiet anger simmering in Kingfisher's eyes, his poorly hidden smile slipping from his face. I'd found myself in some awkward situations before, but this was by far the most uncomfortable I'd ever felt. I cleared my throat, reminding both of them that I was still present. Did you need something, Fisher? Or can we get back to work? I asked Fisher. His expression was just as flat when he turned his attention to me. You're done here for the day. I'll send someone else to refine the silver. There are plenty of other smiths who can do that kind of work in camp. Unfortunately, there's something else I need from you. Osha. Chapter 24. Lupo P-R-O-E-L. Yeah. The shards were still buried in the stone. Needle-sharp, they glinted in the light thrown off by the fire. I peered closer at them, frowning. There are 563 of them, Renfis said. One of our metal workers tried to pull them out with forceps, but they're so fine, he couldn't grip them properly. 2 of them snapped. The ends are still buried inside the stone, which... Well, it's not good. There was a bruise above Ren's cheekbone. It was turning a vivid, sickly shade of purple as he spoke. What the hell happened at training today? I asked, under my breath. Ren's eyes remained locked on me, refusing to look at Fisher, who stood on the other side of the war room. Nothing. Why, do you ask? Because both of you are bleeding and walking like you got your asses handed to you. Fisher's in a bad mood is what happened at training. Larith, the dark-haired warrior with the war braids, said. He sat on a stool by the fire, his light blue eyes slowly tracking the movements of everyone inside the war room. Watched Kingfisher, who was locked in a very heated argument with Danya, but evidently it was Ren and me he was really focusing on. Fisher's fine, Ren said evenly. We both are. We're going to see Lena later. In the meantime, can we concentrate on the task at hand for a moment? Do either of you have any suggestions as to how we might get these shards out of this stone? There was something he wasn't saying, but he clearly didn't want to talk about. I let him have his secret. Why not just shear off all of the pieces and sand the ends flush with the stone? I suggested. Danya could just have a new sword made for her. Ren laughed breathily. It's not that simple. Danya's sword was special. It was like Nimarel once, imbued with old potent magic. It's Singo, Quotzi winced, at the bristling spines of metal protruding from the stone wall. It was a precious Phi, heirloom Danya's birthright, a god's word forged by the ancient Alcamoran masters. Such swords are religious icons to the Phi. It represented Danya's rank and marked her as an original member of the Lupo... Like most Sari. Lupo what? Lupo Prolia, Kingfisher's wolves, he said, sighing. There are 8 of us, usually, though our numbers have been reduced of late. We fight as a team, working together, just as wolves do. I'm sure you've noticed the wolf on some of our armor. I'd noticed. All right. The sigil was on the plate Fisher wore at his throat, was stamped into his chest protector, and I'd noticed his tattoo more than once. Last night, for example, when the head of the Lupo Parolia had plowed me like a god-scursed field. As you already know, Nimarel still carries a kernel of magic in her blade. All of the other Alcamoran swords became dormant centuries ago, but Danya's blade was still very important to her, to our people as a whole. We can, send the shards back and discard the rest. It'd be sacrilege. Amazing. So you're saying that I was in camp for less than 5 minutes and I destroyed an ancient weapon that has profound cultural importance for all of Fekine, I said, recapping. See, she doesn't even care, Dunya cried, pointing at me. She understands the weight of what she's done, and she doesn't give a shit. She does care. Fisher heaved out a sigh as he crossed the map room, approaching what was left of the sword. She just has a terrible sense of irony. I didn't appreciate the hateful look Dunya sent me, nor did I feel too warm and fuzzied about the way she kept stabbing her finger at me. I'm sorry, are you? Just permanently on the brink of a nervous breakdown, or have I shown up at an inconvenient time for you? I sniped. Her jaw dropped. Unbelievable. Are you seriously going to let her speak to a highborn Fai like that? She said, eyes on Fisher. What do you want me to do about it? He replied, she has a mind and a mouth of her own. I am the keeper of neither. He picked at one of the fine filaments poking out of the stone, frowning at it intently. Would you let one of the men talk to a superior with the same level of disrespect? No, I wouldn't, he admitted. Then why won't why? But she isn't a member of this army, and you aren't her superior, Fisher said. Now, do you want to give her a moment to see if she can fix the sword you tried to kill me with, or do you just want to pace about and yell some more? Dunya didn't know what to say to that. She gaped at Fisher, then at Ren, then Loreth, bypassing me altogether. Loreth, she began. The male sitting by the fire threw up his hands, shaking his head. Oh no. No way. I'm still sporting a bruise from where you clocked me last night. You were way over the line, the way you went for Fisher. It's your own fault that your sword's in pieces, in a wall, he added. I think it's impressive what the human did, and no more than you deserved, besides. Asshole, she spat. I should have hit you harder. You couldn't have, if you'd tried. Loreth shot back, grinning. I wasn't paying attention to their bickering. Dunya was wrong. I certainly did care that I had destroyed something so precious. I stared at the wall, pondering. The shards, trying to strategize a way to pull them from the stone, when I felt the faintest tapping at the edge of my senses. The whisper I'd sensed inside the quicksilver back at the forge was a loud roar in comparison to this, but I swore, heard it. I spun around and found Fisher. This sword wasn't just tempered steel. There was quicksilver in the blade. He nodded, displaying the faintest hint of satisfaction. There was not much. Trace amounts, but yes, that's why it answered you when you commanded it to stop. So, ... Back in it was never the iron, or te couper, or the gold that reacted to me. It was ... Kingfisher nodded. It's always been quicksilver. It was bound too many different alloys and metals before, back when there were plenty of alchemists and the pathways were still open between our worlds. It made weapons more powerful, turned them into conduits that could channel vast quantities of magic. My mind spun. That's why metal was so hard to find. Then Madra took it. Oh! She wanted to keep the quicksilver away from the people. She knew Tere might be people like me within the city, capable of controlling it. When Kingfisher said no more, Ren inhaled and spoke instead. Our historical records show that most alchemists could only command objects if the item in question was comprised of at least 5% quicksilver. And even then, it was typical that they could only transmute the quicksilver from its solid to its liquid state so that it could be forged. There are no records of objects being fragmented like this. He gestured to what remained of Danya's sword. Okay. So that makes me ... an anomaly. I looked to Kingfisher. I wanted his input on this, regardless of the cat-and-mouse game we were playing with each other's feelings. If Fisher actually had any of those, I still wanted to know what he made of Ren's revelation. He wouldn't meet my eyes, though. Back against the map table, resting his weight against its edge, his jaw clenching and unclenching as he stared at the ground. That makes you the most powerful alchemist ever recorded, Lord supplied. capable of changing how we've been fighting this war in ways even we can't imagine. Most of us were infants when the paths between realms closed and the alchemists became extinct. Some of us hadn't even been born yet. We have no idea what battlefields used to look like, with an alchemist in camp, ready to forge new weapons that draw magic. Whoa, I don't know how to forge weapons that can draw magic. I can't even figure out how to make a relic. I'd broken out into a cold sweat. I've made zero headway with it. Not back at the Winter Palace. Not at Kullish. The trials I ran here this morning were a total waste of time. 2. If you're under any illusions that I am somehow going to be pivotal to winning this war, then please rethink that strategy. Precisely. If she can't even figure out how to wipe her own Donya, I swear on the 7 gods, if you don't shut up, I will toss you out of here myself, Ren muttered darkly. Donya rocked back as if she'd been slapped. Her lips trembled, eyes filling with tears. You can't be serious, she whispered. You're just going to blindly fall in line with all of this? We are the ones who stayed, who've fought in the mud and watched friend after friend die. When this human was born, we'd already been committed to this fight for centuries. You're right, Ren snapped. We've been stuck here, in middle of nowhere, in a forgotten corner of our land, defending a border that the high ashholes up north couldn't give a fuck about for centuries. If this line falls, the entire realm falls. We won't be fighting this war another 100 years from now. We will if we have to, Donya began. No, we won't, because every day our numbers decline, and Malcolm's horde grows larger. There's no game left to hunt here. Belicon isn't sending supplies to the front anymore. We have no wood for our fires, no food to fuel the troops, no clothes to keep them warm, no weapons to fucking arm them. So, yes, I'll support a plan where a human magically shows up and helps us turn the tide of this thing, because without her, we'll all be drowned soon enough. And I'm not talking about in another 100 years, or even 50, or even 10. We abe one Donya. 12 months. If we don't figure this thing out, by this time next year Malcolm will have won. Put your head between your legs. Maybe that'll help. Loreth carved off a slice of the apple he was eating and used the edge of his dagger to pop it into his mouth. Behind him, the sky tilted seesawing, the edges of the war camp a blur. I braced my hands against my thighs and bent double, straining to breathe. My chest was so tight, Ren's words rang in my ears. I wanted to unhear them, but they replayed over and over, provoking a fresh wave of panic to hit me with every repetition. A year, just one. They'd done everything they could to tip the scales in their favor, and nothing had worked. Now, it was merely a waiting game. The clock would run out. They wouldn't be able to hold the frontier, and 100,000 ravening vampires would sweep across Avelia in a blood-red wave of death, unless I could figure out how to work some fucking metal. Gods, sinners, martyrs, and ghosts. We were all so ridiculously fucked. You do get used to it. "Shano," Loreth said conversationally, overwhelming sense of impending doom. Eventually, it becomes background noise. You don't even notice it at all. "Where's ... Fisher?" I gasped. I'd stumbled out of the war room after Ren had left to go and talk to some returning scouts. Donya had stalked out of the tent and headed off toward the river, growling under her breath. Loreth had emerged 10 minutes later and had sat down on a tree stump 10 feet away, as unfazed as ever. But Fisher had not come out of the tent. He went back to Kolish. Loreth sank his teeth into another slice of apple. "What?" Said he was going to see Telina. The sweet healer had taken such excellent care of me after the vampire attack, but I hadn't thought much about her since. Only, this was the second time Fisher had gone to see her recently, and neither time he'd been injured. Gods! What the hell was wrong with me? This realm was paused on the brink of total destruction, and I was angry and plenty afraid of what that might mean. For me and everyone else in YVLER ... But I was also jealous. And that made me feel pathetic. I swallowed the questions I wanted to ask Lorethar. They together, Telina and Fisher. Does he like her? Do they have history? A shame that I'd even think them. Instead, I asked a far more appropriate question. Where the fuck ... can I get ... a drink? The wooden building at the center of camp was a tavern, and it had the best drinks. So far, I'd had 5 heavy pours of some very potent whiskey, and I was beginning to feel fuzzy around the edges. My anxiety was long gone, and now I was starting to see the ridiculousness of it all. At the end of the day, it's simple, I said. Loreth peered into his glass, as if there were definitely still some whiskey left at the bottom of it, but he was just having trouble finding it. How so? He asked. He's a fucking liar. He's been lying to me this whole time. Loreth frowned. Who? Fisher? Yes, Fisher. Who else? The male shook his head. Impossible. He's an oath-bound Phi. And we can't lie. One eye closed, the other half-cracked. I studied him dubiously. That's some convenient-smelling bullshit if you ask me. Splaying his hands, Loreth shrugged. When we turned 21, we kneel before the Firin stone and make our decision. Every one of us, we, Ave, choice, bleed on the stone and make our vow to always be truthful, to always be bound by our word, no matter what it costs us. Or we choose the lawless path. A lawless Phi may lie. They may cheat. They may steal. Useful tools in many situations, I'll admit. But they come with a price that Kingfisher and the rest of us, I might add, was not willing to pay. I arched an eyebrow at him. And that was... He shrugged nonchalantly, as if the answer were obvious. Our honor. I harumphed at that. So, you see, no matter how much we might want to sometimes, we're physically incapable of breaking our word or telling a lie. Yeah, well, I admitted Kingfisher did say that back in the forge at the Winter Palace, but I dismissed him. On what basis? On the basis that a liar who didn't want to get caught telling a lie would 100% lie about being unable to tell lies. Gods, that ... was confusing. What did you even think he'd lied about? It came back to me at once. My thinly baylit. How big is your cock? Question. And Fisher's slow, arrogant smile. Big enough to make you scream, and then some ... Turned out he'd been telling the truth about that, I realized with a healthy dose of annoyance. Fuck. That's not important, I said. What's important is that he's known that you guys need me to make weapons for you, otherwise you'll lose to Malcolm. But he made an oath to me that I only had to turn those rings into relics for you all, and then he'd let me go home. Despite being about 10% more intoxicated than me, Loreth's eyelids shuddered at this. He made that deal with you. I nodded, then drained my glass. Well, if he made that oath, then you don't need to doubt it. Even if he wasn't bound by his own magic to honor an oath, which he is, then Fisher would honor it on principle. It's just who he is. There was a tense note to the warrior's voice when he said this. The details of my bargain with Fisher seemed to have taken him by surprise, though he hid it fairly well. I wanted to change the subject either way. Tell me... I leaned forward across the table, pointing at Loreth's mouth. Those teeth? Fisher said they were a remnant of the blood curse. But they still work, right? You can still use them to drink blood. Loreth instantly sobered. His pupils narrowed to black dots. Looking around, he assessed the tables on either side of us as if he were making sure no one else had heard what I'd just said. That's not the kind of thing we talk about in taverns. Actually, he replied in a low voice. Why not? Fuck! I need way more alcohol for this conversation. Hold on, he gestured, to the bartender for a refill, and the craggy-faced creature, Loreth, had informed. Me was a mountain troll came and poured us both another round. When he'd gone, Loreth sighed. He held up his drink to mine. Sarash. I clinked my glass against his. Loreth took a deep breath. All right, okay. So, no one else has told you anything about any of that? He asked hopefully. Nope. Well, ... Loreth hadn't flinched during the conflict in the war room, when Dunya had tried to slit Fish's throat, nor when Rin had dropped the staggering news that they were on the cusp of losing the war. But now he looked mighty, uncomfortable. Yes, our canines work just fine, the same as a vampire's would. But blood drinking is very taboo. No, it's worse than taboo. It's scandalous, but the Feast still do it sometimes. A pink tinge was developing on his cheeks. Yes, but you don't need blood to survive. No, we don't. Then why would they do it? Because ... He cast another wary look around, shifting awkwardly in his seat. It's a sex thing. If a male drinks from someone, it'll make his dick harder than it's ever been in his life. It makes you euphoric, both of you, while you're fucking. Yeah. Oh, he said. But it's a slippery slope. If we bite someone, we can still lose ourselves to it. It takes an immeasurable force of will not to keep drinking. It's ... not something that's spoken about in polite company. My brain was so fogged by the whiskey that I didn't know what to make of that. I supposed it explained Fisher's reaction when I'd told him to bite me, but beyond that ... I didn't know what to think. If you have more questions about this, then maybe they could be discussed another time. In private, preferably between you and whoever has suggested they might want to. Drink from you, Loreth mumbled, burying his face in his glass. I blushed hotly. Yes, of course. I hadn't said a word to anyone about what had happened between Fisher and me. I'd scrubbed myself raw in the shower in the hopes that I'd be able to mask the smell of him on me, but the Phi could detect things like that underneath the scent of soap, apparently. Did that mean that Loreth knew I'd had sex last night? And specifically with Fisher? It didn't really matter if he did. Worrying about it wasn't going to change anything. And I didn't even know the first thing about Loreth, so who cared what he thought? He was a stranger. But I liked him. I didn't want him to stay a stranger. How did you wind up here, anyway? I asked. In Avelia. I was born here, he said. No. In the middle of this war. Oh. He waved a hand, noncommittally. Huh. Well, let's see. I was a traveling singer once, if you can believe that. He did have a pleasant enough voice when he spoke, but I couldn't picture this huge, dangerous-looking lethal warrior as a singer, of all things. A good one? I asked. A mediocre one. Turned out I was better suited to killing than I ever was at performing. Anyway, I met Fisher one night out on the road. He was on his way to help some friends. I was lying in a ditch when he found me. I buried a smirk. Drunk? No. Dead, actually. Or very nearly, anyway. He winked, though he suddenly looked a little washed out in the muted tavern lighting. I'd been attacked by 2 vampires. Strays. They weren't part of the horde, but they were hungry. They took one look at me, a scrawny kid with a lute strapped to his back alone, and decided I'd make a decent meal. They nearly drained me dry. Shit. That sounds awful. Well, it wasn't any fun, that's for sure. But it was a long time ago. Suffered worse since. Anyway, we were miles away from anywhere. I wouldn't have lasted until they could get me to help. If I died and come back turned while I was with them, there was a chance I could have killed a number of the party, and some of them didn't want to risk that. They told Fisher it would be best to run me through and have done with it, but he refused. Made, Tim said. Up camp for the night? and he transported me to he carried me in his arms. For fuck's sake, I was a lot smaller then. Loreth stressed A put me in a bed, and he had healers come and tend to me, and he waited to see what they'd say. They weren't optimistic about my odds. I had more venom than blood in my veins, and there are limits to what even the most skilled healer can accomplish under those circumstances. They told him to go back to the wolves, and when I passed, they would bury me beneath a yew tree out in one of the fields that bordered the estate. But Fisher didn't do that. What did he do? Loreth tossed his head back and laughed. Something I'm sure I've given him innumerable reasons to regret, since he made me his brother by blood. He gave me a part of his soul, a part of his. I hadn't heard him right. The alcohol was making my ears play tricks on me. If souls existed, and I wasn't entirely convinced that they did, then you couldn't just go around giving pieces of your own away. It's an ancient right. Loreth said one very few know how to perform anymore. But Fisher's father had almost died once, and his friend had used it to save him. So he'd made sure Fisher knew it, too, in case, one day, he was able to use it to save the life of someone who was important to him. But you were a stranger. Loreth's sharp blue eyes glittered hard as diamonds. He took a sip of his whiskey and set the glass down, regarding it. Yes, a stranger. And Fisher did it anyway. He bonded a small part of himself to the scrap of life that was clinging on inside me. And that was that. I was still sick as a dog, but death loosened his grip on me. I knew I was going to live, and so did Kingfisher. A told me I was leaving to find the other wolves, that he'd be back in 3 months. He said I could go as soon as I was feeling better, if that's what I wanted to do. But that there was a place here for me as well, if I preferred the idea of that instead. And you chose to stay here and to fight. Slowly, Loreth nodded. I had no family, no one who needed me to be anywhere else, so I figured, fuck it. I only have a life because of him. Anyway, might as well work my ass off and do enough good with the time I have left to be worthy of the gift that he'd given me. I stayed at Kolish. The moment I was on my feet again, I started training. Before that point, I'd never even held a sword, but I gave it everything I had. And I ate. I ate so much fucking food. Cook would scream the moment he saw me strolling into the kitchen. Fisher came back 3 months later. He didn't find me at Kolish. Primera ha. Isse, waiting for him at the war camp, 1/2 foot taller and twice the weight I'd been when he'd left. Most importantly, I was ready to kill vampires. Wait, you crossed on the Marin on foot? I asked incredulously. Fisher had said only Fae with suicidal tendencies attempted to cross the mountains that stood watch between Irin and Kule. I did. Took me 9 days, and I nearly got buried by an avalanche, but I made it here in the end. You're lucky you didn't die. Wait, what would have happened? If you had died, what would have happened to the piece of his soul Fisher gave you? Good question. Good question. If I die first, the piece of Fisher's soul returns to him. He becomes whole again. Everybody has a big party. The end. But if he dies first, he's condemned to wait here for me to die before he can move on. He'd be trapped here in an uncorporeal state, unable to touch anything or anyone, unable to be heard. That's the sacrifice he made when he decided to give me the gift of life. It's happened before. The Fae male or female who tore off a piece of their soul dies first, of natural or unnatural causes, and then the recipient lives on, in fine health, for another 2,000 years. Take Sowers, queen of the Lassian Fae, for example. Her mother, who was queen before her, saved her life when she was a child. 180 years later, her mother is murdered by unknown entities, and Sowers rises to power. She's young and beautiful. She likes being queen. She surrounds herself with infatuated males who are willing to die to keep her safe. and so she announces that she plans to live forever. She takes tonics and elixirs and is rumored to drink vampire blood to extend her life. Nearly 3,000 years have passed since her mother died, and Sowers doesn't look a day over 30. Meanwhile, her mother's spirit has been chained to her, forced to witness the world of the living without being able to interact with it, without being able to move on to her eternal rest, ... Double quotes. Lorith looked sick to his stomach. I had to admit, I felt a little sick myself. 2. The idea that anyone could condemn their own mother to such a lonely, awful existence, as well as the inevitable madness that was sure to set in, was incomprehensible to me. Fisher says he's not worried about what happens to him if he dies first, Loreth said. And I'm not worried either. Truth is, I plan on dying first, anyway. But if the fates guide the stars in a different direction, and are better, angels claim him first. I won't permit a single breath into my body beyond the last one. Kingfisher takes be my own and I'll make sure the piece of soul he loaned to me finds its way back to him. And if the fates consider it just, and I've done enough to earn a place at his side, I'll go quietly and happily with my brother into whatever lies beyond. Chapter 25. Ballard. Kingfisher barely said a word to me when he took me back to the estate that night. I swayed a little and almost certainly slurred a lot when I told him I wanted to stay in the camp, but he refused to listen. His features had formed a blank mask when he found me in the tavern, drinking with Loreth. They were still blank when he made sure I was safely transported into his bedroom, and blanker still when he bid me a curt good night and left. The next morning, I woke to a splitting headache and a small fox licking my face. The sun was high in the sky, and Fisher hadn't come for me. He didn't come at all that day. After eating a greasy breakfast that made me feel much better, I spent the afternoon exploring Kolish, wandering through the rooms, feeling displaced and useless. I didn't belong here, and while the estate was beautiful and cozy and felt as though it had been loved at some point, I couldn't see how Kingfisher fit in here, either. The place was built for a family. There were supposed to be children tearing along the halls, and the sound of laughter in the air. But the grand house echoed with a painful silence that filled me with sadness. I imagined Kingfisher's mother receiving the letter from the king, informing her that she was to report to the Winter Palace with all of her assets in tow, where she would be married to him and was expected to start a whole new life. Imagined her looking at her dark-haired boy and wondering what kind of life he would lead in a court full of vipers beyond the walls of this sanctuary. I ate dinner in Fisher's bedroom, sitting at his desk, and then, when darkness fell, I curled up in his bed and cuddled with Onyx until I passed into a restless sleep. I became uneasy when Fisher didn't come for me the next morning. I'd missed out on the opportunity to run 3 trials yesterday, and I didn't want to miss another 3. By mid-morning, I was pacing back and forth and so agitated that the fire sprites stopped coming by to see if I needed anything, and even Onyx grumbled at me and slunk off outside to chase squirrels in the snow. At 3 in the afternoon, he finally showed his face. There was no sudden crack of a shadow gate appearing in the bedroom, though there was a perfunctory knock at the door. It being his bedroom, he didn't wait for an invitation to enter. He opened the door and just stood there, looking at me. "You're wearing my shirt," he said eventually. "Yeah, well, there wasn't anything else to wear," I answered hotly. "All of the clothes from the room I had with Kedian are gone. Archer showed me to another room down the hall, but that one was full of dresses, and I think we both know how I feel about those." Fisher grunted. "It's too big for you," he noted. I had noticed he wasn't wearing black today. Not all black, anyway. His cloak was the darkest green, as was his shirt. The shadows underneath his eyes were the color of livid bruises, though, and he seemed paler than usual. He clearly hadn't been sleeping well, and there was a cut on his cheek. It looked fresh, but not that fresh. From yesterday, probably, ... "What happened?" I asked, getting up from the bed. Nothing. A pack of feeders were moving along the border about an hour to the north. Wren thought we should go check it out before they sprung any surprises on us or tried to cross further up the river, but it was nothing. We clashed briefly. The feeders turned and fled. I didn't know what to do with that. He'd gone out to fight, and I'd been traipsing around his old house, snacking on cake and drinking cups of tea, and there was a cut on his face. I didn't know what kind of emotion that provoked in me, but I didn't like it much. "I'm going to see Taylina," he said, and the announcement twisted something deep inside me. I was a burning, drowning wreck of a girl, and I didn't even know what to do to save myself. I smiled faintly. "Oh, say hi to her for me. Taylina, Live. Here somewhere. I knew that much. I hadn't tried to find her since Fisher dropped me off the other night, though I hadn't wanted the company. Or else, very unfairly, I hadn't wanted her company, which was ridiculous. I knew. I'll be with her for a couple of hours. When I'm done, I'll be back for you," he said. "I'm staying at the camp tonight." He shook his head. "No, we're staying somewhere else tonight. There's something I want to show you." "Something I want to show you" sounded ominous as hell. "And staying somewhere else." That was a little unnerving, too. I wore a pathway in the rug at the end of Fisher's bed, and then I went and stood by the window overlooking the darkening lawns, gnawing on my fingernails. I was jumpy by the time Fisher returned. I yelped, startled, when he stole quietly into the room. The scrape on his cheek was gone. The purple bruises beneath his eyes weren't as vivid as they had been when he'd arrived either. He looked refreshed. His mood seemed lighter as well, which did little to make me feel better. Any sane person would have been happy that the Lord of College wasn't as grouchy as usual, but for some reason, it irked me endlessly. "I think you'll find everything you need in here," he said, offering a small canvas bag to me. "Where are we going?" "It's better if I just show you, I think." "Will I be coming back?" It made little sense that this question came out like a string-lad squeak, but he was being so cryptic, and I had no idea what was happening, and I'd had plenty of time to work myself up into a frenzy. "Yes, of course you'll be coming back. Bring the fox if it'll make you feel better." Since when did Fisher care about what I was feeling? And he was letting me bring Onyx. "Stop looking at me like that," he said. "Why?" I asked suspiciously. "Gods and fucking sinners. Never mind. Let's just go." I stepped out of the shadow gate into a darkened clearing surrounded by tall trees. On the far side of the clearing, small marquees were erected beneath a giant tree that was so big, its boughs so huge, that it dwarfed the others and made them seem tiny in comparison. Bright lights twinkled everywhere I looked, a million of them flaring and flickering in the trees and the long grass that stretched out before us like a carpet. The early evening air hummed with soft, upbeat music, the smell of cooking meat, sugar, and the sound of many voices. Onyx squirmed in my arms, yipping excitedly, demanding to be put down. Gave him what he wanted and watched, dumbfounded, as he bounded off, a splash of white amid the long grasses, speeding toward the marquees. It was chilly enough here that there were fires burning over by the stalls. Primera, cold, juiced. About make out Onyx bouncing around one, begging the female who was cooking over it for some food. "Is he safe?" I asked. Fisher pouted. "Probably. Winter foxes are good at sensing danger. If he thought any of these people meant him harm, he'd be off hiding somewhere already." Well, that was reassuring at least. But I was still confounded by what I was seeing. "What is this place? What's happening here?" "This," he said, rubbing at the back of his neck, "is Ballard. It's quotes S. I came here once or twice when I was little. It's just a small village. Tonight's one of their feast days. They're celebrating the longest night of the year." "And why are we here?" Oh gods, had he come to destroy this lovely village, and brought me along to witness the hard things that fell to him sometimes? Fisher read all of this in my face, I thought. because he shook his head, looking up, little perturbed. They have something we need, that's all. Once we habit, we'll leave them in peace. No one's in any danger, not from me at least. Are you planning on attacking anyone? No. Glad to hear it. Come on! I smell Bettel biscuits. I haven't had one of those in at least 120 years. The residents of Ballard were a mixture of hi-fi and lesser-fi. Crechusa, snapshot of the five folk I hadn't experienced yet. Tiny, lightning, fast pixies who showered our hair with flower petals as they darted through the lowest of the trees' boughs on iridescent wings. Shy, long-limbed dryads with silver hair to their waists and flowing green robes, who ventured from the shadows of the forest 4 minutes at a time, then disappeared again. Brownies, satyrs. There were even 3 nymphs, giggling and splashing in the river that cut through the south side of the hill. None of them seemed surprised to see us, though we were watched by curious eyes as we made our way into the center of the gathering. There were food stalls, and stands exploding with a million varieties of brightly colored flowers, and booths with games. At the heart of the festivities, musicians gathered in a circle around a roaring bonfire, belting out a lively tune, while a female satyr sang a bawdy song about an old carpenter who couldn't keep his wood hard. Fisher tried to buy drinks for us from a female, carrying a tray of ale around the festivities, but she shook her bouncy blonde curls, grinning, and told him no money was changing hands tonight. The houses, sporadically placed amongst the trees, were simple and rustic, but they held an undeniable, cozy charm. There were vegetable patches everywhere, which honestly blew my mind. I knew how food was grown. I'd spoken to the farmers who came to trade with us in Zilveron, before Maud placed the third under quarantine. I'd paid rapt attention as they'd explained how they tended their crops and harvested them, but seeing carrots, cabbages, leeks, and beans growing right out of the dirt was fascinating. Ballard was full of life. It spilled out of the ground, and hovered in the trees, and hung in the air like sweet music. The young ran around, laughing and playing games, while their parents ate and drank together companionably, and the elderly sat by the fire and gossiped. An unfamiliar ache thrummed at the center of my chest as Fisher guided me to a small, grassy slope near the fire and indicated that I should sit. This place was a home. The residents of Ballard weren't oppressed. No one was looming over them, threatening them with death if they didn't fall into line. The food and water they needed to survive weren't, rationed to the point that they didn't know if they would make it from one day to the next. And there was no war here. No vampires, no Malcolm, no Bella. This is what I always wanted for Hayden for when he was little. I blurted out the confession without even thinking. Somewhere peaceful and safe, where he could have thrived. Fisher hooked the insides of his elbows around his bent knees, looking down into his beer as he thought about this. He could still thrive. He sighed softly. Sounds like Swift got him a good job and a place to live. Oh, if only that would be enough to tame Hayden, I said ruefully. My brother ran wild as a child. He's basically feral. He also has a crippling gambling addiction that's already earned him for broken bones. If I ever make it home, it'll be a miracle if I find him still alive. Fisher didn't look at me, but said, You will. Make it home. I can't guarantee your brother will be alive, but ... Thanks for the reassurance, but you'll have to forgive me if I don't fall down from relief. You might remember that I still have to crack the transmutation process and turn thousands of rings into relics. And that, I said wearily, is beginning to sound like a lifetime's work. Fisher Segay digging the heel of his boot into the grass. I'm going to help you with that, he said. I'm sorry. Did you just say you're going to help me with my work? Did I hear that correctly? He pulled a face. If I'm helping you in the forge, we might actually have a fighting chance of getting this done. It'll also mean that I won't have to put up with Danya's constant death threats. You don't think she'll come and threaten you at the forge? She can't threaten me if she can't find me, he said. I was not a graceful victor. I told you so was one of my favorite things too, say, but I refrain from rubbing it in too much. It's funny. It's almost as if you were completely wrong when you said all that mess with your friends would be blown over by morning, I mused. I don't think Danya's ever going to forgive you for disappearing on them. I expected a snarky response to this, but Fisher just smiled sadly. He took a drink, the warm orange glow from the fire, casting his features in bronze and turning his midnight black curls to a dark, warm brown. I don't know what you mean. Danya's already back to her delightful, cheery self, eh? Was joking? Had to be. No way anyone would have kept her around for so long if she was really this abrasive. We were quiet for a while. We drank our ale and watched the musicians play. And around Wose, Ballard, Rebege, it wasn't long before a group of female adolescents started doing laps around the fire, giggling behind their hands, throwing furtive glances Fisher's way. They looked like they were about 12 or 13 in human years, that awkward age between childhood and the chaos of puberty, though I had no idea how old they were in Phi terms. Fisher hadn't thrown any sharp barbs at me at all yet, so I decided to risk a question. How do you age here? Your children, you all live for so long, but ... Are you born, and then you stay a child for 100 years? Or he shook his head. A child is vulnerable. Weaker than an adult. Too liable to be picked off by predators. Our offspring actually age twice as fast as human children. We're fully grown by 21 or 20. That's when the aging process slows down dramatically. Predators, plenty of dark and hungry things lurk in the forgotten corners of this realm, little Osha. At least 4 different kinds of banshee feed from the souls of the very young, their vibrant energies, just too potent for them to resist. Then there are wraiths and saw-toothed mermaids, and a whole plethora of creatures that like to burst out of the ground and swallow whole anything they can fit inside their jaws. You've really got to watch where you're putting your feet around here. Gods alive, I'd known Avelia was rife with danger, but I hadn't realized how precarious a person's safety was here. There's also the plant life, poisonous thorns and carnivorous flower buds. If those don't kill you, they'll sure as hell leave a mark. And then, of course, Fisher noted, his eyes darkening, there's Malcolm. He didn't say the vampires. He said Malcolm, as if the pale figure with the silver hair I'd seen on the other side of the riverbank was solely responsible for the death and destruction his horde left in its wake. His hatred alone would wipe the world clean of life if it were given free rein. A chilled wind blew, snaking icy fingers down the back of my shirt and making me shiver. I thought there had been a blast of wind anyway, but the air seemed strangely still all of a sudden, as if the world were holding its breath. Change the subject? Ceres, for the love of the gods, change the subject. You're causing quite a stir, I said into my cup of ale as I drank. I eyed the gaggle of young girls as they completed their 4th lap around the fire, still throwing hopeful glances Fisher's way. I think this little group might be wondering if the Lord of Kulish is in the market for a Lady of Kulish, I said teasingly. I didn't think Fisher would love the comment, per se, but I figured he'd at least know that I was joking. His hand tightened around his mug, his shoulders drawing up uncomfortably around his ears. You shouldn't call me that. I'm not. Lord of Kalish, he bit out. But ... that is your title. Weren't you your father's only son? That doesn't matter. I'm not. He changed tack. A lord is charged with watching over his people. He protects them, defends them, creates a safe place for them to live. Do you know where they are now? The people who used to live on my lands? An awful anger burned in his eyes as he looked at me. I wasn't going to like what he was about to tell me, but I answered anyway. I don't. On the wrong side of the darn bang for the blood of their own fucking children, he said bitterly. Or else they've abandoned their homes and moved away, where they won't have the entire Senesrothian horde kicking down their front doors in the middle of the night. 110 years. I left them for 110 years. Ren and the others did everything they could to stem the tide. It's not their fault. I was supposed to be here to protect them. Primera fa, I led them, so I don't deserve to be called Lord of Koli. I am Lord of nothing. The arrogance he wore like plate armor was gone, all of the artifice. The walls that stood between him and the outside world. Gone the silver in his eye, pulsed, reflecting the light from the fire, relentless as ever, giving him no peace. It hurt to see him like this, torn wide open by a grief that I could see now lived, just below the surface of the stony, give no fucks facade he presented to the world. My throat ached. I wanted to reach out and take his hand, but the lines were so blurred. Now, would he accept that small comfort, or would he laugh and spit in my face? I had my own defenses in play. My walls were just as tall as his, and just as thick. I didn't know if I'd survive that kind of rejection if he turned around and mocked me for thinking I could be any kind of support to him. Courage, I thought to myself. And also, fuck him. If he showed cruelty in the face of kindness, then he deserved to be miserable and alone. He drew in a deep breath, and was about to reach for him. Why haven't you said anything? He demanded, twisting to face me. I was about to. I just ... I was thinking it through. Not about that. He exhaled sharply down his nose. About the other night. What happened? With us, No further clarification needed there. I searched his face, my heart working overtime. You made it very clear that, as far as you were concerned, it was going to be a one-time thing, I said slowly. You made it very clear that you could hate me and still want to fuck me. And I'm not the type of person who keeps throwing herself at the things that hurt her. So no, I haven't brought it up. What would have been the point? Would you have made me a cup of tea and sat and listened while I tried to convince you how good we could be together? He snorted dismissively. Exactly. I don't. Watching Fisher grasp for the right words was wild. I don't hate you, Eru said out. He exhaled as if the admission had cost him dearly. But there are things you don't understand. Things that make it impossible for me. Bless the stars, I was right. A rasping voice declared. Neither of us had noticed the figure approaching from the other side of the fire. A woman stood before us, her craggy face lined with age. It was difficult to tell where one wrinkle began and another ended. She was short for a member of the Fae and tall for a human, though I couldn't tell which she was. She kind of looked like she might be human, but then she smiled broadly, displaying a pair of worn but still elongated canines, and the question of her heritage was resolved. I do love keeping an eye on the sky, she croaked. Kingfisher. Sightings are very rare around these parts, but I knew I'd get lucky one of these days if I kept looking. Fisher plastered a smile on his face, convincing, but it didn't reach his eyes. Not completely. He groaned, heaving himself to his feet, as if he wasn't perhaps Ivilia's most infamous bloodied warrior, at the height of his power, and that his old bones were aching instead. To my surprise, he wrapped his arms around the old woman and hugged her hard. Evening, Wendy, he said. She squeezed him tight, then made a very theatrical show of shoving him off away. Evening, Wendy? Don't you evening? Wendy me? I've been making those cursed biscuits for you every year, and you haven't once bothered to show up and eat them. No one else likes them. You cheeky shit. What a waste of ingredients. Fisher regarded her very seriously, but the genuine edge that had been missing from his smile seconds ago finally emerged, his eyes dancing with amusement. I'm sorry, I've been terribly rude. I owe you an apology. She clouded the top of his arm, the highest point of his body that she could reach. You owe me money, she cried. Do you know how expensive sugar is these days? Fisher laughed. Really laughed. The sound was rich and deep, and made something inside me sit up straight. When I'd picked up a pitcher at the winter palace and filled a glass for myself, for the first time, I'd thought the sound of that rushing, free water would be my favorite sound until the day I died. I was wrong. The sound of Fisher's genuine laughter was rarer than water had ever been back in Zoo. It almost brought tears to my eyes to hear it. I'll see what I can do about opening up some of those trade lines. Fisher, promise. Wendy grunted and made a face so grumpy that it almost had me laughing. Don't bother. Traders bring too much bad news with their wares these days. We'd rather go without. She grabbed hold of Fisher by the waist, skeezing him like she was inspecting a piece of fruit at market. Wherever you've been, they haven't been feeding you properly. Anyway, come on. I have 2 spots saved at my table and 2 large bowls of beef stew waiting, too. Thank you, Wendy. She pinned him under a vicious gaze. I know you're not about to forget your manners and make me introduce myself to your pretty little companion, Kingfisher of the Gate. Fisher paled, his lips parting. He looked struck dumb. But I was already getting to my feet, offering out my hand to Wendy. I'm Sarah's Fane. A Zilveron girl. God's alive. Wendy grabbed me by the shoulders and held on to me, looking me up and down. I felt it. I knew the moment the gates opened again. I felt you pass through. There was a buzzing in the air that day. It's very nice to meet you, I replied. She'd sensed me coming through the gate. Was that possible? Ivelia was a land of unexpected magic and unique beings. She'd taken one look at me and known I was from Zil. That was pretty impressive all by itself. Wendy half closed her eyes, peering at me through the slits of her lowered eyelids. Her mouth slowly hinged open as she took me in. She sniffed me. More than just a companion. Then Wendy scowled at Fisher out of the corner of her cloudy eye. She's a friend, Fisher said, without a hint of feeling in his voice. A temporary one. She'll be heading back to Zilveron soon, where she'll go back to her life and forget all about the things that have happened here. Wendy nodded, mouth still open. She did not look like she believed him. Is that so? Didn't you say something about Stu? He wasn't as testy with Wendy as he was with me. Most of the time something told me he wouldn't have gotten away with it, but he was growing tenser by the moment. Wendy took pity on him and let the matter drop. Yes, stew, and husk cakes, and potatoes, and honey-glazed carrots. 2 aren't leaving Ballard until you're splitting at the seams and can't fit another bite in sight of you. Come. Wendy wasn't joking. She filled our plates for us again and again, moving back and forth between savory and sweet dishes as she remembered that there was this smoked meat or that dessert that she wanted us to try. I had more drinks than I should have, considering the amount of whiskey I'd burned through with Loreth 2 nights earlier, but the beer wasn't strong at all, and only gave me a sweet, warm feeling in my chest. Fisher didn't balk when his beer was repeatedly refilled, either, which surprised me. He raised a questioning eyebrow at me when he caught me watching him as he drained his 6th cup. What is it? He asked. Oh, nothing. I just figured you'd cut yourself off after 2 or something. Been waiting for you to come out with something along the lines of ... I cleared my throat, pitching my voice low. A good warrior never dulls his senses with drink. I must always be ready to fight. Fisher leaned back in his chair. That's supposed to be me? That is, you, I said. Bullshit. I don't sound that pretentious. You sound worse. Hey, a tiny pixie girl with gauzy pink wings was balancing on the edge of my plate, trying to roll off one of my battle biscuits. The cookie was almost as big as she was. It would flatten her if it toppled over. On her! She shouted, high-pitched and angry. When I took the biscuit, You're going to hurt yourself, I scolded. How did you think you were going to fly and carry that at the same time? It was tough to make out what she said, but I was pretty sure I heard the words, none of your and business, with some other colorful words thrown in for good measure. I pretended to be deeply offended, but still, I broke the biscuit up into little pieces, setting them on a side plate for her. There, that should be more manageable for you now. You're welcome. She made a rude hand gesture, but swiped a chunk of biscuit and launched into the night air. When I turned back to Fisher, he was lazing back in his chair, watching me very intently. I saw the tiny uptick at the corners of his mouth and leaped at the chance to torment him. Are you about to smile? Kingfisher of the Gate. What if I am? He said in a very even, masseured tone. "I can count on one hand how many times I've witnessed you do it. No one's going to believe me when we get back to camp." He did smile then, slow and rueful, head turned away as he toyed with his fork. "They'll believe you, little Osha. They've all seen me smile plenty." "Just not recently?" I whispered. "No, not recently. Smiling has been pretty hard of late." His Adam's apple bobbed. "It is getting easier, though." He seemed relaxed, but there was a tension in his shoulders that I could see, even if no one else could. The silver in his eye was going wild. I pressed the tip of my tongue against the inside of my teeth to stop myself from spoiling the moment with inappropriate questions, but I knew he was suffering. He was always suffering. "Unnord more, Anarath more." The voices came from out of nowhere, loud and full of terror. "Unnorit more, Unnorit more, Unnorith more." Louder, faster, louder, faster still. I gripped the edge of the table, unable to catch my breath over the roar. "Saris? Darling Geralt, can you hear me? Are you all right?" Ballard snapped back into sharp focus. My plate was on the floor at my feet, and the grass was littered with beteled biscuits. Kingfisher stared at me in wide-eyed shock. It was Wendy who had spoken, voice full of worry. I sat stiff as a boar while she pressed the back of her hand to my forehead. No temperature to speak of. "Are you well, Saris? You took a funny turn there." "Yes, I'm fine. I swallowed thickly. "I was just a little dizzy, that's all." "Oh, no." It wasn't just Fisher and Wendy who'd noticed. A group by the fire had stopped talking and were watching us. A couple of Fey women, leaning against the trunk of the massive oak tree 20 feet away, were also talking quietly, their eyes full of concern as they looked over. I swallowed down my alarm, smiling as convincingly as I could. "Really, I'm okay, I promise. He knows, he can tell you, just heard something." The little voice in the back of my head was right. Fisher was white as a sheet and looking uneasy as he pushed his chair back so he could pick up my plate. "It's been a long day," he said, setting my plate back on the table. "We've eaten and drunk too much, I think. The exhaustion's kicking in." Wendy nodded. Of course. Well, you know where you're going, don't you, although I suppose it has been a long time. Do you remember the way?" Fizzer chuckled good-naturedly, giving the old female a one-armed hug. "The rest of me might not be perfect, but my memory is," he said. "Night, Wendy." I gave the female a hug, too, my eyes pricking at the surprising display of maternal warmth. She was still calling after us, bidding us good night, as Onyx bolted ahead of us up the path, carrying a betel biscuit in his mouth. We were going back to Kolish. There was no way Fisher would choose to stay here after my strange little episode, but he didn't open up a shadow gate and drag me back through it, as I thought he would. He was quiet as he led me into the line of the trees, and past the quaint houses that lined the walkway, flexed out his hands by his sides a couple of times before slipping them into his paketsi, didn't seem to know what to do with them. The walkways into the forest were only wide enough to accommodate a small cart. Perhaps they were deserted, though, with everyone still back at the clearing, enjoying the celebrations. Fisher stopped in the middle of the path so abruptly that I nearly ran into his back. "Those words you said back there, why did you say them?" he demanded. "I'd said them out loud." "Damn, I don't know. I really don't." It came out off nowhere. I was sitting there, listening to you say something about smiling. Antenbaum, it was all I could hear. "Anorat moran. Anorat moran. Anorat eme." "Stop." Fisher held up his hand as if it were a shield. Don single quotes, say that. Please don't say that. He had been annoyed, mad, irritated, turned on, and a million other things in front of me, but he'd never been afraid before. The Quicksilver pushed those words into my mind when you forced me to hold it back at the Winter Palace. "What do they mean?" I asked, stepping toward. "Eme. He stepped back at the same time, shaking his head. It's better if you don't ask. I can't tell you anyway, so just don't. Fisher. He lunged for me, grabbing me by the hand. Come on, let's go. The forest village of Ballard whipped past in a blur as Fisher tugged me along behind him. The trees were full of twinkling lights. Pretty ponds and grassy areas with benches lined the paths. Music still hung in the air, though distant now, as he took me further into the forest. Eventually, we came to a cobblestone square with a circular fountain at its center. The statue in the fountain, a female with flowing, beautiful hair and a heart-shaped, gently smiling face, held a stone urn, from which a steady stream of water poured into the pool at her feet. The sound of the trickling water would have been soothing, had Fisher not been so agitated. He charged across the square, angling his head, away from the statue, beelining for an innocuous red doorway between two small shops, a bakery and a tailor's. By the looks of things, Fisher, slow, ... I nearly tripped over my own feet as I passed the fountain, my eyes trailing over the small brass plaque at the base of the woman's feet, and something painful clicked into place. I realized why the statue looked so familiar now. She looked an awful lot like Evelyn, and she had Kingfisher's high cheekbones. Or rather, he had her high cheekbones. Adina of the Seven Towers, Lady of Coolish, Kingfisher's mother. He'd said she had brought him here as a child. She was important to the people of Ballard. Fisher was, too. I'd figured that out even before Wendy had come to tell him off for neglecting her for so long. Everyone had been very subtle about it, but the villagers had been very aware of his presence. He wasn't a stranger. Eder had never been one by my reckoning, and now he was opening up a door to a building on the square because he had a fucking key? Come on. He gestured to the open doorway. Let's go inside. It's getting cold. The temperature was a terrible excuse. Coolish was much colder than Ballard, and he walked around there in just a shirt and pants, without batting an eyelid. I understood why he wanted to get inside, though, and I had no plans on stopping him. The door opened to a narrow stairway. Just one flight, candles in wall. Sconces sparked to life as Kingfisher motioned for me to go ahead of him. I started to climb. Onyx slipped through my feet, forever nosy, wanting to go first. His claws made a clattering sound against the wooden floorboards as he hopped up each step. The air smelled of dust and neglect. When I reached the top of the stairs, I found myself surrounded by ghosts. But before I could panic, flames bloomed at the wicks of more candles on the other side of the room, and I saw that the eerie white shapes weren't ghosts after all. Just large pieces of furniture draped with dust sheets. Even the pictures hanging on the walls had been covered. 3 large windows overlooked the courtyard and the fountain, but Fisher was already on it, crossing the modest living room and drawing the thick burgundy velvet curtains, closed at each of them, blocking out any view of the kind-looking woman, pouring water from her urn below. This wasn't just an apartment Fisher had rented for the night. This place belonged to Fisher. It had belonged to his mother once, maybe, and now it was. E.E.S. I paced around the room, running my hand over the sheets. Onyx's nose was glued to the ground as he trotted about, snuffling intensely. He sneezed explosively, then went right back to inhaling all the dust. I was about to pull down the sheet from the large painting above the fireplace, but Fisher's hand caught my wrist. "Don't," he said, but then, a little softer, he added, "Not tonight." Why were we even here? This seemed like prodding an open wound for him, but he'd been the one to bring me to Ballard. "Bathrooms through there," he said, pointing through a doorway to our left. "There are 2 bedrooms down there. I'll take the smallest. That used to be mine. Anyway, 2 bedrooms. He was sleeping in his own room. I was to sleep in the other. I wasn't surprised by that. Fisher might deign to fuck me, but I was under no illusions that he'd want to sleep in the same room as me. Thanks. Oh shit, I winced. I left my bag back in the clearing. I wasn't thinking. I'll have to go back and get it. But Kingfisher held out his hand, and his palm became a wreath of black smoke, which became a piece of canvas, which became the forgotten bag. "Here," he said softly. "Night, little Osha." Chapter 26. Ash and Cinders. I woke to screaming. The sound was full of raw Teretha kind of sound, person made right before they were murdered. I leaped out of bed and collided with a piece of furniture, smashing my big toe. Fuck! 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 I didn't know this bedroom. It had been pitched when I'd come in here. I'd only been able to find the bed by patting around in the Dargahs only knew what kind of obstruction stood between me and the door. Gods only knew where the door was. The screaming intensified, primera eventua lie. Found the door handle and then nearly tripped over a panting Onyx as he shot past me out of the door. I followed the white smudge of his body down the hall. "Stop!" "No!" I said, "No! Stop!" Fisher yelled. Without thinking twice, I ripped the door open and charged inside. Curtains weren't drawn in here, and moonlight flooded through the windows, painting everything luminous silver. Wearing just his pants, Fisher lay in the center of a bed that was way too small for his body. On top of the sheets, shivering, his skin running with sweat. At first, I thought he was having a nightmare, but then I saw that his eyes were open and fixed on the ceiling. He blinked, and a tear rolled from the corner of his eye, racing over his temple and running into his hair. "Fisher!" He shook in reaction to my voice. At his sides, his hands clenched, gripping at the sheets. "Go," Fisher said in a cracked voice. He watched me out of the corner of his eye, though his head didn't move on the pillow. "What's wrong, Arya? Go." "I can't just go. Something's wrong with you." "I'll be fine." A ripple of pain passed over his face, his eyes rolling back into his head. His back arched off the bed as he gritted his teeth, screaming out a vicious curse in Old Fi. "Fuck! Stop! 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 Stop!" he chanted. "Please, stop! Stop!" The episode, the seizure, hell, whatever it was that was causing him so much distress ebbed, and I watched, heart pulsing in the base of my throat, as his body eased back onto the mattress. As soon as his back was flush with the bed, the shaking started up again. "Mind made up," I said. "I'm going to find someone. This isn't right." No. Fisher tried to swallow, but that seemed too painful to accomplish, so he cleared his throat instead. "It'll end soon. Eru set out." "How soon?" "And ... an hour, maybe 2. I single LL ... Be fine, Fisher." "No. You need help. There must be a healer here." "Just ... please. Get me some water." "That'll help." "Then ... go back to bed. Get some ... sleep." "Yeah. Right. Sleep." With him in pain in the next room, screaming at the top of his lungs. That wasn't happening. He was so fucking stubborn. "I'll be back in a second," I told him. All of the candles had guttered out long ago, and I wasn't blessed with magic that could simply conjure flames when I needed them, so I went scavenging. In the living room, I pulled open one of the curtains, thanking the gods when the moonlight lit up the furniture and all the other tripping hazards that stood between me and the kitchen. I found a dusty glass in one of the cupboards, filled it from a pitcher on the sideboard, and returned to Fisher as quickly as I could. In my absence, Onyx had jumped up onto the bed and tucked himself into the male's side, resting his head on Fisher's stomach. He whined when I entered the room, his eyes moving from me to Fisher as if he were trying to tell me something. "Can you lift your head?" I asked. "No, I can't move. ... anything." Fisher closed his eyes, screwing them shut. "All right, I'm going to help you. Then just ... set it on the nightstand. I single quote LL. Drink it later." Each word was labored. His body was so tense that it looked as though the tendons in his neck and arms were on the verge of snapping. I'm not leaving you here like this, you idiot. I climbed up onto the bed and lifted his head up. It took considerable effort to get my hands beneath his shoulders and to lift his torso enough for me to slide in behind him, but I managed. Resting my back against the headboard, I let him lean back into me so that his head was propped against my stomach, a leg on either side of his body. He didn't protest when I held the glass to his lips and carefully poured some water into his mouth. It took a long time for him to drink, but sure enough, he drained the whole glass. "You can go now. I think it's single," quotes. Passing. He was so full of shit. If his trembling was anything to go by, this episode was just getting started. "I'm not going anywhere." His hair was plastered to the side of his face in wet, dark waves. His eyes met mine, and my heart stopped for 2 beats when I saw the quicksilver in his right eye. It pulsed, nearly covering his whole iris, leaving only the smallest crescent of green to shine through. "I'll make you go if... I have to," he ground out. Make me? Oh, he'd make me, would he? This fucking asshole. I was trying to help him, and he was dead set on pushing me away. How could he be so infuriating, even when he was incapacitated and incoherent from pain? I spoke clearly, so there would be no misunderstanding me. "If you use the oath, you tricked me into 2. Force me from this room right now. I will never forgive you. I will find a way to make your life absolutely fucking miserable. In fact, while we're here and having such a lovely conversation about this, you're never going to compel me against my will again, do you hear me? Do you understand? I am not fucking around, Fisher. If you have any respect for me, if you care about me, even the tiniest, most minuscule amount, you will never, ever compel me again. Do you understand?" He licked his lips, eyes burning into me. Even though I was upside down in his field of vision, he must have been able to make out the fury on my face, because his eyelids shuttered, and he gave a small nod. "I understand. Great. Now stop telling me to leave. I'm staying." Again, another nod. "Okay, the next 4 hours, not 1. Not 2. 4 were rough." Onyx hid his face in the sheets whenever another wave of delirium washed over Fisher. I held onto him as best I could when he bowed up from the bed, but that didn't seem to help. So I let his body contort and shake. The chain around Fisher's neck stuck too. His skin, the pendant with the crossed daggers wrapped in vines, rested in the hollow of his throat, wet with his sweat, and I glowered at the cursed thing, wondering why the fuck it wasn't doing its job. This was because of the quicksilver. There was no doubt in my mind about that. Even if I hadn't seen how badly it had spread across his eye, I'd have known from the chanting I could, hear in the back of my mind all of the time now. Anorat more. Anorat more. Anorat more. Thunder in my ears. A bleak omen. During the darkest hours of the night, when clouds must have swept across, the moon in the room was thick with shadows. Fisher stilled for a while. "Tell me something. Distract me. Sometimes it'll ease. If... My mind goes elsewhere." I ran my hands along his shoulders, working my thumbs into his taut muscles, as I had been for the past hour. I wasn't surprised when the ink beneath his skin drew closer to the places where our skin met. I watched it climb my fingers, forming shapes and then runes and delicate designs as they inched upward. There was every chance they'd still be there in the morning, but I couldn't bring myself to care right now. "What should I tell you?" I asked. "Anything. Tell me about your life." Before? I sat for a moment, wrestling with that. I didn't know where to begin. There were a lot of things I didn't want to talk about. Many things I didn't want to remember. Dangerous corners of my mind I had no desire to return to. Fisher's head shifted against my stomach. "Why are you frowning like that?" he asked. I glanced down and found that he was the one frowning up at me. Brow wasn't rolling with perspiration anymore. The shaking seemed to have slowed down a little too. A relief? I don't know. I have very few bright, happy memories to share from Silvarin. I'd touched Fisher's skin plenty over the past few hours, so I didn't even think about it. I ran my finger over his forehead, down his temple, sweeping away the wet hair from his face. He closed his eyes, his lashes fine and delicate as strokes of black ink against his pale skin. "I don't want bright and happy," he whispered roughly. "I want real." Those words weighed heavy. This, from the male who refused to give me the real answers to the questions I had about him, was enough to make a girl want to scream. But my suspicions on that front that Fisher was bound in some way and couldn't enter head, at some point, solidified as fact in my mind. And look where we were! He was lying in my arms, immobile and vulnerable in every sense of the word. Laid bare. I could be a little vulnerable, too. My father died when I was 2. I don't even remember him. My mother was 4 months pregnant with Hayden when it happened. A sand dune came down on a trader's outpost on the glass flats. He was either crushed or suffocated to death. One of the two. And when we lost his income, my mother became a prostitute, I said, bluntly. This wasn't a secret back in everybody ate it. Known Iris Fane, either from exchanging chits for her time, or because the other mothers in our ward would bitch and complain as loud as the day was long about. The fact that a woman of loose morals lived amongst them. She sold her body, for food and water mostly, but she made money, too. Her client list was mostly comprised of guardians, Modres men. 5 days out of the week, she worked at this place near the market, the House of Kala. Kala's employed security, so the women who worked there were safe, for the most part. One shout from a bedroom and 5 huge bastards would kick the door down and beat the living shit out of whoever was causing trouble. But she worked from our home. Sometimes, to make ends meet. I used to watch through a crack in her bedroom door when the guardians would come, resplendent and proud, dripping in their golden armor. The man I used to apprentice for, Elroy, he loved her. She was beautiful, and full of this this fire. He'd come to the house and fix things from time to time. He never tried anything on with her, though he wasn't like that. The amount of times he took care of her when one of the palace guards beat her black and blue at her house. I shook my head, absent-mindedly, twisting a piece of Fisher's damp hair around my finger. She didn't want me to follow in her footsteps, so she made him promise to take me on in the forge. As soon as I was old enough, I was 10, when I first stepped into his workshop, and my mother, she'd already started smuggling weapons into the ward by then. It started as pieces of scrap metal, things that could be turned into weapons. Elroy was happy to make them at first. Just daggers, small knives. My mother handed them out to her friends at Callus first, to protect themselves with when they took their work home with them. But then she started bringing home swords and shields, the kinds of things that would get her killed if she was caught trading in them. I hated remembering the knocks at our door in the middle of the night while my mother was working at Callus, the masked men who would thrust heavy Hessian sacks into my hands and then sprint off into the dark. But I forced myself to do it. She had me running items from our house to the forge every day soon. After that, the guardians didn't pay much attention to a scrawny kid on her way to work. Years went by, and she started introducing me to all kinds of men. Fisher's breathing hitched. He'd been loosening up gradually, but now he stiffened again, his nostrils flaring. He didn't say a word, but I knew what he was thinking. Not those kinds of men. They never touched me. They showed me where. The entrances to various tunnels were the ones that led to the underground, reserves where Madra kept water reservoirs, plenty to supply the whole city, and then some. They showed me how to tap the tanks and siphon off, a little here and a little there. They showed me how to pick locks and how to climb. I learned how to fight with daggers and how to throw them. A rebel would stay at the house, hidden in the attic, for a week or a month. Sometimes maybe 2. Then they'd switch out, and someone new would show up. Hayden knew nothing about it. He was too young to understand most of what was happening, and he didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. So I learned how to fight, and steal, and how to take care of him, too, since our mother was never home anymore. And that's just how it was for a long time. I spent my days in the forge. After I cared for Hayden, cooked for him, kept the house clean, and then, as soon as he went to sleep, I'd be out stealing whatever we needed to live. When did you sleep? Fisher wasn't fighting against the pain anymore. It sounded like he was struggling to stay awake. I didn't, really. I took naps whenever I could, and ... I don't know, I just kept going. Sounds shit. It was, and it got worse. My mother started to get angry. She was sick of being treated like crap and degraded by the men who thought they were so much better than her. She refused to accept guardians as clients anymore. Some of her regulars, the ones who used to come to the house, didn't like that. One morning, 6 years ago, she left the house and headed to Calais, but she forgot her water, Ration. She'd left it sitting there on the kitchen table, her bottle full. Hadn't even taken a sip out of it. I knew if she didn't have it with her, she wouldn't get any water all day. So I grabbed it and chased after her. I found her in the square, already on her knees. The guardian she'd turned away from the house the night before was standing there, smug as fuck, while his underlings searched her bags. They found 2 knives on her. Tiny, pointless things. The blades were barely even 3 inches long. But that didn't matter, because the punishment for carrying a weapon in the 3rd is death, Fisher whispered. I watched them slit her throat, I said. No arrest, no trial. They love carrying out their sentencing on the spot. Saves time and energy, I suppose. Died face down in the sand, in the blistering heat, with 5 men pissing in her hair and on her back. And then they left her there. I ran to her as soon as they went, flipped her over, shook her. I shrugged, but she was already gone. Couldn't carry her by myself, so I had to run and fetch Elroy. When we got back, Tute Square, our neighbors were out there, standing over her, spitting in air. Face Elroy knocked out one man who was trying to tear the clothes off her body. What's the problem? She was a dirty, disease-riddled whore. She didn't care about the world seeing her tits. Here, how about I fucking pay her? He'd dropped a scuffed-up penny onto my mother's stomach and then kicked her in the ribs. That's when Elroy had broken his face. I didn't tell Fisher that part, though there were memories that could be put into words, even if it felt like dying to give them light and air. And then there were those that couldn't. I would never repeat the words that man said about my mother. We burned her the next morning in the dunes, a mile from the glass flats. The air was so hot that singed the insides of my nostrils. Hayden passed out, and Elroy had to carry him home. But I stayed and watched my mother's pyre until she was ash and cinders on the breeze. When I finally stumbled back home, I found our house all boarded up, the door and the windows blocked off with lengths of wood. There was a big black X painted across the stonework. Ours was the first house they quarantined. More followed, though a week later, Madra had the whole ward placed on lockdown. No in or out. They said the ward was stricken with a plague. Those days were distant, foggy nightmares that haunted both my waking and sleeping hours. Hayden's grief had turned into anger very quickly. He'd blamed our mother for the loss of our home. His friends had finally told him that she hadn't been a barmaid at Calais. Some of them told him their own fathers had. Fucked Iris Fane for the price of a cheap pitcher of beer. He'd rebelled in just about every way he could think of, and when he was done with that, he'd started with the gambling. "You stayed with Elroy?" Fisher asked. He rubbed his forehead, massaging the spot between his eyebrows, and I realized that he could move now. But he hadn't shifted from his position, leaning up against me, when he let his hand fall. Again, he let it rest against my leg. Comfortable? Familiar? No. If he'd taken us in, the guardians would have put two and two together and realized that he had made the daggers my mother had been carrying that day. I didn't want to endanger him. So, for all intents and purposes, Hayden and I disappeared. We found our own attic spaces to sleep in. Above taverns, mostly where a little noise at night wouldn't be noticeable. I'd sneak in and out of the forge, so no one knew I was working there. The skills my mother's rebel friends had taught me ended up keeping us alive. We managed. So much left out. Painful nights filled with arguments. Nights spent sleeping on hard floors, in the sweltering heat, with nothing to block out the twins at the windows. Unending hunger and a thirst that was never slaked. Managed was a generous term for what life looked like after that bastard had cut my mother's throat. Fisher finally twisted over and laid his head back on his pillow. "Come here," he said. "What?" "Don't make me drag you down here." There was a tired but playful catch in his voice. He wanted me to lie next to him. Hell, I was going to have to unpack that in the morning, honestly, because a wave of exhaustion like no other rolled over me as I scooted down the bed and straightened out my numb legs for the first time in hours. I made sure to arrange myself so that no part of my body was touching Fisher's, but he made a vexed sound and wrapped his arm around my body. Placing his hand against my stomach, he drew me close so that my back was flush with his chest. The warmth from his body was divine. I could feel his heart beating against my back, slow and ebbing in time with the soft push and pull of his breath. Somewhere toward the foot of the small bed, Onyx groaned comfortably and nestled deeper into the blankets. This was ... new. Different. Fisher hooked his fingers underneath the hem of my shirt and rested his hand against my skin. The move wasn't sexual. It was simple contact between one person and another. Grounding. Intimate. A connection. "My mother was killed, too," he whispered thickly. "We have that in common, little Osha." I wanted to ask him what he meant by that, but he had already fallen asleep. Chapter 27. Marked. It was still dark when I came to. It took me a moment to remember where I was and who was wrapped around me so close. Then I lay there, very still, not breathing, hyper-aware of the fact that Fish's hardcock was digging into my us, and he was almost certainly awake. I'd shared enough beds with enough people to know by someone's breathing if they were conscious or not, and Fisher's breathing wasn't the shallow draw of someone still lost in sleep. It was deep and far too measured, and he felt tense behind me. He's going to get up and leave the bedroom. He's going to roll over and tell you that he doesn't want you here. He's going to say something shitty so that you'll leave. I came up with one terrible imagined eventuality after another, my nerves getting the better of me. But none of those things transpired. Fisher's hand was still underneath my shirt, but it had half closed, relaxing in his sleep. The material I'd used to bind my chest had come loose and risen up in the night, and his knuckles were brushing the underside of my left breast. Very slowly, but with obvious intent, Fisher opened his hand against my skin again, pressing his palm against my ribcage. I fastened my lip between my teeth, suddenly panicked, my heart rate kicking up as he ran the tips of his fingers along the underside of my breast, barely making contact at all. It was a question. "Is this something you want?" I could choose how I answered. If I rounded my shoulders and moved away from him, I knew he'd remove his hand and let me go. We'd both get up and get on with our day, and that would be it. A door between us would close, or fuck. Italiano. I didn't want the door to close. Letting out a shaky breath, I arched my back, grinding my ass up against Fisher's cock. Gods and sinners, he was so fucking hard. He let out a rough groan, his breath sweeping over my neck, causing my skin to break out in goose. His fingers pressed hard against my ribs, and I let my eyes fall, closed, relishing the flood of anticipation over what was about to happen. As if there were some unspoken contract between us, neither of us broke the silence. He moved slowly, though as if giving me time to change my mind. Rocking his hips forward, he showed me just how hard his cock was, and what he intended on doing with it. I already knew what it felt like to have him slide inside me, but this was nothing like when we'd fucked the other day. This promised more. Detention. Building between us was infused with a different kind of energy. I felt it traveling a millimeter over the surface of my skin, everywhere all at once, burning hot, where his hands moved over my abdomen. My spine flexed as I arched against him, and a thrill of heat rocked me to my core when Fisher rested his forehead against the back of my head and groaned. I wanted him. More than I wanted to go home. Gods and martyrs. What kind of sister did that make me? Hayden needed me. Elroy did, too. But in the moment, with the smell of him drowning out the entire fucking world, and robbing me of all common sense, I wasn't capable of feeling bad about that. There would be time for guilt aplenty later, but for now, Fisher's nose grazed my ear, and a sigh worked its way out of me. How did explain the feeling of a male like Kingfisher breathing heavily into your ear? Wasn't Isali done? First, there was the shiver. It started on my neck and spread outward, prickling up the back of my head, trailing a hot-cold pathway down my spine, hitting each vertebra as it went like a skipping stone. It turned into something else once it hit my sacrum. It became heavy, a bowl of ache forming in my stomach, building, sinking lower, drumming at the apex of my thighs so that I had to press my legs together to contain it. The shiver, the ache, then the want. It raged so hot that it created a vortex of energy, lust, and need that spun around inside me so fast that I felt like I had to jump up from the bed and scream or fucking hit something. No. Desire pounded in my blood, as if Fisher could hear it, beckoning to him. He grabbed my breast, moving quickly at last, finally giving up all pretense that this might not be happening. Rolling my nipple, he drove his hips upward so hard that I felt the swollen head of his erection in the small of my back. A sharp lash of pain relayed between both of my breasts, rocketing down between my legs, and it felt for all the God-cursed world like he was teasing my clit at the same time as the sensitive butt of my nipple. I wanted to beg him to sink himself inside me, but I didn't want to. Speak. There were other words that would need to be said first, if we broke our silence now. What happened last night had been awful, for him and for me. It had irrevocably altered the dynamic between us, and I didn't think either of us were ready to face that. Yet, so I sealed my lips shut, and I leaned back into him, as he worked his other arm underneath me and fully caged me in both arms. Kneading the flesh of my breasts with one hand, he roughly yanked the button at my waistband open, sliding his other hand down into the front of my pants. When he coaxed me open and dipped his fingers between my slick folds, he discovered how wet I was and growled deep. The sound of it was so masculine and predatory that I almost lost my fucking mind. Fuck me. Please, fuck me. Take me. Me. Kingfish's teeth nipped at my earlobe as he started to rub the swollen bundle of nerves between my legs, and my mind fragmented in an instant. His mouth, his hands, his cock. They were the only things that mattered. He knew how to touch me, how to work me into a frenzy. The way he stroked my clit, finding the perfect pressure and the perfect motion, spoke of many hours spent familiarizing himself with the female body. Time well spent as far as I was concerned. I was reaping the benefits of that experience now and then. Shamelessly, I ground myself against him, taking what I wanted from the contact, riding his hand as he rubbed me. Fuck me with your fingers. Choke me. Hold me down and ride me until I scream. Fisher made an animal, desperate noise into the crook of my neck, as if he could read my mind and knew all of the filthy things I wanted him to do to me, as if he wanted to do them to me, too. He snarled as he ripped his arm out from underneath my shirt and closed his hand around my throat. I'll make you beg, little Osha. I'll fill every one of those pretty little holes. I'll fuck you so hard, you'll never want another male ever again. I'd imagined the words, fabricated them out of thin air, and somehow played them aloud in my own head. In his voice, Fisher's body was openly promising. These things to me, though, and I didn't want to wait any longer. He pulled me even closer, grip tightening around my throat, his thumb digging into my jaw, and I allowed my head to rock back. He buried his face into the crook of my neck, groaning, and the thought rose to my mind unbidden. Dangerous. Bite me. Fisher drove his fingers up inside me, releasing a strained huff. And, tightening around my throat, he gave me a little shake that seemed almost like a reprimand. I was so shaken by the sensation of his fingers thrusting up inside me, probing my wet heat, that for a blinding second I couldn't think around the spike of pleasure guards. We were still fucking clothed. Fisher was shirtless, but he was still wearing his pants, and I was wearing everything. Suddenly, I needed us to be naked. I wanted to feel his body on mine. I wanted to feel him fucking everywhere. I grabbed hold of my shirt, ready to try and somehow get it off, without Kingfisher having to stop what he was doing. But then I felt a rush along the length of my body, and just like that, my clothes were in shreds, falling away from my torso, my arms, and my legs. Fisher's pants were just gone. I'd gotten what I'd so desperately wanted. Our bodies met everywhere. Our legs tangled together, our skin clammy with heat. Fisher renewed his attentions, pulsing his fingers in and out of my slit, rubbing my clit at the same time with the heel of his palm, working me into a frenzy. I could barely breathe. My head spun as he buried his face into my hair, again, releasing another strained groan. Fuck me. Please, gods, please just fuck me. I need. The sound of Fisher's agitated cry bounced loudly around the small bedroom. Em obeyed fast, drawing his fingers out of me just in time to make room for his rigid cock. Unlike the last time we were together, he didn't slam himself up inside of me immediately. This time, I felt the swell of his head pressing against me. Then the overwhelming, ground-shattering moment when he slid past my entrant and began to push up. Oh my fucking gods! He was so fucking deep. Every warrior and inner will smell me on you. Fisher's voice rumbled in my mind. I'm going to make you hoarse from screaming my fucking name. I'm going to mark you in every way imaginable so that everyone knows you're fucking mine. Holy shit, H.E. was that. ... I couldn't. He set up a merciless pace, thrusting himself up inside me, pounding himself home. His hand was still between my legs, his fingers working over my clit as he fucked me. He encompassed me wholly, fully, truly. I was locked in his embrace, thoroughly wrapped up in him, shaking every time he impaled me on his cock. ... But still, there was one more thing. Bite me, Fisher. It came as a breathless thought. I can single quotes T ... bite me. Do it. I want it. I can't. Bite me. The bright, sharp sting of his canines sinking into my skin made me hiss out loud. My eyes shot open, shock causing my heartbeat to stumble momentarily. But then, a bliss like no other overloaded my senses, lightning coursing through my veins. Fisher went still, frozen like a statue, his breath coming hard and fast down his nose. He'd bitten into the dip of my neck, right above my collarbone, but he hadn't drawn on my blood yet. He was waiting, though I didn't know for what. No longer cutting off my air supply, he moved his free hand back to my breast and started to slowly stroke his fingers around my nipples, lightly, tentatively circling my areola. My nerve endings jumped, euphoria soaking my system until I started to feel fucking high. It was only when my mind started to feel gluey and upside down that he oh so slowly pulled his hips back, and then thrust his cock up inside me to the hilt. At the same time, I felt the first tingle at my neck, his first small draw from my blood. Fuck! I screamed out loud, my eyes rolling back into my head. The crescendo of pleasure came down on me like a landslide. I was crushed by it. It broke me and made my soul fucking sing. It was better than any drug I'd ever experienced before. Easy. Quiet. Don't fucking move. The words were ragged. Desperate. They were inside my head, and I hadn't got a hope in hell of obeying them. The moment Fisher slid into me again, drinking a little deeper, I lost any sense of pride I possessed and reached back, grabbing his head and pushing him down onto my neck, as hard I damn well could. Ruin me. The command was all he needed. Fisher's arms tightened around my body like a vice, and he fucked me with the force of all those sledgehammers, smashing down on the frozen surface of the dawn. I broke far easier than the river had. I became pieces of myself, and Fisher was the only thing that held me together. With each heady draw of his mouth, I felt myself filling up with light until I glowed brilliant as a sun. Don't stop. Don't stop. ... I felt his need bubbling up inside him. He was drowning in this, too. He fucked me even harder, drinking deeper, his arms tight as bands of steel around me. And then the world ended. Existence blinked out into a blank void. The stars tumbled from the heavens, and hell rose up to meet them. Everything and nothing, Arion gone. It was every ecstatic moment I'd ever experienced, condensed and multiplied 1,000,000-fold. My body became a fiery torch, and there was Fisher burning right alongside me. He mindlessly slammed himself into me, grunting, and then he ripped his mouth away from my skin and roared like he was dying. No, not like he was dying, like he was being reborn. The world came back into existence, little by little, like snowflakes fluttering from the ceiling. It took a long time for my body to stop trembling. Just as he had done when I woke up, Fisher lay behind me, still as the dead, not breathing. Only this time, he was holding on to me for dear life. He didn't let go. Fresh, hot bread, buttery, delicious. My stomach rumbled, my eyelids fluttering open. I found myself up to a snoring fox. Onyx lazily blinked his eyes open, and I swear to the gods, it looked as if he was smiling at me. You stink, I told him, petting his head. You need a bath. No more sleeping in the bed. He bared his teeth, laid his ears back, and vaulted off the bed, disappearing out of the open bedroom doorway. I guess he didn't like the sound of a bath. Sighing and deliciously sore, I slumped back against the rumpled sheets and stared up at the ceiling, watching the dust motes spiral through the gilded morning air. Where the hell was Fisher? I asked the question with a dose of resignation. If ich know him, he'd be back at Inner by now, freaked out and angry. I'd be discarded here for 3 days as a result of his inability to manage his fucking feelings. I turned my head, and my heart slowed at the sight of the tiny droplet of dried blood staining the sheets next to me. My blood. Fisher had bitten me. My mind went blank. I let that information float at the forefront of my mind. I didn't try to process it. I'd officially hit my exhaustion point when it came to trying to analyze everything that had happened since the Hall of Mirrors. This was just one more thing balancing precariously at the top of a very long and bewildering list that I would have to work through at some point. For now, all I knew was that I'd wanted it. I'd asked for it, and, side note, Fisher and I were now randomly capable of speaking into each other's minds. There it was again, the smell of fresh, flaky pastry and rich butter. But this time it was blended with the subtlest hint of sugar and coffee. It was the idea of coffee that had me climbing out of bed in the end, stiff and a little dizzy. I wrapped myself in a sheet and went to find the source of the smell. Light flooded into the apartment's living room. The dust sheets had been removed from the furniture and the paintings, revealing a comfortable space full of small treasures, books, and knickknacks that gave the place an easy sense of home. On the mantelpiece above the fireplace, scores of glass jars sat full of stubs of charcoal and paintbrush. Fisher sat at a round table by the windows, long legs stretched out in front of him, the light catching at his hair and warming the black to dark brown. It gilded one side of his face, softening the hard edge of his jaw and the proud line of his nose. He stared out of the window, watching the boughs of the tree on the other side of the glass gently sway on the breeze. He seemed lost in thought. At ease, even. A part of me didn't want to make my presence known. After how troubled he'd been of late, I wanted him to savor the moment of peace. And I was a fucking coward. It turned out there were still things that needed to be said, and I was scared of that conversation. It could only end badly. And Fisher closed his eyes and let the dappled sunlight play over his face. "Didn't know how you took your coffee," A sighed softly. "Shit. How long have you known I was here?" He smiled sadly. "I always know where you are, little Osha." Opening his eyes, he turned and looked at me. The smile developed a dangerous edge to it when he took me in. "I would have gotten dressed," I explained, "but there weren't actually any clothes in that bag you packed for me. I appreciate the sentiment, but for different throwing knives, a field dressing kit, and a bottle of whiskey might have been overkill. A clean pair of underwear and a toothbrush would have been nice." This coaxed a laugh out of him. "Fair point," and noted, "Only 2 knives and a hip flask next time, plus underwear and a toothbrush." I laughed softly. I was willing to put on the clothes from yesterday, but then I found them in the bed, in shreds, and that idea went out of the window, too. "Don't worry, I'll happily correct my lapse in my manners with a flick-off." His wrist, Fisher, conjured a wave of glimmering smoke, spreading over the rug, toward me. It circled around my ankles like a friendly cat seeking to be pet. It rosé up my legs, making my skin prickle with warmth, leaving luxurious black silk in its wake. The pants were wide-legged and loose. The camisole top was pretty, long enough in the body to cover my stomach though, only just embellished with fine lace along the low-cut neckline. Fisher's magic hadn't graced me with any underwear, it seemed. My peaked nipples were very visible through the sheer material. I arched an eyebrow at him, then looked down at my chest. "Is this the kind of thing you imagine me wearing often?" "When I imagined you, little Osha, you're very rarely wearing clothes." "Oh, wow. Okay." Color rose to my cheeks, a pleasant heat warming my face. I ducked my head, looking down at my bare feet, giving myself a moment to acclimate to the idea that Fisher wasn't going to be an unbearable shit. Morning. It had been surprise enough that he was still here, but this was a shock to the system that I wasn't prepared for. "Come and sit down. Eat," he said. "I could definitely do that." I was ravenous. I joined him at the table, sitting beside him on his right, so I could look out of the window and watch Ballard wake up as I ate. Fisher wore a small smirk as I leaned across the table and fell upon the little pastries, custard-filled miniature pies, and diced fruit. "What? Nothing. Nothing at all," Fisher said, his voice full of laughter. "Should I go and see you?" "Goes. Fisher, what?" I felt the blood drain from my face. What the hell was all over my hands? I dropped the little pastry I was holding, an onyx dove, catching it out of the air before it could even touch the ground. I held out my hands, aghast. The tattoos I hadn't cared so much about last night were still all over my fingers and the backs of my hands. Except there were more of them now. Many more stacks of small runes ran up each one of my fingers. Delicate script wound around my wrists and up my forearms. I had no idea what the fuck any of it said. And the backs of my hands, I started to feel very lightheaded. The design on the back of my left hand was simple-ish. The lines were fine and twisted together beautifully, forming a shape that almost resembled a flower if you squinted at it long enough. The one on my right, however, it was bigger and covered the whole span of my hand. The lines were bolder. They twisted around one another, forming a variety of knots that I had trouble even picking apart with my eyes. It wasn't just one rune. It was many, interlocking, woven one on top of the other, on top of the other. One of the runes wasn't even black, but a dark, iridescent blue-green color that flashed metallically when it caught the light. Even Fisher swallowed hard as he took in all of this new ink I had gained in the night. I thrust my hands out toward him accusingly. My mother would not have approved of this. To his credit, he didn't laugh at me. He picked up his coffee, maintaining a straight face, and took a sip. Once he'd set his cup down, he reached out and took my left hand in his. His expression was blank as he studied the runes along my fingers. His brows twitched as he turned my arm this way and that, read the script that chained my wrist. When he ran a finger over the flower-like, larger rune on the back of my hand, his features became utterly unreadable, though he spent far longer assessing the ink on my right hand. I sat impatiently, thoughts bouncing around all over the place, unable to calm myself. Say something. Don't just sit there, frowning like that. Speak! Fisher huffed softly. I'm thinking, he said. Give me a moment. Oh, fuck. So that was real. Then you can read my thoughts? A note of hysteria edged into my voice. No, I can't read your thoughts, he said, eyes darting up to mine for a split. Second, I can hear you when you speak to me directly. Though that's all. That's all. That's all. Breathe, little Osha, Fisher chided. Your heart's racing. I'm fine. I lied. Fisher adopted a very intense expression. He seemed confused by something. Turning my hand toward him, he even angled his head to get a different perspective of the layered, locked rune. What? ... What does it all mean? I asked nervously. Fisher drew in a sharp breath, looking up from my hand. Not much. Really? He picked up one of the custard-filled pies, turned my hand over, placed it in my palm, and let me go. Here, eat your blood sugar is low. My blood sugar is low. Fisher, what do the tattoos mean? He sighed, rocking back into his chair. Now that he was reclined again, the warm wash of light coming in through the window bathed him in gold again. He was breathtaking. The one on the left means blessed one, he said, his tone light. The fingers? ... He shrugged, looking up at the ceiling, far too casually. They mean all kinds of things. Could you be any vaguer? I mean, probably... ... Fisher, okay. All right. A lot of them are connected. Light, dark, silver, steel, earth, air, fire, water. That kind of thing. Alchemist stuff. Alchemist stuff. The way he said that made it sound like that should be explanation enough, and I ought to be satisfied, but I had more questions. A lot more questions, one more pressing than the rest. I held up my right hand, pointed at the mother of all runes shimmering there on my skin. What the hell does this one mean? Fisher met my gaze. That one's difficult. I can't give you a definitive answer. Not yet. There's magic in it. Isn't there? There's magic in all of them, he said nonchalantly, taking a manful bite out of his own breakfast. If you don't want to keep them... ... How am I supposed to know if I want to keep them if I don't know what they mean? I'm sorry, you're right. Here, he gestured for me to give me his hands, which I did. A moment later, a creeping cold ran over my skin. One by one, the runes faded from my skin until even the complex, multi-layered rune was gone. I stared at him, stunned. But they aren't gone for good, he said tightly. You can change your mind about them later if you want to. You have a month or so. If you decide over the next few weeks that you want them back, I'll return them to you. But what if I decide I want cool hand tattoos after the month has passed? Do I get to choose from different designs every time we sleep together or something? Fisher laughed dryly, shaking his head. No. The marks are chosen for you. They won't be there after a month. If you decide not to accept them, they'll be gone for good. I let that sit between us for a while, knowing that there was something he wasn't telling me. Plenty of things. I didn't have it in me to prod any further, though. I took a bite of my food, taking in all of the ink that still marked his skin. After a while, I said. What do yours mean? Mine. Your tattoos? Yours haven't gone anywhere. Oh! He looked down at himself. Well, our runes are complicated. But yes, they do have meanings. This one, he said, holding up his left hand, means vengeance. He held up his other hand. This one means justice. What about that one? I asked, pointing at the large, swirling section of ink on his forearm. Sacrifice, he said, his voice hitching. Why is it so much bigger than the rest? Fisher took in the rune, then slowly drew down the sleeve of his shirt. Covering Italiano. I think you can probably guess why. A sighed softly. I'd regretted the question even as I'd asked it. The largest tattoo on Fisher's arm meant sacrifice, because he had, or would have to, sacrifice so much. They were prophecies of a kind. They told his story, and it wasn't necessarily one that he was comfortable talking about. In time, maybe, but for now, I pointed at the small bird tattoo below my collarbone, changing the subject. You told me you couldn't take this one back. All humor left Fisher's face. The sunlight dimmed out of nowhere, the room darkening with shadows that spilled across the walls from all four corners of the room. I knew right away that something had shifted. Our time together at breakfast was over. Fisher got up from the table, carefully setting his chair back. Underneath Italiano, I can't take that back, he said stiffly, and I'm sorry for that. You don't need to be sorry. I'm pretty attached to it now. I just thought, since you removed these gods, I was rambling. Not removed, only hidden. For now, anyway. He gave me a smile. We need to leave soon. You'll find some fresh clothes laid out for you on your bed. There's a bath already drawn for you in there, too. I'm going to go and say goodbye to Wendy. When I come back, we'll go. I let Fisher go, knowing that I couldn't say anything to shift the mood back to the way it had been in the bedroom, the one I was supposed to have slept in. I soaked my sore body and let myself stew over everything I'd said. It was when he stood naked, dripping on the rug in front of the ornate full-length mirror on the wall, that I'd realized what had caused the mood in the kitchen to shift. Right there, only a couple of inches above the bird tattoo, were two small red welts. They were almost closed up already. They didn't even hurt. No, I can't take that back, and I'm sorry for that. He hadn't been talking about the bird tattoo. He'd been talking about the bite mark at my throat. Chapter 28. Justus Gibismuth. Cadmeus plumbago. Lime calcite. Tin salt. Resin of copper. Marcasite. Result: no reaction. When Carrion burst into the forge later that afternoon, I was out the back by the water baths, hurling glass beakers against the mountainside premetapuet, a very uncharitable face, trying to convey my displeasure at his presence with a grimace instead of words. If I knew Carrion, he understood my meaning perfectly well, and didn't give a fuck that I wasn't thrilled to see him. He produced a tin from the pocket of a very warm-looking coat and lit a cigarillo for himself. He offered me one, but I shook my head and launched another beaker at the rock. An herbal, rich smell soaked the frigid air. "What are we doing?" he asked. "What does it look like?" The beaker I lobbed this time didn't go as high up the rock face, but it still exploded into an impressive shower of broken glass. "Can I join in?" I rolled my eyes. Great. Gripping his cigarillo between his teeth, Carrion chose a fat, round, bottomed flask from the crate I'd dragged out here. He hurled the thing with all his might, and it arced pretty well before sailing down and exploding against the rocks. The resulting crash was one of the best ones yet. "Well, that felt pretty good," he said, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke. "Wanna tell me why we're doing this destruction?" I replied. Carrion nodded, bobbing his head from side to side. "As good a reason as any. I like it." I grabbed the two smaller glass bulbs from an old alembic still and shoved one into Carrion's chest. "Shut up and throw." He laughed, but obliged me, sending the glass hurtling through the air. Through mine at the same time, and the two bulbs detonated against the rock with a thunderous smash. "I take it you haven't had any luck with your trials today," Carrion said. "Gods, couldn't he take a hint?" I wasn't in the mood to discuss my failures. I'd also burned my arm earlier, which wasn't helping matters. Evidently not. And that fucking quicksilver, having trouble making it do its liquidy, rolling around thing. No. I can alter its state. Just fine now. I barely even have to think about that. I just tell it to be a liquid, and it becomes a liquid. The problem is that it's fucking mocking me. Carrion snorted. Mocking you? Yes. It laughs every time I attempt to combine something new with it. It'll take the pure silver, but the moment I tip anything else in there, it burns up before it even touches the metals. And it fucking laughs. "It can't be sentient," he said dubiously. "Oh, ho. It is. You wouldn't be saying that if you could hear what I can hear." Carrion nodded, pulling on the cigarillo, the bright cherry flaring at its end. "Have you considered the possibility that you might be mad?" "Yes, I have, actually," I answered tartly. "But Fish's books, back at college, said it was common for alchemists to report that they could hear the quicksilver. Then maybe all alchemists are mad. Maybe having a screw loose is just a prerequisite for working with this stuff." I snatched another flask from the box and threw it, growling under my breath. "Look, if you're not going to be helpful, then I'm kind of busy here." "Oh, sure. Absolutely. I can see that." I spun quickly, a fresh flask held over my head, ready to throw it at him. But he held up his hands in surrender. All right. "Sorry, I admit, I didn't come here with the purpose of trying to be helpful, but you say you don't have any problems getting to shift the quicksilver from one state to the other anymore, because you ask it to change. Right? Right. Then, have you thought about just asking it to meld with the pure silver? Of course, I haven't." "Why not?" "That'd be too simple, Carrion. I can't just ask it to become a relic. Seems to me that if you can ask to be a liquid or a solid, you could ask it to be all kinds of things," he said, popping the collar of his coat. I glared at him, my annoyance levels rising fast. Not Carrion Swift. He would not be the reason why I figured out how to accomplish this task. He'd never let me live it down. It was infuriating that I hadn't considered this for myself. Though, "Are you gonna try it?" he asked, standing up a little straighter. "Can I watch?" Gods, this was going to be awful. I can't try again to make a relic. I haven't refined the silver yet. I was taking a moment to do this. To sulk. But, ... They're single quotes. Wait to have test the theory I said. And yes, you can come and watch. But only if you promise to keep your mouth shut and not get in the way. It was physically impossible for Carrion to keep his mouth shut and not get in the way. I already knew this when I agreed to let him follow me to the map tent, so I wasn't too surprised when he talked the entire way down the mountainside and all the way across the camp to he was blathering on about some two-bit smuggler back in Zilveran called Davy, who owed him 17 chits when we reached the map room. Thankfully the place was deserted. It had struck me that I might run into Denise here, since this was the only place I'd encountered her in camp thus far, but apparently the fates were smiling down on me today because even Wren was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want an audience for this. Carrion didn't really count, and he already knew what I was going to do anyway, having been responsible for the suggestion in the first place. I would look pretty stupid if I attempted this and failed, and I preferred none of the Fae to witness that firsthand. "Dark as fuck in here," Carrion grumbled. There was a fire burning in the ventless grate, but none of the torches on the walls were lit. He grabbed the first one he came to and stuck the end of it in the fire, then went around the empty room, lighting the others. I paid no attention to his chatter as he carried out the task. I was fixed on the bristling shards of metal sticking out of the stone wall. This isn't going to work. Why would it? Surely somebody's already tried. Doubt after doubt hit me, but I brushed them all aside. I had nothing to lose, and it didn't cost me anything to ask. If nothing happened, or the Quicksilver just laughed at me, then no big deal. I'd go back to the forge and refine the silver, and tomorrow morning I'd start up my trials again. But if it worked, she comes. She comes. She approaches. The Quicksilver hadn't spoken the last time I was in here. Not like this. I'd stood next to the embedded shards for a long time, focusing very hard on them, before I'd detected even the faint whisper coming from the metal. Now, the voices were a rushing conversation. Quiet, yes, but loud enough for me to pick up as I neared the wall. She comes. She sees. She hears. Reaching up, I extended my hand, pressing the tip of my index finger against one of the sword splinters. Yes, I've come. I see you. I hear, I thought. Voices exploded in my head. Chorus of team talking, screaming, pleading, begging, laughing, shouting. I gasped, ripping my hand away. That looked painful, Carrion said conversationally. He stood right next to me, holding onto the torch, his auburn hair turned copper gold by the flames. Can you back up a little? I asked. This might be a little easier without you, breathing directly down my neck. I seem to recall you liked me breathing down your knee. If you dare finish that sentence, you can go and wait outside, I snapped. That's fair. Carrion moved back a step, bowing graciously. Tug, if it seems like your mind's being sucked out of your body, or you're in excruciating pain and can't let go of the Quicksilver sword murder spikes, do premeta obey your permission to tackle you to the ground. That actually seemed like a prudent plan. You do. Excellent. I braced for the roar of voices, gingerly touching one of the shards again. But this time there was only silence. Had I imagined the screaming and the begging? Didn't seem plausible. I went back to the original shard I'd touched, prepared for the onslaught of noise again, just in case. But there was only the echoing silence. Hello? I thought. Are you here? The answer was instantaneous. Where is here? ... Here ... Here ... Here. The voices came from the left and right, from behind and in front of me. We can be everywhere. They purred in unison. They'd answered my question. It had. I couldn't fathom whether the voices inside the Quicksilver belonged to one thing or many, but I hadn't come to puzzle that out. Can you come out of the stone? I asked. Out. 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 Why ye? The voices buzzed like the droning flies. Because the warrior who owned you is angry with me, and I want to put you back together. This was bizarre. I'd never had a two-way conversation with the Quicksilver before. I hadn't even thought to try, which was foolish, perhaps, since it frequently didn't shut up. Owned. We are not owned. Plain as day, I heard the anger in the layered voices. I should have realized that possessive language might not have gone down well, but I'd said it now. The only way forward was damage control. You're making a weird face, Carrion whispered loudly. Are you talking to it? Yes, I'm talking to it. What do you think I'm doing? I don't know. You look constipated. I closed my eyes so I could block him out. The female warrior who carried you, not owned you, I thought. She wishes to carry you again. Unless you can be put back together. She can't do that. Phi and human desires do not concern us. Us. ... Us. Ise. Damn. To be honest, the idea of being carried around by Donya wouldn't appeal that much to me either. But I hadn't thought I'd have to resort to bargaining tactics. If the Quicksilver was sentient, it was bound to want something. Though anything capable of feeling and thinking always wanted something. What does concern you? I asked. The Quicksilver didn't reply right away. It seemed to be thinking about the question. After a long pause, It said, "Music. Give us music, and we will obey." Music? Gods and fucking sinners. What the hell did it want music for? How about this? Allow me to reforge you, and I'll have someone sing a song. Just for you. There was no way this was going to work. No way. A song, from start to finish, for us to keep. If there was a way to keep a song, I didn't know what it was, but I was willing to agree to almost anything at this point. Yes, I promise. A whole song for you to keep, and you will forge us into a mighty blade unlike any other. Yes, if you'll allow it. We will accept. Accept. I didn't want to push my luck here, but there was one more thing I wanted to know. And will you bestow the blade I forge with magics that the bearer might wield? A gift revoked, the Quicksilver cried. You ask for what cannot be given. ... Saer is ... Quiet, carry on. I hissed. I'll tell you what's going on when I'm done. I should have left him back at the forge. Shutting him out, I tried a different angle with the Quicksilver. Is it not within your power to give it? Olis. Within. It sounded affronted by the implication that it wasn't capable of something, but it is undeserved. We decided long ago. How do you know? How can you tell if a warrior doesn't deserve the gift? Have you assessed the worthiness of every warrior who wishes to wield a sword? I was walking a very fine line. If I wasn't careful, the Quicksilver was going to shut down completely and refuse to even dislodge itself from the stone. Now, I could feel that it was irritated by my pestering, but I could also sense that it was intrigued. All warriors are the same, it concluded after a long beat. They only wish to kill. That isn't true. Most warriors fight because they have to protect and defend. Improbable. How can we show you otherwise? The longest silence yet followed. 30 seconds ticked by, and then a minute. Another 3 had passed by when the Quicksilver finally spoke again. We will bear witness to the blood. What? ... Does that mean we will be forged anew? When you have upheld your end of our bargain, we will taste the blood of the one who would carry us. If they are honorable, we will consider allowing the old magics to flow through us again. Thank you. Thank you. Do not thank us too soon. The die is not cast, Saerisfane. First, you must restore us, and bring us a song worthy of glory. Oh, I'll do both. Don't you worry about that. I startled when the shard of metal I was touching trembled beneath my fingertip. My eyes flew open, and I watched, amazed, as the thin, sharp sliver of metal slowly emerged from the stone. It hovered in the air, trembling, and then dropped into the center of my palm. Holy shit! I breathed. One at a time, the other pieces of Danya's sword started to vibrate, working free of the wall. I finally looked at Carrion, who was leaning against the map table, tossing a small black rock up into the air and catching it. Are you seeing this? Swift. Primera, dema, ended. Oh, you figured it out. Cool. Did you give it a stern talking too? He pushed away from the table and came to watch as over 500 pieces of deconstructed swords started to drop to the floor. No. I promised it something that it wanted. Bribery. I should have thought of that. He ducked down and helped pick up the pieces of metal. We'd gathered a small amount of them when another voice spoke behind us, and I nearly fell on my ass from the shock. If you let me, I think I can speed up that process. God's alive. Yespun around my pulse, beating everywhere, and found the warrior sitting in an armchair by the fire. Could have warned me we weren't alone anymore, I hissed at Ken. Don't get shitty with me. I tried to tell you, and you told me to shush. You were very rude. I didn't mean to scare you, Lorith said, getting to his feet. Sorry. Watch out. Carrion and I both leaned back as hundreds of glinting pieces of metal rose into the air. Again, this time courtesy of Loreth, who used his magic to gather all of the pieces into one floating bundle before he gestured for them to drop into a ceramic pot on the mantelpiece above the fire. He collected the pot and brought it over, handing it to me with a self-satisfied grin. There we go. Easy. A lot of things were easier when you had magic. I clutched the pot to my chest, the beginnings of excitement churning in my veins. If I could convince the Quicksilver to enter into this kind of a bargain, then the rings should be easy. And I gotta make a sword, not some tiny dagger, barely capable of inflicting a paper cut. A proper fucking sword. Wolfishly, I grinned up at the dark-haired warrior. Loreth, what a coincidence. I was just about to go looking for you. Chapter 29, Ballad of the Aegean Gate. The forge was hotter than the fifth burning pit of hell. Sweat ran down my back, soaking through my shirt. My pants clung to my legs, but damp clothes were a small price to pay for progress. And, gods, was I making progress. Danya's sword smelted perfectly. The Quicksilver didn't laugh at me at all as I worked. It didn't split from the steel and refused to recombine. For once, it was silent and cooperative, but its attention was a hand resting on my shoulder. It was curious. It wanted to see what kind of weapon I would create with it, and if I was capable of upholding my end of our bargain. I'd dreamed of getting to create something like this for years. I'd had so many sketchbooks back in Zilveron, full of designs that I had never been able to forge, thanks to lack of materials. If the Quicksilver wanted to be turned into a weapon that would demand people's attention, then it wasn't going to disappoint. There were areas of the casting that I was going to need help with, though areas I didn't have much experience with. The sun was going down when I stepped out of the forge into the snow, looking for Lord. He sat on a rock by the fire, hurling a throwing dagger at a dead tree trunk that was already chipped into oblivion, full of blade marks. Carrion was cooking something in a pot over the fire, his mouth drawn into a flat line. He saw me and pointed at Lorith, scowling. "These fuckers are all cheats." Lorith laughed heartily, extending his hand. The dagger he'd just embedded into the tree trunk dislodged itself and whipped backward, landing in his palm hilt first. "And you are a sore loser," he said. "He just took me for 11 chits. That's half of my money." "You can't even spend them here, Carrion," I reminded him. "It's not about that. It's about being fucking tricksy. We had a gentleman's bet. We were supposed to try and hit the target as many times as we could in a row. The person who held the longest streak won. And how has he tricked you?" I tried not to smile, and I did the honorable thing and let him go first. And he hasn't missed once. I asked him if he'd played this game before, and he said no. Carrion growled in an accusatory tone. "I haven't played before." Lorith flicked his wrist, and the dagger shot from his palm propelled through the air at a ferocious velocity. The dagger's handle juddered when the blade bit into the tree trunk. When I throw this thing, it isn't a game. I'm usually throwing it at a vampire's head. It pays not to miss under those conditions. Carrion's cheeks were mottled red with annoyance. How the fuck was I supposed to beat him when he's some kind of killing machine? I snorted. How many times has he hit the tree? It was cruel to ask, but it was a rare thing. Seeing Carrion this piqued. And damn it, I was going to make the most of it. "I don't know," he snapped. "More than 50? 217, Lorith said. The knife jerked free of the trunk, darted back to Lorith's hand, and he threw it again, all in one fluid motion. 280. Again, he repeated the process. Not even looking at the tree this time. 219. All right. You can stop now. I'm already making the gods' cursed food. Anyway, that's what you bet him. I asked Loreth that he'd have to cook. The warrior shrugged. The tips of his canines were just visible in the waning half-light when he grinned. "I was hungry, Trixie Carrion," muttered again, stirring the contents of the pot bubbling over the fire. He didn't trick you, I told him. He gave you a taste of your own medicine. How many of these unfairly weighted, unwinnable bets have you allowed Hayden to enter into? It isn't my fault if your brother's overconfident when it comes to card games, Service. And how would you have rated your confidence levels when you sized up a 7-foot-tall, full-blooded Phi warrior with hundreds of years' worth of experience in killing things under his belt, and you thought you'd best him at knife play? Gah, screw the both of you, Carrion groused, pulling a face. If I'd gone first, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd be the one, still hitting the fucking tree. This time, when the dagger's handle landed in Loreth's hand, he flipped the weapon over and held it by the blade, offering it out to Carrion with a wicked glint in his eyes. By all means, human. Ave ote italiano. Carrion went even redder. Well, it's too late now. I've already lost, haven't I? There's no point. Loreth shook his head. Sor Lusa. The sorest, I agreed. Erg, how about we just eat the food I've made, and you both shut your mouths? I don't have time to eat. I only came out here to ask you something, Loreth. The warrior twisted on his rock, giving me his full attention. Ask away. Have you got any experience of whittling? Ya know? Carving things out of wood? As it happens, I have. Be more specific with your questioning. Sunshine. He probably whittles every spare moment of his life. He probably wins whittling competitions. I rolled my eyes. I'm not trying to beat him in a bet, Carrion. I want him to be good at it. Loreth's booming laughter rang out into the encroaching night. In that case, then yes, I'm more than good. I'm fucking excellent. Hours slipped by. One side flashed the newly poured length of metal I'd made from the pieces of Danya's sword. I heated it, shaped it, and flattened it. Then, just when the new sword was taking shape, I took up a hammer and started to pound. I applied more heat. As soon as the steel glowed white-hot, I folded it, hammered it, shaped it, again and again. Not hustonze, 1,000 times. More. Evening turned to night. The clouds cleared and the stars came out, and I didn't rest. My arms were heavy as lead, the muscles in my back screaming every time I lifted the hammer. But somehow I knew it wasn't ready yet. Just when I thought I was finished, and the steel had been tempered sufficiently, something deep down inside of me said, "Once more, Sarasphane." Loreth brought in the wolf's head he'd carved out of a piece of yew at around 1 in the morning. It was an impressive piece, highly detailed, its proportions perfect, just as I had hoped it would. The snarling beast bore a striking resemblance to Fisher's tattoo, as well as the animal embossed into the armor worn by the members of the Lupo. I walked the warrior through the steps of making a casting mold, and he followed those steps without complaint, even though they required him to dig a hole into the frozen ground until he found clay, and then required him to combine the clay with a pile of horse shit with his bare hands. He enjoyed pressing the wolf head he'd carved into the clay and sat impatiently by the firing ovens, while the small fire he built inside slowly dried out the mold so it wouldn't crack. At Aronfar, when I was growing delirious from the heat and exhaustion, Carrion announced that he was going to sleep. Rather than head down to the camp in search of his tent, he stretched out on the floor on the other side of the forge, by the door where it was a little cooler, balled up his coat, stuffed it underneath his head, and promptly passed out. "It's time for you to rest, to Osha." That voice, God's alive. It made me jump when I heard it in my mind, though I had been waiting for it. "Not until I'm done," I answered. "I'm nearly there." Fisher was close. I could inexplicably feel him, his presence near. Casting a quick glance toward the forge's doorway, I thought I could make out the shape of him merging with the shadows that danced and leaped around the fire. "How long have you been out there?" I asked. "Only a few hours," came his reply. "Why didn't you come in?" There was a long pause. And then he said, "I didn't know if you'd want me to." "Come in from the cold, Kingfisher." "I will soon." I'll sit here a little longer, I think. I didn't react when he stole in later. He sat in a chair by the window, moonlight threading through his hair, shadows playing over his hands and his face as he watched me work. He and Lorith talked quietly, and I hammered. They were both there, helping when I poured the steel for the wolf's head hilt. Fisher whistled when we cracked the mold and he saw what Lorith had carved. Very few words were traded between us as I bound the broad, beveled blade to its hilt and crossguard, and wrapped the hilt with a glittering black and gold cord. A breathless tension clung to the air. Then, at last, it was done. I nearly collapsed on the spot. The sword was a thing of beauty. Undeniably so, aside from the impressive wolf's head pommel, the hilt was also decorated in trailing vines that wound around the hilton guard, which I'd managed to fire myself without any help from Loreth. The blade itself bore a rippled wave that ran from end to end, thanks to the countless times it had been folded. I had spent the past hour painstakingly engraving words down the very center of the blade. Words that would hopefully bode well for both the weapon and the warrior who bore it, and badly for those who found themselves at its sharp end. By righteous hands, deliverance of the unrighteous, dead. Incredible, Fisher said breathlessly. His eyes found mine, and they shone with amazement. Can I hold it? Lorith asked hopefully. Go ahead. He lifted it, eyes lit with reverence. Inexplicably, my throat closed up at the sight of him holding the weapon. He ran his finger along its edge, barely touching his fingertips to the steel before hissing, pulling his hand back again. Gosh, you only need to look at the damned thing and it cuts. He popped his index finger into his mouth, sucking on Italiano. For the first time since we left the map room, the Quicksilver spoke, and its voice was no longer fractured. It was one voice, strong and clear. It is time. Give us our song. Outside, the sky was lit up with an explosion of green and pink light. My breath caught at the sight of it. What is that? The aurora, Fisher answered softly. A blessing. Holy fuck. Loreth dropped to his knees in the snow, staring up at the sky, his mouth wide open. It's single quotes, S. ... Beautiful. The aurora hasn't been seen in ... Well over 1,000 years, Fisher said. It's been there all night. I was going to tell you both to come and look, but I had a feeling it'd still be here when you were done. Lorth's eyes shone brightly as he watched the green dancing lights shift to reds and pinks undulating in waves in a broad band across the horizon. Warrior was on the verge of tears, and I had to admit, I was pretty close myself. I was drained, wrung out, even, but I still had the energy to stand as I watched the sky, knowing that I was witnessing something rare and remarkable. The sword lay across Loreth's lap. He rested a hand on the hilt, as, still in complete awe of the beauty lighting up the heavens, he began to sing. To all those who'll listen, or haven't been told, of the day the last drake woke and rose from the cold, of the young warrior who came, veiled in shadows and blood, to defeat the foul creature and save those he could, of the Fisher King and the wolves at his back, who came howling in the night, together, a pack. The frost blessed the morning, the warriors faced their fate, and thus begins our tale, the Ballad of a Gingate. Next to me, Fisher tensed. The muscles in his jaw popped. He let his fall, his eyes abandoning the aurora and finding the snowy, compacted ground under his feet instead, as Loreth's powerful voice flowed from verse to verse. Back in the tavern, Loreth claimed he'd once been a singer of mid-talent. This performance was not middling. His voice was full of smoke and pain. The air itself seemed to weep as he flowed through his lament. They song, dipped and soared, telling a tragic tale of impossible odds and heroic sacrifice, nearly every line paying tribute to Kingfisher. The male next to me didn't move a muscle, but he was hating this. His nostrils flared, hands shaking at his sides, and the song ploughed on regardless. The drake, he did stir, old Omen, observing the world through ink-black mad eyes. The drinkers of night pledged him death and decay, that he'd feast on his foes, and the flesh he did flay. So long as he rose, and he joined them in war against the Fae who protected the sacred, blessed ore. With glittering, sharp scales, of gold and of red, the drake, he consented, and Bidney he fed. The Fae in their towers stood mighty, stood proud. But soon they were scattered, their fear shouted loud. Dark wings shaded mountain and blotted the sun, and mad old Shakri, he watched them all run. The wolves scaled the summit with blades in their hands. The drake saw them coming, and knew where they'd stand, so there he did meet them, and there they did clash. And old, mad Shakri dressed the mountain in ash. His fire ran in rivers. It melted the snow. There was no escaping the glowing hot flow. With teeth bared and dripping, the drake trapped the Fae, laughing with cruelty. Above the warriors he'd slay. But the wolves held their ground, all dauntless and brave, determined to send old Shakri to his grave. Old Shakri to his grave. Swift came the chant. Then, so all close could hear, a war cry of old that strengthened those near. The wolves ran the charge, and at the head of the swell came the proud Fisher King, bearing Nimarel. The drake saw his courage and was filled with a rage, the likes of which, unseen in more than an age, but the king held his nerve, and raised up his sword, and the wolves showed their courage for the drake and the horde. Their ears rang aloud with the kingfisher's cry that those who stood with him might fall, but not die, for their sacrifice was great, and so was the cost. But those that they saved would e'er remember the lost. So they scaled the great drake, the last of his name. They did it for Ajan, not glory nor fame. And the drake knew his power. He started to gloat, but the king saw his chance and drove steel down his throat. The drake he did tremble and started to choke. His evil rank more, filling up with black smoke. He thrashed and he bellowed, did old Omnum, but the reaper had claimed him, and bidden he died. The Agen were safe. The horde abandoned the gate. And thus ends the ballad of the king and his eight. When the song finally came to an aching, bittersweet end, Loreth panted, his eyes full of stars as he watched the aurora dance in the sky. It's fucking outrageous that he can sing. Carrion had woken up and was stood to my right, arms folded across his chest, balefully regarding Loreth. That was nice, though. Messed up, but nice. Fisher shifted his weight, standing up a touch straighter, lifting his head. Do you think it'll be enough? I don't know. I suppose we'd better go and get Danya. I'd known she'd have to be called to the forge at some point, after all that we'd accomplished and all that we'd done. I wasn't thrilled at the prospect of her coming here and ruining this special moment. But we have made a decision. Fisher's spine straightened. Loreth's, too. Had they both just heard the Quicksilver speak? Fisher must have heard it, thanks to the Quicksilver inside his own body. But Loreth shouldn't have been able to. Why do you all look like you've collectively shit yourselves? Demanded. We accept the song as tribute. The bargain is fulfilled. An accord is struck. But ... You said you'd consider the blood of the one who would wield you. My heart sank in my chest. We have considered, the Quicksilver intoned, the first to bleed upon our blade, but ... Lorth leaped up. He held the sword out like it was a snake, reeling back to strike him. Shit, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, he cried. Here, take it. He held out the sword to Fisher, but there was a delighted spark in the other male's eyes. Hell no, I'm not touching that thing. It has your name written all over it. Would someone mind telling me what the fuck's going on? Carrion's ultra polite tone promised violence if someone didn't explain, and quickly. You only need to look at the damned thing and it cuts, I whispered. The words Loreth had said right after he'd run his fingers along the sword and cut himself on it. He had been the first to bleed on the newly forged weapon. The sword had judged his blood. Loreth's face went ash-white. "I didn't mean to," he said. "I'm happy with my daggers. I swear, I did not mean to claim Danya's sword." "Not Danya's sword," the Quicksilver hissed. "We are new untodith. Place, you do not claim us. Lord of the Broken Spires, we claim you." "This is going to be hilarious," Fisher said, but he wasn't laughing. Neither was Lord. "Danya's going to lose her mind. She'll have to get over it. She doesn't have a choice. You've been a member of the Lupo Prolia without a godsword for 400 years. It'll be her turn for a while." Tao was sketched in every line of Lorith's features, but his hand closed possessively around the hilt of the sword all the same. It looked right in his hand. As far as I was concerned, it was his sword. "You deserve it, Loreth. You carved the wolf for the pummel. You helped to cast it. And it was your song that sealed the bargain with the Quicksilver." A flicker of confusion chased across Loreth's face. Kingfisher and Corian looked equally as nonplussed by what I'd said. "My song?" Lorth said. "What, do you mean, my song? The song you just sang? About the Agangate? About the Drake Omnumshockery? How Fisher stabbed the dragon down its throat? Not ringing any bells." Fisher, Loreth, and Carian all looked at me like I was mad. "I always meant to write a song about a Gengate, but I've never gotten around to it," Loreth said. "Don't you dare," Fisher growled. "It's in the past. Leave it there, where it belongs." "Ours now," the Quicksilver whispered. "Our song. A song for us to keep." The others hadn't heard the Quicksilver this time. I could tell. "That's what you'd meant. That you'd take it, and it would disappear. That no one would remember it. Ours now," the Quicksilver repeated. "Ours. Ours. Ours." It seemed a shame that Loreth's song had been ripped out of the world. All memory of it erased. It had moved me in a way. It had explained so much. "Why can I still remember it?" I asked. "We remember, so the alchemist remembers." Ha! I didn't know how to feel about that. Being the only person alive, too. Remember the ballad Loreth had written about Fisher felt like sacrilege. Ha! Ha! Many other things would I need to remember that everyone else had to forget in order to make all of those relics. There were more bargains on the horizon. I knew. Thousands of them. Small deals to be struck. How the hell would I navigate them all without landing myself in hot water? Just thinking about it made me break out into a cold sweat. I put those concerns away to fret about later. "So, will you allow this sword to channel magic?" I asked. I waited for the Quicksilver's reply. Technically, it didn't matter if the sword wasn't able to channel magic. I'd made the damned thing, which was impressive. Enough, even to me, and the chances were high that I'd be able to talk the Quicksilver into bonding with the rings to become relics. If I succeeded in that, I would have done all I'd agreed to accomplish for Fisher. But there was also the matter of my pride. I wanted to know what I was capable of achieving here, working with such a fascinating, stubborn material. I couldn't live with not knowing. "Hold me with both hands and name me Loreth of the Broken Spires," the Quicksilver said. Loreth looked a little bewildered. "Me," he said aloud. "It is your privilege." The warrior looked to me, conflicted. Apparently, it was the right of the smith who'd forged a blade to name it in Novellia, just as it was in Zilveron. Loreth looked guilt-ridden Oberitaliano. I, however, had no qualms. The blade would not be whole or complete without Loreth. "Go on," I told him. "You heard it. Give it its name." Resolve settled over the warrior's features. His hesitancy still shone through. But he placed both hands on the hilt and raised the blade aloft, speaking in a clear, loud voice. "I name you Evisieth, the unsung song. Redemption's dawn. The moment he finished speaking, a blue flame rippled down the sword's blade, searing runes into the metal in its wake, alongside the script I had etched there, and then a brilliant white light erupted from Aviciath, blinding and powerful. It shot straight up into the era pillar of energy that transformed night into day. The very ground beneath our feet quaked. Fisher let out a surprising whoop, joy shining from his face as he followed the column of energy upward into the heavens. "Angel's breath, brother," he hollered. "Fucking angel's breath." Chapter 30. Swear it. The camp was in chaos when Fisher escorted me back to his tent. Nearly everyone had seen the column of angel's breath illuminating the pre-dawn sky. Those who hadn't fired questions at those who had, and all were gripped with an air of excitement. Fisher had advised Loreth to go and sleep until he came to get him later in the evening. He'd still looked dumbstruck as he headed off in the direction of his tent, cradling Aviciath like a baby in his arms. Carian had decided that he couldn't be bothered hiking back down the hill and announced that he was going to sleep at the forge. Meanwhile, I had no idea what angel's breath was or how it would be useful. On a battlefield, I was so sore I couldn't think straight. And frankly, I couldn't even remember my own name. I collapsed into a chair as soon as Fisher got me into the tent, but he shook his head, holding me out of it again by my wrists. "Don't think so, little Osha. Come on here. You're sleeping in the bed. With you." It was a challenge. I was done tiptoeing around this now. Fisher's brow dipped for a second. He seemed frustrated, but I nodded. "I need to go and talk to Ren first. But yes, I'll be sleeping here. With you." "All right, then. But first," he pulled a face, "you need a bath." I couldn't be offended. I'd spent 15 hours slaving away in a sweltering forge and had the sweat, and half of the dirt of Inna beneath my fingernails, to prove it. My hair was crisp. From my perspiration, my fingers got stuck in it. When I tried to run my hand through Italiano, I wanted nothing more than to be clean. But when I tried to talk myself into crossing the tent toward the beautiful copper claw foot tub that Fisher conjured with his smoke, I found my legs uncooperative. I didn't even have the energy to talk. Fisher took one look at me and lifted me into his arms. He might have had a cutting comment for me once. "See, little Osha. Just like the butterfly I named you after. So weak, so vulnerable." But he said nothing as he carried me to the tub and carefully set me down. His eyes trailed fire over my skin as he helped me out of my clothes. I hissed, failing to raise my arms over my head, and he dispensed with the process entirely. Tiny particles of midnight sand rushing over my body and helpfully dispatching my clothes. Even after a long day's work at Elroy's forge, I'd never felt this gross. Kingfisher looked at me like I was the most astonishing thing he'd ever seen, as if he didn't see the grime and the exhaustion clinging to me like a second skin midnight hair. Jade green eyes, that strong jaw, the full mouth that softened the powerfully masculine lines of his other features. The runes at his throat pulsed like a heartbeat as he lifted me again and lowered me gently into the bathtub. I sighed in instant relief. The water was the perfect temperature. The heat worked its way into my body, easing the tension in my joints and kneading out the knots in my muscles. It was nothing short of divine. Fisher knelt on the floor, resting his forearms against the side of the copper. Tabby watched me, his eyes so fierce that they stripped me even better than I already was. It took ridiculous effort, but I lifted my hand out of the water just enough so that I could touch his hand. He didn't pull away, lifting his fingers an inch. He repositioned, adjusting. It was a micro-movement, really subtle, but with meaningful results. His fingertips were left resting on top of mine. We'd kissed and licked and fucked each other raw. He'd emptied himself inside me, roaring as he came. But this small, intentional contact between us was the most intimate we'd ever been. I marveled at the sight of our fingers touching, an array of emotions vying for my attention. Fisher rested his chin on top of his forearms and sighed. "What?" I whispered. He thought for a moment, appearing to decide whether he'd answer the question. Then he said, "I was wrong, you know. You are a good thief. What have I stolen?" But he smiled a small, sad smile, slowly shaking his head. "Sleep a little. The water will stay warm. I'll be back as soon as I've spoken to Ren." I woke, 2 hands built for violence, gently soaping my scalp. No one had ever washed my hair before. It was an experience I wanted again and again. But only from him. Only from Fisher. The second time I woke, he was lifting me out of the tub. His magic hummed over my naked body, leaving me dry in his arms. I didn't want clothes. I wanted to be naked, and I wanted him naked, too. But the slate blue shorts and camise he magicked out of nowhere for me were buttersoft and very pretty and left my skin almost bare. The sounds of the war camp outside faded away, leaving the tent in blissful silence, as Fisher placed me into his bed and climbed in right behind me. The third time I woke, it was dark, and my stomach was growling loud enough to wake the dead. Fisher's arm was thrown over my side, one of his legs tangled with mine, the weight and heat of his body curving around me, deeply reassuring. I lay as still as I could for as long as I could, relishing the quiet dark and the soft sound of Kingfisher's breathing. Half an hour passed. I'd need to get up and use the bathroom soon enough, but for the time being, I wanted to stay here and soak this in. War was at the doorstep. Tomorrow was uncertain. Hell, today was uncertain. But this tiny moment was real. It was God's damn it. And I didn't want to let it go. I tried to relax and savor it, but a thought crept in as I lay there. Thought that would not be ignored. I had made an Alcamoran sword. Me a pickpocket from Zilveron. Learned how to reason with the Quicksilver, and had struck a bargain with it. And now Lorith had a weapon that channeled vast amounts of energy. A few months ago, I'd never have thought that possible. But now, a lot of things felt like they might be possible. It had to be worth a shot, didn't it? Carefully, I reached out with my mind, searching for the buzzing hum of the Quicksilver. I found it as Zelly and God's. It was loud. So loud. Too loud to think. Around? Was this what Fisher dealt with? Every waking hour? Annoratmor. Annoratmor. I took a deep breath and said a silent prayer to the gods. Hello? The chanting stopped. Kingfisher stirred in his sleep, letting out a troubled sigh, but he didn't wake. I bit my bottom lip, steeling myself. If I was quick, this could all be over in a matter of moments. Tentatively, I reached out again, extending the boundaries of my mind until I sensed the restless weight of the Quicksilver. I should have prepared for this. Thought of what I wanted to say. I hadn't planned for this, though, and how many opportunities would I get at this in the future? I'm Ceres. I'm an alchemist. We know who she is. The Quicksilver hissed. She is the moon. She is the sky. She is oxygen in our lungs. I didn't know how to respond. Why would it say that? I was the dawn, the sky. Oxygen. I shook my head. There was no time to waste on puzzles. I want you to leave Fisher, I rushed out. Leave him? The Quicksilver asked, in a quizzical voice. Yes. Leave him. His body. I want you to come out of him. AJ, strike a deal. With you. We cannot leave him. We are him. A multitude of voices, layered over each. Other echoing chorus of voices, delivering news that I didn't want to hear. He is. You are. I didn't have a clue what it was. Not really. What the hell was I supposed to tell it? I had to keep things simple. Your Quicksilver, you're not supposed to bind with living creatures. We bind with all kinds of weapons. Fisher isn't a weapon. He's a living, breathing weapon, the Quicksilver said. The best. We are him. He is us. We cannot leave. We will die. You'll die, or Kingfisher. All of us, the Quicksilver emphasized. We are one thing, one weapon. He was being ridiculous or stubborn, one of the two. And I wasn't in the mood. I could guide you out. I can feel you inside him. I can put you back with the other Quicksilver at Kolish, or forge you into the most impressive blade that's ever been. We were forged hundreds of years ago. We cannot be unmade. You're hurting him. Even in my head my voice seemed to crack with emotion. He's suffering because of you. The Quicksilver was quiet. I could sense it, thinking about this. But not for long. We are him. He is us. We all suffer. Alchemist, there is nothing to be done. So you're just going to keep pushing him until he cracks until ADS if you kill him? What then? Then we do as all dying things do. We return to the dirt and the sea and the sky. We sleep. We evolve. We change. We transcend. You're stealing his life from him, I spat. You have no right. We gave him his life. A boy! Just a boy! He was young when he entered our pool. He should not have survived it, but he was strong, and the grand halls of the universe rang aloud with his purpose. We permitted him to live so that he might fulfill that purpose. We bound ourselves to him that he might survive. And there's no other way for him to live without. This die was cast centuries ago. We accepted our fate, Alchemist. All of us did. I heard the implication in the Quicksilver's words. It wanted me to understand that Fisher had agreed to this somehow, that he'd allowed the Quicksilver to bind with him and had known what it would mean. But I couldn't make my peace with that. Why would he have struck a bargain that would eventually cost him his mind? My eyes stung behind my eyelids. I couldn't accept it. Wouldn't there had to be a way to convince the Quicksilver to willingly leave Fisher's body? If I could talk the Quicksilver in Danya's soul into being reforged and to channel magic again, then surely I could find some deal or bargain that would entice the Quicksilver out of the male sleeping next to me. I started when something brushed my cheek. My eyes snapped open, and oh, Fisher wasn't asleep after all. Great. Just what I needed. If I was going to try and negotiate with his Quicksilver, I hadn't wanted him knowing about it. A deep sadness radiated from him as he swept away the tear that had rolled over the bridge of my nose. I assumed that didn't go how you thought it would, he whispered. I sniffed. Did you hear it all? He gave a small shake of his head. Only pieces of what it said to you. But it was pretty easy to work out what you were talking about based on its responses. Dumb! I should have kept my thoughts to myself. Now Eke knew I'd gone prying. That wasn't the best feeling. I should have just minded my own business. As if he knew what I was thinking, he said. I've been waiting to see if you'd try and yank it out of me. You're not angry? His mouth tugged up into the smallest, saddest smile. Closing his eyes, he sighed. Of course not. How can I be angry? You wanted to help. But now you know. It's not just inside of me. It's a part of me. Without it, I'll die anyway. So, it's... Renfis burst into the tent, dressed in full armor. His expression was wild, his face smeared with dirt. I sat up, grabbing the sheets and clutching them to my chest, alert and ready. Conversation forgotten, Quicksilver forgotten. The fact that I wasn't wearing much beneath the sheets was also forgotten. Ren cursed through his teeth in OID-Fi, casting his eyes away when he saw me gods. Apologia, I thought you were up at Kalish, Ceres? I'm sorry. Truly I am. But I need him. Fisher was up and out of bed a second later, a shadowy blur streaking across the tent. When he stood by the bookcase, he was already dressed in his black leather armor, plate at his throat, and murder in his eyes. What is it? Demanded. The Horde. They're at the banks again, Ren clipped out. All hell's breaking loose out there. Fuck. Out of nowhere, the wall of silence that had fallen over the tent as Fisher had put me to bed shattered, and the sound of chaos crashed down upon us. Screams and shouts, the thunder of hundreds of boots running through the sucking mud, commands being bellowed from one side of the camp to the other, and underpinning it all, the steady pounding rhythm of hammers striking thick ice. Boom! Boom! Fuck! Fisher repeated. A length of curling black shadow extended in his hand, becoming Nimarel. I'm sore. There's no need for apologies. No one's been hurt. It's a token showing. Barely 1,000 of them. Still, you should come. Ren rushed out. I'll see you at the river. Saris, it'd be best if you stayed here. No? I'm coming. That was it. Final. I was sick of being told to wait, told to stay, told to hide where it was safe. I wasn't hanging back here, passing in a tent, while Fisher, my friends, and the rest of the entire fucking war camp faced down. Malcolm's monsters. It just wasn't happening. I got out of bed, not caring that I was still only wearing the shorts and the camise. Fisher saw to that. Anyway, by the time my bare feet hit the rug, I was dressed in black fighting leathers and a long-sleeved black shirt to match them. Ren looked for a response from his friend. Fisher! Fisher stared into me. The hard arrogance he would have worn a week or two ago was gone, replaced by caution. The only way I'm staying in this tent is if you force me to, I said in a shaky voice. And here it was. The moment he officially won me or lost me, if he ordered me to stay and took away my will, it didn't matter how much things had changed between us, nor would it matter how much I needed him. I would never speak to him again, never look at him again. This would all be over before it had even had a chance to begin. That would hurt, but nowhere near as much as his betrayal would. I waited, praying to gods I'd only recently learned the names of, that he was about to make the right decision. Fisher swallowed hard. You won't go to Kalish? He asked quietly. I will not. Being banished to Kolish would be even worse. So far, removed that a whole mountain range stood between me and the fight. I'd never forgive him. I wouldn't be able to, even if I tried. Don't do it, Fisher! Please! Do not fucking send me away! He'd set his jaw. He'd come to a decision. I braced, waiting for a shadow gate to coalesce. But, if you come, will you stay right by me? He asked. My knees wanted to buckle. I answered quickly, before he could rethink this. Yes. Absolutely, yes. And if I tell you to stay somewhere until danger passes, I'll stay. And if I tell you to run, I'll run. He narrowed his beautiful eyes at me. Swear it. A promise doesn't bind me the way it binds you. I know. But humans still make promises to each other, even though they can be broken, don't they? Because they trust the other to honor their word. Yes. Then swear, little Osha, and I'll trust you. A wave of hot emotion knifed me in the center of my chest. This was the kind of male I wanted to be with. I swear it, Kingfisher nodded, accepting my promise. All right then, so be it. Quickly, he went to the trunk at the foot of his bed and opened the lid, taking out a long bolt of fabric. I recognized it immediately. It was the bundle Fisher had fastened to Ada's saddle when we'd fled the Winter Palace. Ren's eyes went wide as Fisher placed it on the bed and unraveled the swaths of material, revealing the sword within. Not just any sword, the sword that had started all of this. The one I'd pulled from the pool of frozen quicksilver in Madras Palace. Solis's hilt flashed in the firelight, bright silver now. The tarnish of age that had dulled its edge nowhere to be seen. It was a breathtaking weapon. The kind songs are written about. Its pommel was embellished with a crescent moon, the horns of the crescent so close that they almost touched to form a whole circle. Script writing flowed around the hilt, down over the crossguard, and spilled along the edge of the blade, written in old thigh. Fisher turned and held out the sword to me. My father's bones rest somewhere in Zil. His sword spent the past millennia there, which, double quotes. He paused, considering the sword, which makes it more Zilveran than Avelian Na, I think. The air was on fire, too hot to breathe. Fisher unhooked a leather scabbard from the wall of the tent and took it down, sliding Solace into it. Speechless, I lifted my arms as he wound the scabbard's belt around my waist. His hands worked deftly, adjusting the belt to fit my much narrower waist, and it was all I could do not to burst into tears. His father's sword. Ren stood, arms folded over his chest, watching. Our eyes met, and worry swelled behind my ribs. Would I find judgment on his face? Anger over a valuable Phi heirloom being passed into the hands of a human? Of course not. Ren's expression was one of deep satisfaction. It seemed to say, "Good. At last, this is as it was always meant to be. Ceres Fane." Fisher straightened and took me in. "Okay? Are you ready?" Yes. My heart kicked like a mule against my ribs, and yet I felt steady with the weight of the sword at my hip. "Be unrelenting and unmerciful in the face of the wicked dead," Fisher said. Ren laid a steadying hand on my shoulder. "And if you should find soul, sundered from flesh, order a drink for us at the first tavern you come across in the afterlife. We'll settle the tab when we get there." Chapter 31. Dan. Lightning raked its claws across the night sky. Ryan pelteth os. Torrential, freezing, as we ran along the western line of the war camp. Ren and Fisher were dark ghosts, blurring through the mayhem, darting straight through campfires that had already been kicked over, and around knots of warriors attempting to roll massive boulders toward the river's frozen edge. Fisher hung back, waiting for me, but I was right on their heels anyway. Following at a dead sprint, along the other side of the Darn, a line of ravening vampires snapped and snarled at the ice's edge. I could make out their shattered teeth and ruined tongues, even through the lashing curtain of rain. Tonight was a little warmer than it had been since I'd arrived at Erne, and the smell that floated across the river rotting flesh and the temps of foul, metallic blood made me gag. Switched to breathing through my mouth, only barely managing to keep my stomach. Fisher and Ren stopped abruptly at a switchback in the river, where the snowy banks were closest and formed a narrow bottleneck. Only 55th separated Erne and Sonnesroth here. It wouldn't take much for the feeders to make the crossing. Panic lived and breathed in my veins, multiplying by the second, gathered it in an iron grip, refusing to succumb to it. "Why aren't there as many of them here?" I panted. There were vampires on the opposite banks. Here, yes, but nowhere near as many as there were further down, where the river was wider. The water still flows beneath the ice. The current's stronger here as it moves through this channel. That means the ice is thinner, Fisher said. Dangerous to cross, and they know that? I asked incredulously. Not in any intelligent way. Ren supplied. Vampires can't pass over running water. They sense the current here and are afraid. But inevitably, one of them dares to step out onto the ice. Then, the others follow. When they do, we're here to make sure they don't make it across. Fisher glowered at the pack of vampires, pushing and shoving each other on the opposite bank. His eyes were distant, his expression troubled. He didn't come. This time, he muttered. No need to ask who he was referring to. Ren and I both already knew he meant Malcolm, the silver-haired king of the vampires, was nowhere to be seen. Tonight, he'd sent his servants out to do his dirty work and hadn't deigned to come out himself. I wasn't sorry for it. The sight of Malcolm, standing on the other side of the river, had struck a chord of fear in me that was still rattling my bones even now. He'd been no taller than your average Phi male. In truth, he'd been leaner than most of the warriors here in camp, but the sense of power he'd given off had been staggering. I'd felt it pushing and pulling at me, looking for my weak spots, as if it had wanted to force me to my knees in supplication. If I lived another 1,000 years and never saw that dead-faced male again, it'd still be too soon. Boom, 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 boom. Like a two-part heartbeat, the sound of the hammers smashing down on the thick ice rang in my ears. Be ready, Fisher said. His smoke rushed from his hands. Forminadar pulled at his feet. It crept to the edge of the river, but hovered there, going no further. Shouts went up to the east, a furious roar of war cries. Primera, sha, nit, te. writhing mass of bodies on both sides of the darned terror and relief. Holding hands in my chest when I saw the first wave of vampires racing out onto the ice. There, but that the huge icebreakers had succeeded in shattering the surface of the frozen river as well. "They're through," Wren observed. "It's over now. A few more solid hits," as if the crowd of vampires closest to us knew that this was their last chance. A ragged old man with half his jaw hanging loose stepped boldly out onto the ice. His shirt was in tatters, clinging to his emaciated frame. His pants were frayed and filthy, hanging from his protruding hips. Side to side, his jaw worked, his lips cracked wide open and leaking black ichor. Across the river, he shuffled on rotting feet. 100 feet away, back toward camp, the darn splintered apart, ice groaning as it gave way to hammer and axe. Vampires plunged through the widening fissures, sinking into the rushing waters below. The dead didn't swim, nor did they float. A few of the blood-mad feeders grasped hold of chunks of ice, using them to buoy themselves above the surface of the water, but it was no good. The most determined among them held on for maybe 10 seconds before their lifeless hands lost traction, and they sank below the choppy surface of the water. The ancient old man crossing toward us must have been hollow-boned like a bird. The ice held under his feet as he grew closer, which gave his companions courage. A woman came next. Her face was a ruin, her eyes missing, cheeks clawed to shreds. The wounds looked fresh, still pink in places. A day or two ago, she'd been alive. She was wearing an apron, which was a strained brown, with old blood down the front. It looked like the aprons the cooks wore back at the Winter Palace. Had she worked at some fine estate somewhere? Had she stepped out for a moment to escape the heat of the kitchen, to catch a glimpse of a star or two in the night sky? Had some awful nightmare leaped out of the shadows and torn her face to shreds as it had fed a boy? Next, naked and scrawny, a woman with blackened hands and corkscrewed dark curls, dragging a lifeless doll along behind her as she came. My stomach pitched when I realized it wasn't a doll, that it was a baby, punctured with hundreds of teeth marks like it was a pincushion. "Gods and sinners," I whispered. "What is this?" "Walking hell," Renfus answered grimly. "It just keeps coming." Soon, there were at least 20 vampires on the ice. The others held their positions on the bank, refusing to come forward, either too overwhelmed by the sense of the water rushing close by or held back by some other voiceless command. But the 20 on the ice were plenty to be worrying about. "They're almost halfway," Wren muttered. "The moment they cross, I'll have their fucking heads," Fisher growled. The rain came down harder, lashing the tents and putting out the unattended fires back in the camp. It struck our skin, soaking our clothes to our bodies and plastering our hair to our scalps. I watched the vampires, slow but determined, approach and had to ask, why wait? Why not do it now? The second they made contact with flesh, the feeders erupted into pale blue flames, stumbling into one another, screaming. But still they came. Ceres. Fine Lord, head back up to the forge. Renfis bellowed. No. I drew solace, and a ripple of heat charged up my arm. The sensation took me by surprise. 2 seconds later, I was standing shoulder to shoulder with Ren before 60 snarling vampires. Ren looked at me like I was madness personified. You promised him, he shouted. Nodding, I raised the sword. I promised I'd stay here. If I run off into the and I got to fucking work. There was a split second when the vampires were sluggish as they emerged from the water. Ren took them down in droves as they came up the bank, but I went to the water's edge and began carving them apart before they could get their bearings. Solace hummed in my hands, sending waves of energy up into my shoulders with every hit I landed. I sank down, settling my weight into the balls of my feet and my hips, and immersed myself deep into the flow of killing. Back. Ceres. Come back. Ren was right. There were too many of them. Across the rain-soaked camp, more voices joined them, wolves all, singing out their victory. The baying shouts were still going when Fisher speared Nimmerel tip-down into the dirty snow, cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed so loudly that his cries seemed to shake the very heavens. Loreth of the broken spires. Loreth of the darn Loreth. Loreth of the darn. The name went up again and again, the sound of every Phi warrior in camp. Chanting Loreth's name was so powerful that it made my chest ache. For the sweat Everlane. She'd been so nice to me back at the Winter Palace. I'd been too overwhelmed by my new surroundings to truly appreciate it. But she'd been a friend to me, had looked out for me. And now she was in mortal peril, and there was nothing I could do to help her. Nothing any of us could do. Fisher's jaw worked, a look of devastation on his face, and knew why she couldn't come. Her neck, he whispered. Look at her neck. At the base of Lane's slender throat shone a thin band of gold. It was a fine thing. Pretty. It looked like it was engraved with some kind of pattern, though I couldn't make out the details of the design from here. Attached to the band of metal was a thin gold chain. As I noticed it hanging down in front of her, it snapped taut, and Everlane jerked to her left, almost losing her balance. Fisher hissed as the crowd of vampires parted, and a tall, handsome male, with luminous skin and cropped blonde hair, came forward to stand beside her. Dressed in black pants and a tailored white shirt, he wasn't kitted out for war. His attire suggested that this little jaunt out into the rain had interrupted some kind of dinner party. Younger than Malcolm, he was a fraction taller, a fraction broader, and every bit as dangerous. I could feel his power, a sinking, penetrating cold, spilling across the river, leaching into my bones. "Well met, Fisher," the vampire called over the river. "I see you've managed to restore one of your precious swords. Congratulations. I'm sure that feels like quite a feather in the cap." As if Lorith took the sarcasm in his voice personally, a flicker of angel's breath crackled through the air, brighter than the lightning scoring the clouds. It burned my eyes as it crashed into an invisible barrier in the middle of the river, and was instantly diverted, shooting harmlessly up into the air. The vampire didn't even blink. From the way he smiled, he found the display highly entertaining. "Why don't you come over here and say hello to an old friend? Fisher, your sister and I have a bottle of that red you like breathing back in the dining room. Why not join us for a glass?" "Fuck you, Taladeus." Fisher spat. "If you've hurt her, please, you know me. I don't have the stomach for hurting the things you care about. My father, on the other hand." He trailed off, looking thoughtfully at the chain in his hand. "He does enjoy adding to his collection, and since he recently lost his most vaunted prize, it only makes sense that he'd want to replace it. Come on, you must have expected something like this from him." Hatred boiled in Fisher's eyes, but there was pain there, too. He spoke quietly this time, addressing Ever. I could hear him, but only hoosts. "Malcolm bit you?" he asked, keeping his voice level. I saw Everlane's mouth move, but I wasn't blessed with Fisher's gifts. Couldn't cast my voice, and my human hearing was nowhere near as sharp as his, either. She spoke 4 or 5 words, and the tiny flicker of hope went out in Fisher's eyes. Wren saw his reaction and dropped down onto the snowbank, landing heavily on his knees, his legs refusing to support him anymore. "So he's bitten her. She's not dead." I stepped closer to Fisher, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Surely she'll be okay. If there's venom in her veins, Talina can heal her like she healed me." Wren shook his head. He stared at Lane, and she stared right back at him. Her shoulders shook, her chest hitching up and down unevenly. I considered it a small blessing that I couldn't hear her crying over the roar of the rain hitting the river. "She can't come home now," Wren whispered in a broken voice. "She's his." I glanced between the males, my heart skipping beats, left, right, and center. "What do you mean? She's his?" "It means she's enthralled to him," Fisher said. My eyes pricked fiercely. "Enthralled? What? What does that even mean?" Later, little Osha. I'll explain it all later. Fisher could barely get the words out around his grief. Wren forced himself back to his feet, shouting across the river. His hands shook at his sides. "What do you want, Taladeus? Why did you bring her here?" The blonde vampire sneered at Wren. "Careful, Renfis. I am Lord of Midnight. To you, I won't be addressed so familiarly by one so low. He's 1,000,000 times the male you'll ever fucking be," Fisher hissed. "Now answer the fucking question and tell us why she's here." "Why do you think?" Taladeus answered tersely. "He bid me bring her. She's a trap. He wants to bend you to his will, so he's taken something precious to you, and he's broken it." "Are you shocked?" He didn't wait for Fisher's reply. "You will either come and try to save her, even though doing so would be futile, or else you'll come for vengeance's sake. Either way, he knows you'll come. He doesn't care why. Only that you do. Vengeance." I didn't like the sound of this. How the fuck had Eva wound up in Malcolm's hands? Anyway, I had so many more questions, but now wasn't the time to ask them. I waited to see how Fisher would respond to this, but his chin dipped down, the quicksilver in his eyes spinning so fast that it formed a solid, shining ring around his iris, and he said nothing. It seemed as though he was waiting. A moment later, I figured out why. Breathless, Loreth skidded down the slope. Joining us, just like the rest of us, he was covered in ichor and dirt. His expression bore a fury that promised to end worlds. When saw Taladeus standing on the other side of the river, holding Everlane's chain, like she was some kind of animal, and his face darkened. "Motherfucker." "Evening, Loreth." Taladeus grinned menacingly at the warrior. "Fuck. Is that?" His face paled. "Is that Evelyn?" Fisher was frozen still, staring across the river at his sister. It was Wren who answered. "Yes, it's her. Malcolm's already tagged her." "Be you, double quotes?" He glanced around wildly. "But that's where is he?" Fisher growled at last. His words were quiet, cast at Taladeus. The vampire chose to shout back his answer with a laugh, so all could hear. "He's waiting for you, my friend." "Where?" "At the place where the two of you brokered your last deal." "Honestly, I think he's hoping for a repeat performance." "There won't be any more deals," Fisher snarled. "I suppose we'll see about that, won't we?" Taladeus considered his fingernails. "Your darling Everlane was bitten 12 hours ago. You can do math. As we speak, my father rides north with the better part of his horde. If you aren't there to meet him when he arrives at his destination, he'll see that she makes it through the change and then spends the rest of eternity on her back, being fucked raw by Amentreth's most depraved residents, one ... after another ... after another. Or you give him what he wants. It's that simple." "And what the hell does he want?" Loreth demanded. Fisher flinched, as if he wished the warrior hadn't even asked. "He wants me," he whispered. Taladeus's bark of amusement was as harsh as cracking ice. "Yes, it's true. You're on his wish list. Always my friend. But he doesn't just want you this time. You might have been a valuable player in this game before, but a lot's changed. Of late, there are far more interesting pieces on the board. He doesn't get anyone else. You, of all people, know that Malcolm gets what Malcolm wants. Taladeus chided. He'll have his prize, and you know it. Well, he can't have her. Fisher's declaration boomed over the Donnet could probably be heard in the bowels of Amontraith. The terror that rolled off him hit me like a slap to the face. I felt it deep in my bones, and ... I felt something else, too, Taladeus. His attention shifted to me, though his dark eyes, brimming over with merriment, remained locked on Fisher. You can kick and scream all you like, he said, but he wants the alchemist, Fisher. If he has to burn down all of Avelia to claim her, you know perfectly well that he'll do it. Chapter 33. Blood in Tongues. I can't believe we let him just drag her away like that. Loreth paced up and down in front of the map table, balling his hands into fists. Every time he spun around, he hit something with Avicia's scabbard, clearly unused to carrying the weapon. We should have fucking done something. Like what? I'd never heard Ren sound so defeated. He sat at the head of the table, chewing on his thumbnail. Since we'd made our way back here, numb and soaked to our skin, the general had crafted the beginnings of a number of plans, speaking out loud to himself, only to hit a stumbling block and start over again. Now, it seemed as though he'd officially given up. Fisher hadn't said one word since he'd stalked inside and planted himself at the seat opposite me. He just stared at me, a sea of green and silver locked onto my face, the muscles in his throat working. To be the subject of such intense focus was disconcerting at first, but I'd gotten used to it over the past hour, and had resorted to staring back at him, nudging him inside my head, trying to cajole him into saying something. Come on! Talk to me! Tell me something. Anything, I said silently. You can't just shut down. But still not a word. Clearly, he thought sinking into a state was a perfectly acceptable coping mechanism in light of the situation. There has to be a way. Loreth kicked angrily at the pile of chopped wood by the fire. One of the pieces splintered and fell apart. Dinte, Evan acknowledged the mess he'd made as he spun around, clouting Ren's shin with Aviciath, and stormed toward the exit. Right before barging out of the tent, he turned around and marched back again. Fisher, there are thousands of texts in the library back at Kalish. There must be something in one of them about this. Your father studied the blood curse for decades. I bet he made a note about this. How to cleanse a thrall's blood. How to burn away the enchantment between master and thrall before the conversion begins. Fisher's brow furrowed. He stared at me harder. Fisher, Loreth prodded. He can't hear you, Ren said wearily. He pinched the bridge of his nose, sagging back into his chair. Just give him some time. He's thinking. Could there be information back at Kolish about that? I asked him. But Fisher showed no sign of having heard me. Well, shit. If he wasn't going to give me answers, then the other two males were going to have to fill me in, because my brain was about to implode. Why is Malcolm's bite so different from the other vampires? I demanded. glowering at Wren, daring him to try and brush off the question. "Thankfully," he answered, "Malcolm was the first to be affected by the blood curse. The very first, when Rurik Dianthus, the last Avelian king, discovered the cure. Malcolm was one of the few who chose to remain vampires. Over the centuries, Theotr Swall had accepted their curse, were systematically killed off, until only Malcolm remained. There were whispers that Malcolm ingested their power somehow, is millennia old, undying, never aging. Every year he survives, he grows in strength and capability. His venom is potent beyond imagination. When one Ophe, his lords bites a victim, they can drink and sat their thirst without killing. If they bite the same human a number of times, eventually they become enthralled there. That word, what does that mean? The victim becomes bound to the vampire who bit them, Lorath said, stepping in. Mindlessly devoted to their needs, they'll feed and fuck their master without a single thought for themselves. Inevitably, their masters grow, board and drain them, and then their victim dies. 3 days later, Te Risa from wherever they've been discarded and become the feeders you've seen on the river. But Everlane, ... I couldn't say anything else. The thought of that bastard sinking his teeth into her neck made me want to vomit. Malcolm only needs to bite once to create a thrall. Everlane is now completely under his control. Even if we broke into Amentrith and managed to break her free, she wouldn't come. She'd fight so she could stay and please her master. And in a little less than 56 hours, she's going to die. Don't say that. We can't know that for sure. He might decide not to drain her. He might just use her as a bargaining chip for. Malcolm's venom is lethal, Ceres. All it takes is one drop. He doesn't need to drain her to kill her now. The work is done. Only 2 possible paths lay before Eva. If Malcolm permits her to drink from him, and she actually does it, then she return and becomes something like Malcolm's lords. If she refuses to drink from Malcolm, or he refuses his blood to her, then she'll die and return as a feeder. A part of Fisher heard that deep down. He registered the information, and it shattered the wall he was trying to hide behind. He stood from the table, inhaling sharply, dragging his hands through his hair. "Welcome back," Wren whispered. Fisher was about to say something, but the tent flap flew back, and in came Danya, still dressed in her armor from the skirmish. Her eyes blazed with anger. She growled, lips peeled back, showing teeth as she charged across the tent, straight for Loreth. "Danya," Wren warned. But it was too late. The female warrior had pulled back her fist and launched it into Loreth's face. He'd seen her coming, adjusted his stance, and folded his arms over his chest. But he hadn't done a thing to block her from hitting him. His nose exploded with blood when her blow landed. "Asshole! Give it to me! Give me my fucking sword." "It isn't your sword anymore," Danya Fisher said. "Like hell it isn't. I've carried that weapon for 313 years. I earned it." "Your father passed it down to you," Fisher corrected dryly. "The sword you once carried was unmade and reforged. This blade is new. It chose..." "It's mine," Danya seethed. We all saw her lunge for Evesieth. I couldn't have stopped her from taking such an ill-advised course of action, but Fisher, Wren, and Lorith could have. None of them did. Some lessons had to be learned the hard way. The sword she'd carried had already been silent when it had been given to her. Not even an echo of magic had remained inside it. She'd probably heard tales about what would happen to someone if they touched a god sword that didn't belong to them, but her pride was such that she really did believe the weapon hanging at Lorith's hip was hers. He let her take it T-secondaire, hand closed around its grip. She unleashed a blood-curdling scream, and her hand detonated into a cloud of pink mist. A shock-wave of blinding white light surged from Evesieth's pummel, and Danya was thrown across the map room. She crashed down onto a chair, reducing it to kindling in an instant. "Holy fucking gods," Wren uttered. "It took her fucking hand. Maybe she'll stop punching people in the face now." There wasn't a scrap of sympathy in Fisher's voice. He went and stood over Danya, his eyes glittering and cold as ice. Meanwhile, Danya awoke from an apparent faint and realized what had happened to her hand. Her sword hand. I braced for another scream, but she choked out a sob instead. "Oh, gods. No. 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 There's a chance it can be regrown. If I take you back to Kolish and get you looked at by a healer, will you stop all of this bullshit and calm the fuck down?" Fisher demanded. Danya didn't deserve her hand to be regrown. Her theatrics had reached a point where she deserved to live with the consequences of her shitty temper. That wasn't a charitable thought on my part, but I was well and truly over her attitude. She'd been a bitch ever since Kingfisher had shown up back at the camp. We had more important things to worry about than a petulant warrior who threw a temper tantrum every time she showed up in this fucking tent. Lucky for her, Fisher was more forgiving than me. "Yes," Danya moaned. She clutched the bleeding stump left at her wrist, tears streaking over her cheeks. "I will. I swear." "So that's it? You're heading back to Kolish?" Wren asked. "We all are. 3 out of the 5 of us need to see Taylina, and then we're going to tear that library apart until we find a way to help Everlane. We have a time, not much of it, but some. We need to use it wisely." Renfis was white as a sheet. If I wasn't mistaken, his hands shook with relief rather than anxiety now. Fisher had taken charge of the situation, which Mahant wasn't responsible for finding a solution to this disastrous situation. Opened his mouth, ready to speak. But Fisher got there first. "Before we can leave this tent, there's something we need to do, though." He looked back at me, resolved. Our alchemist faced the enemy tonight and stood her ground bravely. "We have among us a newly blooded warrior." Oh no. Gauze, no. I did not want any of them looking at me like this. Fisher's quiet pride, Wren's warm approval, Lorith's wolfish grin. Under normal circumstances, it might have been nice to be recognized for the feeders I'd taken down, but with Evelyn's outlook so bleak, I couldn't bear it. "I don't want a fuss," I said. "You don't want a fuss?" Lorith laughed. "This isn't about you, Ceres. This is about us recognizing one of our own and paying due respect. You don't get a say in the matter." I looked to Ren for help, but he shrugged apologetically. Sorry. He's right. Look, whatever this is can wait. We're in the middle of a crisis. There'll be time later for, I don't even know what you're planning on doing, but it can wait. Fisher wasn't persuaded by my argument. Not one little bit. Elianad Buck against the table, folding his arms across his chest. We don't let things like this wait. We're at war. There's no guarantee any of us wake up tomorrow. We celebrate our wins as they come, and we damn well make sure our warriors know their worth. Lareth was first to step forward. He drew a VCF and sank to his knees, running his palm along the blade. A stream of crimson blood ran in its wake. He pressed his hand against my chest, right between my breasts. The contact wasn't sexual, but Kingfisher still huffed a little. My blood in thanks, sister, Loreth said softly. He got up, still grinning at me like an idiot, and moved out of the way so that Renfis could take his place. The general sank to his knees, then nodded as Ed sliced open his own hand with a dagger and placed it over the bloody print that Loreth had made. It was my honor to fight alongside you, he said. My blood in thanks, sister. My cheeks were burning, 1,000 degrees and climbing, when Fisher quietly came forward and knelt at my feet. His halo of dark hair was all over the place. His skin paled in the flickering torchlight. His eyes were steady, though they ran me through, as he withdrew Nimmerel and closed his fist around her edge. When he placed his hand against my chest, he tapped his index finger and middle finger against my sternum, in time with my racing heart, giving me a very tired, very sad smile. He said, I give you my blood in thanks, Sarasphane. Chapter 34. A secret human had come first. Then Osileth, or Osia, said with a hefty amount of disdain. Then little Osha, which had first been mocking but had then shifted to an but Fisher had said my name. Finally. And it was ... Will. Loreth rubbed his knuckles up and down his sternum, frowning. Ren laughed under his breath, ducking his head. Dunya said something in Old Fi and spat on the ground, still cradling the smoking stump at the end of her right arm. But fuck Dunya. Dunya was the worst. And me, I just stood there like an idiot, not sure what to do or say, as the shock sank into my bones. Fisher was immediately all business, opening up a shadow gate. I passed through first and found myself transported into the dining room, where I had first encountered the feeders. I sat at the table, impatiently rapping my fingernails against the wood as I waited for the others. Dunya came next. She scowled when she saw me. Her thick, blonde war braid was spattered with blood. Well, look at you, the jumped-up little alchemist, sitting in pride of place at the family table. You'd better move before the others arrive, or you're gonna find yourself very embarrassed. I was sitting where I always sat now, to the right of Fisher's chair. But the way Dunya sneered at me made me think I'd made a very grave social error. It wasn't the first time someone had reacted to me sitting here. First, there had been the fire sprites. Archer had burst into flames when he'd seen me sitting in this seat. Then there had been Ren choking on his food. I looked up at the ceiling, leaning back into my seat. What's the big deal? It's just a chair. I said it oh so flippantly. If she knew, he was really interested in the answer, she probably wouldn't tell me, just to be difficult. Donya kicked the legs of the chair opposite me, shoving it back so she could sit down. "That seat is reserved for the lady of the house. You stupid girl. Etiquette dictates that only Fisher's wife is permitted to sit there. It's a position of high honor meant for a female born into one of the old houses, and you're just sprawled out. They're like you own the damn seat. It's offensive that he even lets a human sit at the same table as him. But this," she waved at me with her remaining hand, "this is just too much. Like I said, you should move." While she spoke, Ren stepped through the swirling gate, carrying a pile of books, leather bags, and 6 or 7 long, rolled-up scrolls under his arm. Donya smirked, as if I was in for it now, and she couldn't wait to watch me get dressed down. But Ren assessed the scene, sought me a wink, and said, "Don't you worry, Ceres. You're perfect right where you are." Danya's mouth fell open. "What the fuck? You all treat her like some important foreign emissary. She's just a human. What other rules will she be allowed to break?" I hadn't heard Fisher come through the gate. I felt his presence, though a pleasant warmth, in the back of my mind. The scent of the forest enveloped me as strong, tattooed hands rested on top of my shoulders. "No rules have been broken, Donya, and even if they had, that wouldn't be any of your business." Aghast, the female took him in, standing there behind me, his hands on my body. "You can't be serious, Fisher. We all know you've fucked her. The whole camp can smell it on the 2 of you. But she's a human," and Ren dumped everything he was carrying down onto the ground with a snarl. "She's honorable and brave, not to mention the most powerful alchemist ever documented. She disarmed you in half a fucking second, if you recall." "Who the fuck are you to say she and Fisher don't belong together?" "Whoa. Belong together." Behind me, I felt Fisher stiffen. Any moment now, he'd spit out some scathing remark, telling them not to be so fucking stupid. I would laugh off the sting of his contempt at Ren's suggestion, and we'd all go back to worrying about the truly important matter at hand. But Fisher said, in a very calm tone, "My personal life isn't up for public discussion." Holy fuck! Why is it so cold in here? Carrion was carrying a sword and a potted plant under his arm, still wearing his thick coat with the coarse fur over its wide collar. "I found him up at the forge," Loreth said, stepping through the gate behind. "Him! He was still asleep." "Hey! Don't say it like that." Swift shot him a wounded look. "We had a very long night, Jano." "You slept through a battle," Loreth said, "and I'm a very heavy sleeper." "What's with the plant?" Ren asked. Carrion shrugged. "I don't know. I like the look of it. It was the only green thing for a mile. Amongst all that white, I figured it deserved an easy life if it had made it this far growing out of a snowbank. Plus, my tent was so bare. It needed a little cheering up. For fuck's sake." "This is ridiculous." Donya rose from her chair. "I can't spend another minute in here with scatterbrained humans. Just because they single xri ... pretty ... double," quote she wobbled, her eyes glazing over. Tucking her chin, she reached for the edge of the table, but her fingers found nothing but air. "Lorith," Fisher said quietly. "Fuck. Do I have to?" "Please," Lorith grumbled as he crossed the dining room in 4 long strides and caught Danya right as she fainted. He did not look pleased to be holding the female in his arms, and I couldn't say I blamed him. "She's lost a lot of blood." Fisher sighed. "Come on, we'll take her to the healer." "And what about us?" I asked. "We can't just sit here." "I need to do something." Fisher reached for me. I lifted my hand, just enough so that he could hook the tip of his index finger around mine for a second. "Go to the forge. Get to work on the relics. Make as many as you can, Cyrus. I have a feeling we're going to need them." Ren left with the others, saying he needed to check the grounds and let the guards know we were here. As soon as we were alone, Carrion threw off his coat and pointed emphatically at the door after the Fi who had just exited through it. "Did you hear that?" he said. "What?" "That smoking hot blonde said I was pretty." "God's alive. Carrion, do not tell me you have a thing for Danya. She's fucking awful." "Hey," he shot at me, a rakish grin. "I love a girl with a sharp tongue and a bad attitude. Kinda makes my dick hard." The rain had stopped. Thank the gods. Onyx snuffled into the forge, his nose glued to the ground, following a trail. He squealed when he saw me, his whole body wiggling with excitement. I spent half an hour giving him pets and treats from the plate of food a timid fire sprite delivered for us, and then he happily headed out into the courtyard to sit in the dark, his little fluffy head tipped up towards the stars. It was already well past midnight. Had this been a normal day, we should have been thinking about going to bed, but we'd slept from dawn until dusk, when Ren had come to tell us that Horde were at the river, and after fighting and ending so many feeders, and then the awful news of Everlane's capture, I was officially awake. Good thing I had a mountain of work to keep me occupied. The tiny orb of quicksilver rolled around in the bottom of the crucible in a languid anti-clockwise direction. Negotiating with this quicksilver had turned out to be trickier than when I'd forged a It insisted it didn't want anything that it had no interest in being a relic. It was bored of me poking and prodding at it, and it didn't want to be bothered anymore. "We're wasting time, and I'm confused. You have the ability to command the stuff to do what you want it to do. Why don't you just force it to comply?" Carrion asked. "I'm not forcing it to do anything. It's sentient, Carrion. It has a mind of its own. It thinks, it talks. I really wished it didn't, and I'm not going to make it do something it doesn't want to do." Carrion knew about the bargain Fisher had tricked me into. He knew how I felt about being stripped of my free will. It was surprising that he'd even suggest this. He plucked one of the fee rings out of the wooden trunk by the hearth and flicked it up into the air. A flare of silver flashed in an arc as it spun. Distractedly, he said, "I take it you've forgiven our benevolent kidnapper for his crimes. Then, you and he seem very close. I'm not talking about Fisher with you. I set down the crucible so I could stoke the coals in the hearth. Why not? As you so forcefully reminded me recently, we're not exes. We only slept together once. I assure you, you're not going to hurt my feelings." He leaned against the bench, waiting. "I don't want to talk to you about him, because you'll use whatever I say to taunt me. Come here and pump these bellows. He looked affronted. "What? Am I your slave now? If you insist on staying in here and annoying me, then you're going to make yourself useful at the same time. Those are the rules." He made a face but still came, took hold of the bellows handles, and began to pump them. "Come on! We're going to be stuck in here for hours. You might as well tell me. I won't taunt you, I promise." Primera, snorted. Carrion's promises weren't worth the paper they were written on. He was notorious for swearing things left, right, and center, and then not honoring his word. It would be very stupid of me to expect him to keep this promise. But I found myself starting to speak. I've forgiven him, I suppose. Yes. He didn't make me do anything that hurt me or anyone else. He compelled me because he thought it would keep me safe, and he knows what'll happen if he ever does it again. This would earn a snide remark from Carrion, surely. But no. All 5 hells must have frozen over, eh? Just nodded. "Yeah, no, I thought it was weird when he bribed me to take a bath with those boots. I asked one of the sprites who came to buy the... You know, one of the water sprites with the giant... double quotes," he mimed, cupping a pair of sizable breasts on his own chest. "I asked her why they were trying to flay 3 layers of my skin off with that weird moss, and they said it was special. They said Phi, who liked bed-hop, were fond of it 'cause it eradicated the scents of their other partners. I couldn't think of why Fisher would care if I smelled like those triplets who just started working at Kala's. Gods, you're incorrigible." He waggled his eyebrows. "But then I realized that it was you. He didn't want me smelling like you." I refrained from commenting. I had suspected that was why Fisher had made Carrion take that bath. But I'd never said it out loud, not even to give him shit. I didn't know how it made me feel back then, and I was too much of a coward to admit how it made me feel now. I went and collected the crucible with a pair of tongs. On my way over to the hearth, Carrion flicked the ring he was fiddling with into the air again, and I snatched it mid-spin before he could, dropping it into the iron pot with the quicksilver. "What? You have nothing to say about that?" he asked. "Not really. Who knows why he did it? Maybe he just thought you stank. Hey, look, Fisher has his secrets. I don't stick my nose where. A secret?" I stopped talking, canting my head to one side. I had heard that, right? The Quicksilver had just spoken. "What?" I asked out loud. "I said," Carrion began, but I held my finger to my lips, glaring at him, then pointed to the crucible. He got it immediately and shut his mouth. "A secret," the Quicksilver whispered. "We like secrets. We'll change for you if you tell us one." Huh. So that's what this Quicksilver wanted. One secret that I could manage. I'd learned my lesson after giving that song to the Quicksilver, Aviciath, and it had ceased to exist. Though I was going to be smarter this time. If I tell you a secret, will I still remember it afterward? I asked aloud. "Of course," the voice replied. "And will it still be a secret? You will know, and so will I. But I won't tell. I swear it." "All right. So it wouldn't erase any information from my mind, nor would it spread the information around so that everybody knew it. Then there was nothing to worry about, I supposed." I didn't say it out loud this time. I spoke only for the Quicksilver. I don't want to go back to Zilveron anymore. Not forever. Anyway, I want to go home, get Hayden and Elroy, and then bring them back here to Avelia. This wasn't the most scintillating, realm-shattering gossip imaginable. But to admit to it was massive for me. I had spent every waking moment in this place, fighting to get home so I could save my brother and my friend. But then I'd found out that they didn't need saving, not the way I'd thought they would. And I'd made friends here, friends I cared about, who I had the ability to help win a war that had taken over their lives for hundreds of years. And there was Fisher. Things were uncertain on that front. Maybe I was fooling myself, and he would discard me after he'd had his fun. But either way, I didn't want to leave him. The Quicksilver rippled in the crucible, geometric patterns forming and reforming over its surface. It was beautiful to look at, but strange I hadn't seen it behave like this before. Yes, a good secret. Very good. You want to stay? You want to save him. Must. You must. I frowned, watching the Quicksilver closely as it vibrated next to the ring in the bowl of the crucible. Save him, I thought. Hayden. Yes, I want to bring him here. Not the brother. The Kingfisher. The Quicksilver buzzed. Save him. Save the gates. Save Evel. I just love it when you disappear into tense conversations with creepy portal. Metal Carrion quipped, hoisting himself up to sit on the bench. It's fascinating watching you do all of those facial gymnastics. Just a moment. Carry on, I whispered. Then to the Quicksilver, I said. What? Do you mean save Kingfisher? He's here. He's okay. I watched the Quicksilver roll over the ring, enveloping its surface, coating it, sinking inside it. It said, "We are token. Key, relic, shield." The words overlapped like layers of cloth, one on top of the other, but I still heard each one perfectly. Seal us with blood, alchemist, the relic demanded. Blood. It always came down to blood in the end. Sighing, I took out the dagger that Fisher had given me back in the Winter Palace and used it to prick the tip of my index finger. A tiny bead of glossy red blood welled there. Erg. I think I'm gonna be sick, Carrion groaned, looking up at the ceiling. I am not good with blood. I rolled my eyes, squeezing my finger and holding it over the crucible. The tiny bead formed a teardrop, wobbling, and then it fell, hitting the ring. Wild. My blood didn't roll off the band of the ring. It was absorbed into it. Just like the Quicksilver was. Complete! We are complete. Picking up the ring, I held it up to the light, and I felt that it was indeed complete. Both the key and the lock. Oh. I couldn't explain how I knew the process had worked, but I was sure. The silver band was beautiful, still marked with its original engraving. Whoever this ring belonged to would be pleased that it still bore their family's crest. But what did you mean about saving Fisher? I pressed. He's safe here. Why does he need saving? The ring said nothing. Nothing at all. Frustration welled up in me, and I didn't know why I did it, but I was compelled to act. I wasn't even aware of what I was doing as I slipped the newly made relic onto my middle finger. The forge went dark. An icy wind lanced through me, whipping my soul. And the sound. Gods, the sound. A million different voices chanting with a deafening might. Honoureth more. Honoureth more. Honoureth more. Honoureth more. Honoureth more. Honoureth more. Saras, the roaring cut off dead. The candles in the forge strengthened, the flames leaping up the back of the hearth, licking over the blackened brickwork. Then, just had it been only moments before, everything was normal again. I tore the ring off my finger, panting. My heart pounded, a terrible sense of hopelessness solidifying in my gut. I wouldn't be doing that again. Taylina was at the open doorway, technically standing inside. Kolish wrens magic still overlaid the doorway to one of the guest bedrooms back in the manor house, with the entrance to the forge outside, located by the stable, ensuring the house would be safe should I accidentally blow myself up. The healer wrung her hands, eyeing the doorway with surprising suspicion. Always, her jet-black hair was tied into long braids that went all the way down to the small of her back. The tips of her pointed ears poked out between them, complementing her flawless umber-bronze skin. She wore a gown made of iridescent blue material that flowed around her as she shifted from one foot to the other. I just wanted to come and see how you were. I heard you fought earlier, she said. Do you have any cuts or scrapes that need attention? I didn't get a chance to reply. Karen dog that he was, jumped in before I could get a word out. He hopped off the bench, crossed the forge, and leaned against the wall by the doorway in that practiced, careless way of his. You look stunning this evening. Taylina, you're literally the only good thing about being back here. She laughed. Aside from the running hot water, you mean, and the soft feather beds, and the endless supply of delicious hot food. No, I hate every single one of those things, he said theatrically. You remain the only bright star in a sea of darkness here. Tell me you've changed your mind about having dinner with me. She gave him a chastising look, holding up both of her hands and showing him their backs. I regret to inform you that I am still happily mated and married, Carrion Swift. And my husband isn't the type to share. Is he handsome? Carrion arched his eyebrow suggestively. I do love a husband and wife team. Maybe he'll let me join you both. If he ... A high-pitched, ringing sound filled my ears. It blocked out Carrion's overt attempts at seduction and Taylina's very polite rebuff. The Phi healer had lowered her hands again, but I was staring at them, eyes fixed on them. They were marked with runes. Some of her fingers bore 1 or 2 runes. Others had none. There was an elegant design on the back of her right hand, but the other was bare. Louder, the ringing in my ears intensified. I hadn't even realized that I was crossing the forge until I was standing in front of Taylina, and I was gesturing to her hands. Do ye ... I. Sorry, I've never seen such pretty tattoos before. Would you mind showing them to me? You sound weird, Carrion said, and I'm trying to help her forget the tattoos, not make a big deal out of them. Gods, you sure know how to ruin a guy's chance of getting laid. Taylina laughed again. Carry on. Let me put this as plainly as I possibly can. So long as the sun still rises and sets every night, I am never going to sleep with you. To me, she said. Of course. Thank you, Saris. I think they're pretty, too. My husband and I designed them together. She had beautiful hands, graceful and slender, with long fingers. 3 out of the 5 fingers on her left hand bore runes. 2 on her index finger, 2 on her middle finger, and only 1 on her little finger. On her right hand, there was a single rune on her index finger and another on her ring finger, and that was it. She traced her fingers over the ink on the back of her right hand, beaming as she extended it out for me to see properly. It's a Phi custom to mark our skin on our 5th wedding anniversaries. We tattered the blessings we pray for onto our hands, in the hopes that they become manifest. Yaz and I decided on a harmony mark, a longevity mark, and 2 child marks. Greedy Ekno, 2 E's for 2 children. 1 would be blessing enough, but she shrugged. No point in holding back when it comes to these things. Right? I'm sorry. Puck, why was it so hard to breathe? I'm not sure I understand. So you designed these tattoos yourselves, and someone inks them into your skin? Talina nodded. Yes, we wait until the 5th anniversary to do it, because some marriages fail in the early years. It can happen. We're advised to be cautious and wait until we're sure of each other before binding our skin. Jazz, and 1 wanted to get our marks after just 2 years, but the elders said we should wait. My mind was racing 1,000,000 miles a minute, so they don't just show up on their own. The marks. Like, out of the blue, overnight, or while, you're having sex with someone. Talina laughed brightly. Of course not. Don't be silly. The edge of panic rising inside me settled just a little. But then, Talina spoke again. Once upon a time, that was the case. Back when true mating bonds existed, unions between true mates were blessed with marks from the fates. That's where the tradition of inking our hands originated from, but there's no such thing as true mates anymore. When the gods left Avelia, certain elements of our magic either died or waned over time. The god swords, for example. They were very slowly cut off from the source of the magic they channeled. Our ability to form mating bonds also died out over thousands of years, until it disappeared altogether. Right, ... Gods. I needed to sit down, so it's just a tradition now. People cover their hands in runes. For luck, I wouldn't say we cover ourselves in them, Talina answered. I knew a couple who decided on 7 runes once. 7 is an auspicious number. But there are those who considered that a little greedy. From the tone of her voice, Talina herself was amongst that number. 7 runes. My mind scrambled to try and remember how many runes had marked my fingers. How many runes had interlocked on the back of my right hand? I had no idea, but there had been a lot of them. So many. And what about script? Writing. I could only get a few words out at a time. Do people ... get? Going around ... their wrists. Oh, No, definitely not. You only see that kind of thing in storybooks. Lena scoffed. They called it a god binding, a blessing from the gods themselves. They weren't real, of course. The most important couples in event history were said to have had them, but it was all romantic rubbish. Just something storytellers embellished to make their tales more tragic. Plus, they looked impressive in the illuminated books. I met her eyes, but I was looking right through her. Tragic. The lovers in those stories always suffered terribly. One of them always died. They were beautiful tales, but they ended with heartbreak. Sounds ... Awful. I tried to laugh, but couldn't find the breath for it. Worry flitted across Talena's face at last. Are you okay? You're looking a little pale. Yes. Yeah, I'm fine. Do you happen to know where Fisher is? He asked me to tell you that he'd be waiting for you in his room. Oh, great. Thanks. I think I might go and find him, actually. There's something I want to talk to him about. Chapter 25. Oracle. Onyx followed me out of the forge and trotted along beside me as I hurried through the halls of Kolish. He scooted into the bedroom as soon as I threw open the door, leaping up onto the bed, where Fisher was sitting up against the pillows, shirtless, scanning the pages of a book. He smiled when the little fox leaped into his lap and began licking his chin. Actually smiled. That smile faded when he turned his attention to me and saw the state I was in. Fuck me, little Osha. Did you get attacked on the way over here? You're sweating. I slammed the door closed behind me. Why wouldn't you say my name? Before? I panted. What? Weeks and weeks I've been here now, and up until today, you refused to say my name. Why? He set down the book on the bed, gently removing Onyx from his lap as well. I've just had a really interesting conversation with Telina. I was too sick to notice before, when she used to come and heal me after that run in Primera Ade with that feeder. But she has these crazy tattoos all over her hands. I held up my own for effect. She was telling me all about where they came from and why. And then, ha! Imagine my surprise when she told me about god bindings. Fisher. Fuck, he whispered. That's so funny. That's exactly what I said. Look, tell me why you wouldn't say my name, I growled. My heart hammered like a piston in my chest. If I didn't sit down soon, I was going to fall down. But I wanted to hear him say it first. I wanted his fucking confession. I know you can't lie to me. So, come on. Tell me why. He sat there, his bare, inked chest not moving, his black waves tumbling into his face, so perfect, so handsome, and that cursed fucking thing deep down in the basement of my soul ached and said mine. You know why? He said into my mind. No, Fisher. Out loud. All right, fine. Have it your way. At first, I didn't say it because I fucking hated you, he said. Hated what you represented. My blood was cold as ice in my veins. But I had to hear it. And what was that? Weakness. Vulnerability. I am not weak, Fisher. I'm not like those butterflies. Pathetic, hatching, and dying in the cold. Not you. Me. He thumped himself in his chest, suddenly furious. My weakness, my vulnerability. I've known for centuries that you were coming, that you were just going to show up one day and change everything. Your chink in my armor. Ceres, the soft spot where the knife slides in. You are the thing that Malcolm will hurt to hurt me, and I could, and single quotes, could, and fucking bear it. I bit the end of my tongue until I tasted blood. And, yes, I told you once about the Oshalith. Yes, I told you that they hatched and died in a day. But I was being cruel, Ceres. I didn't tell you about them properly. Nothing inside the bedroom changed. Nothing moved, but the air seemed to. Still. The figures in the paintings on the walls, with their faces slashed to ribbons, seemed to all hold their breath. "What do you mean?" I whispered. "The Oshalith hatch once, in most Phi lifetimes, up north, in the wastelands far beyond a John sky, where the dragons used to live. The air's so cold there that it'll freeze in your lungs if you breathe it in without a mask. No life exists there, for long. But once in 1,000 years, the howling winds drop, signaling the coming of the ocean. News of that event travels quickly. That's when the bravest of our kind set out. They go on foot where no horse can go. When they reach the valley where the Oshalith hatch, they find the butterflies' cocoons, and they shield them with their bodies. They give them whatever heat they can, for as long as they can. It can take up to 12 hours for them to break out of those cocoons. But when they do," Kingfisher swallowed, shaking his head, "it's the most beautiful thing a person can experience in this lifetime. They glow blue and pink and silver, with an ethereal light. They have music, though no one knows how. A sweet, soft song that's capable of healing. The Oshalith might and lay their eggs. But once that's done, they fill the air, and they dance protecting Tim. While they live is considered a sacred rite that many die in order to perform. That's what Oshalith means in Old Phi Ceres. Most sacred." He closed his eyes for a moment. His expression pained, his breath came, ragged and uneven. "All names hold power in this place. Every name means something. We have true names that we don't share with anyone. Not our friends, not our families. Our mothers are often the only people who actually know it. And even a mother might use her child's name to her own advantage in the pursuit of power. This place, it's fucked. Okay, and you show up, and you have one fucking name, and everybody knows it. And I couldn't say it because I was scared of what it would do to me when I did it. Would be like acknowledging you are here after all this time. So I called you Osha instead. But it meant more, Ceres. To me, it meant more. He wasn't being serious. There was no way. All of this time, I whispered. But you called me that from the very start. Kingfisher nodded slowly, eyes shining bright. Most sacred, he repeated, whispering the words. I covered my face, and primera gave in, I sobbed. The name he gave me, the name I hated, was a declaration of what I meant to him even then. For a long, long time. All I could do was cry through this monumental revelation. Eventually, a kind of stillness settled inside me. Though how did you know that I was coming? You said that you knew. Fisher set his jaw. I was told a long time ago by my mother she was an oracle. I didn't believe her, but then, when I was taken TTT, he swallowed hard, his eyes watering. Quickly, he scooted to the edge of the bed, planting his bare feet against the floor. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. I stepped forward, but his hand shot out, gesturing for me to stay where I was. Screwing his eyes shut, he leaned forward, gripping hold of the edge of the bed until his tattooed knuckles turned white. After way too long, he drew in a shallow breath. He was all right. He was breathing. I frowned, watching the quicksilver closely as it vibrated next to the ring in the bowl of the crucible. Save him, I thought. Hayden. Yes, I want to bring him here. Not the brother, the kingfisher. The quicksilver buzzed. Save him. Save the gates. Save Evel. I just love it when you disappear into tense conversations with creepy portal, metal carrion. Quipped, hoisting himself up to sit on the bench. It's fascinating watching you do all of those facial gymnastics. Just a moment. Carry on, I whispered. Then to the quicksilver, I said. What? Do you mean save Kingfisher? He's here. He's okay. I watched the quicksilver roll over the ring, enveloping its surface, coating it, sinking inside it. It said, "We are token. Key, relic, shield." The words overlapped like layers of cloth, one on top of the other, but I still heard each one perfectly. Seal us with blood, alchemist, the relic demanded. Blood. It always came down to blood in the end. Sighing, I took out the dagger that Fisher had given me back in the Winter Palace and used it to prick the tip of my index finger. A tiny bead of glossy red blood welled there. Erg. I think I'm gonna be sick, Carrion groaned, looking up at the ceiling. I am not good with blood. I rolled my eyes, squeezing my finger and holding it over the crucible. The tiny bead formed a teardrop, wobbling, and then it fell, hitting the ring. Wild. My blood didn't roll off the band of the ring. It was absorbed into it. Just like the quicksilver was. Complete! We are complete. Picking up the ring, I held it up to the light, and I felt that it was indeed complete. Both the key and the lock. Oh. I couldn't explain how I knew the process had worked, but I was sure. The silver band was beautiful, still marked with its original Whoever this ring belonged to would be pleased that it still bore their family's crest. But what did you mean about saving Fisher? I pressed. He's safe here. Why does he need saving? The ring said nothing. Nothing at all. Frustration welled up in me, and I didn't know why I did it, but I was compelled to act. I wasn't even aware of what I was doing as I slipped the newly made relic onto my middle finger. The forge went dark. An icy wind lanced through me, whipping my soul. And the sound. The sound. A million different voices chanting with a deafening might. Honorath more. Honorath more. Unereth more. Unereth more. Unereth more. Unereth more. Saras, the roaring cut off dead. The candles in the forge strengthened, the flames leaping up the back of the hearth, licking over the blackened brickwork. Then, just had it been only moments before, everything was normal again. I tore the ring off my finger, panting. My heart pounded, a terrible sense of hopelessness solidifying in my gut. I wouldn't be doing that again. Taylina was at the open doorway, technically standing inside. Kolish Wren's magic still overlaid the doorway to one of the guest bedrooms back in the manor house, with the entrance to the forge outside, located by the stable, ensuring the house would be safe should I accidentally blow myself up. The healer wrung her hands, eyeing the doorway with surprising suspicion. Always, her jet black hair was tied into long braids that went all the way down to the small of her back. The tips of her pointed ears poked out between them, complementing her flawless umber bronze skin. She wore a gown made of iridescent blue material that flowed around her as she shifted from one foot to the other. I just wanted to come and see how you were. I heard you fought earlier, she said. Do you have any cuts or scrapes that need attention? I didn't get a chance to reply. Karen, dog that he was, jumped in before I could get a word out. He hopped off the bench, crossed the forge, and leaned against the wall by the doorway in that practiced, careless way of his. You look stunning this evening. Taylina, you're literally the only good thing about being back here. She laughed. Aside from the running hot water, you mean, and the soft feather beds, and the endless supply of delicious hot food. No, I hate every single one of those things, he said theatrically. You remain the only bright star in a sea of darkness here. Tell me you've changed your mind about having dinner with me. She gave him a chastising look, holding up both of her hands and showing him their backs. I regret to inform you that I am still happily mated and married, Carrion Swift, and my husband isn't the type to share. Is he handsome? Carrion arched his eyebrow suggestively. I do love a husband and wife team. Maybe he'll let me join you both, if he ... A high-pitched, ringing sound filled my ears. It blocked out Carrion's overt attempts at seduction and Taylina's very polite rebuff. The Phi healer had lowered her hands again, but I was staring at them, eyes fixed on them. They were marked with runes. Some of her fingers bore 1 or 2 runes. Others had none. There was an elegant design on the back of her right hand, but the other was bare. Louder, the ringing in my ears intensified. I hadn't even realized that I was crossing the forge until I was standing in front of Taylina, and I was gesturing to her hands. Do ye ... I. Sorry? I've never seen such pretty tattoos before. Would you mind showing them to me? You sound weird, Carrion said, and I'm trying to help her forget the tattoos, not make a big deal out of them. Gods, you sure know how to ruin a guy's chance of getting laid. Taylina laughed again. Carrion, let me put this as plainly as I possibly can. So long as the sun still rises and sets every night, I am never going to sleep with you. To me, she said. Of course. Thank you, Saris. I think they're pretty, too. My husband and I designed them together. She had beautiful hands, graceful and slender, with long fingers. 3 out of the 5 fingers on her left hand bore runes. 2 on her index finger, 2 on her middle finger, and only 1 on her little finger. On her right hand, there was a single rune on her index finger and another on her ring finger, and that was it. She traced her fingers over the ink on the back of her right hand, beaming as she extended it out for me to see properly. It's a fee custom to mark our skin on our 5th wedding anniversaries. We tattered the blessings we pray for onto our hands, in the hopes that they become manifest. Yaz and I decided on a harmony mark, a longevity mark, and 2 child marks. Greedy Ekno, 2 E's for 2 children. 1 would be blessing enough, but she shrugged. No point in holding back when it comes to these things. Right? I'm sorry. Puck, why was it so hard to breathe? I'm not sure I understand. So you designed these tattoos yourselves, and someone inks them into your skin? Talina nodded. Yes, we wait until the 5th anniversary to do it, because some marriages fail in the early years. It can happen. We're advised to be cautious and wait until we're sure of each other before binding our skin. Jazz, and 1 wanted to get our marks after just 2 years, but the elders said we should wait. My mind was racing 1,000,000 miles a minute, so they don't just show up on their own. The marks. Like, out of the blue, overnight, or while, you're having sex with someone. Talina laughed brightly. Of course not. Don't be silly. The edge of panic rising inside me settled just a little. But then, Talina spoke again. Once upon a time, that was the case. Back when true mating bonds existed, unions between true mates were blessed with marks from the fates. That's where the tradition of inking our hands originated from, but there's no such thing as true mates anymore. When the gods left Avelia, certain elements of our magic either died or waned over time. The god swords, for example. They were very slowly cut off from the source of the magic they channeled. Our ability to form mating bonds also died out over thousands of years, until it disappeared altogether. Right, ... Gods. I needed to sit down, so it's just a tradition now. People cover their hands in runes. For luck, I wouldn't say we cover ourselves in them, Talina answered. I knew a couple who decided on 7 runes once. 7 is an auspicious number. But there are those who considered that a little greedy. From the tone of her voice, Talina herself was amongst that number. 7 runes. My mind scrambled to try and remember how many runes had marked my fingers. How many runes had interlocked on the back of my right hand? I had no idea, but there had been a lot of them. So many. And what about script? Writing. I could only get a few words out at a time. Do people ... get? Going around ... their wrists. Oh, no. Definitely not. You only see that kind of thing in storybooks. Lena scoffed. They called it a god binding, a blessing from the gods themselves. They weren't real, of course. The most important couples in event. History were said to have had them, but it was all romantic rubbish. Just something storytellers embellished to make their tales more tragic. Plus, they looked impressive in the illuminated books. I met her eyes, but I was looking right through her. Tragic. The lovers in those stories always suffered terribly. One of them always died. They were beautiful tales, but they ended with heartbreak. Sounds ... Awful. I tried to laugh, but couldn't find the breath for it. Worry flitted across Talina's face at last. Are you okay? You're looking a little pale. Yes, yeah, I'm fine. Do you happen to know where Fisher is? He asked me to tell you that he'd be waiting for you in his room. Oh, great, thanks. I think I might go and find him, actually. There's something I want to talk to him about. Chapter 25. Oracle. Onyx followed me out of the forge and trotted along beside me as I hurried through the halls of Kolish. He scooted into the bedroom as soon as I threw open the door, leaping up onto the bed, where Fisher was sitting up against the pillows, shirtless, scanning the pages of a book. He smiled when the little fox leaped into his lap and began licking his chin. Actually smiled. That smile faded when he turned his attention to me and saw the state I was in. Fuck me, little Osha. Did you get attacked on the way over here? You're sweating. I slammed the door closed behind me. Why wouldn't you say my name? Before? I panted. What? Weeks and weeks I've been here now, and up until today, you refused to say my name. Why? He set down the book on the bed, gently removing Onyx from his lap as well. I've just had a really interesting conversation with Talina. I was too sick to notice before, when she used to come and heal me after that run in Primera Ade with that feeder. But she has these crazy tattoos all over her hands. I held up my own for effect. She was telling me all about where they came from and why. And then, ha! Imagine my surprise when she told me about God bindings. Fisher. Fuck, he whispered. That's so funny. That's exactly what I said. Look, tell me why you wouldn't say my name, I growled. My heart hammered like a piston in my chest. If I didn't sit down soon, I was going to fall down. But I wanted to hear him say it first. I wanted his fucking confession. I know you can't lie to me. So, come on. Tell me why. He sat there, his bare, inked chest not moving, his black waves tumbling into his face, so perfect, so handsome, and that cursed fucking thing deep down in the basement of my soul ached and said mine. You know why? He said into my mind. No, Fisher. Out loud. All right, fine. Have it your way. At first, I didn't say it because I fucking hated you, he said. Hated what you represented. My blood was cold as ice in my veins. But I had to hear it. And what was that? Weakness. Vulnerability. I am not weak, Fisher. I'm not like those butterflies. Pathetic, hatching, and dying in the cold. Not you. Me. He thumped himself in his chest, suddenly furious. My weakness. My vulnerability. I've known for centuries that you were coming, that you were just going to show up one day and change everything. Your chink in my armor. Sarah's the soft spot where the knife slides in. You are the thing that Malcolm will hurt to hurt me, and I could, and single quotes, T dot dot dot, could, and fucking bear it. I bit the end of my tongue until I tasted blood. And, yes, I told you once about the Oshalith. Yes, I told you that they hatched and died in a day. But I was being cruel, Saris. I didn't tell you about them properly. Nothing inside the bedroom changed. Nothing moved, but the air seemed too still. The figures in the paintings on the walls, with their faces slashed to ribbons, seemed to all hold their breath. "What do you mean?" I whispered. "The Oshalith hatch once, in most 5 lifetimes, up north, in the wastelands far beyond Ajan's sky, where the dragons used to live. The air's so cold there that it'll freeze in your lungs if you breathe it in without a mask. No life exists there for long, but once in 1,000 years the howling winds drop, signaling the coming of the ocean. News of that event travels quickly. That's when the bravest of our kind set out. They go on foot where no horse can go. When they reach the valley where the Oshalith hatch, they find the butterflies' cocoons, and they shield them with their bodies. They give them whatever heat they can, for as long as they can. It can take up to 12 hours for them to break out of those cocoons. But when they do," Kingfisher swallowed, shaking his head, "it's the most beautiful thing a person can experience in this lifetime. They glow blue and pink and silver, with an ethereal light. They have music, though no one knows how. A sweet, soft song that's capable of healing. The Oshalith might and lay their eggs, but once that's done, they fill the air, and they dance protecting Tim. While they live is considered a sacred rite that many die in order to perform. That's what Oshalith means in Old Physaris. Most sacred." He closed his eyes for a moment. His expression pained, his breath came, ragged and uneven. "All names hold power in this place. Every name means something. We have true names that we don't share with anyone. Not our friends, not our families. Our mothers are often the only people who actually know it. And even a mother might use her child's name to her own advantage in the pursuit of power. This place, it's fucked. Okay, and you show up, and you have one fucking name, and everybody knows it. And I couldn't say it because I was scared of what it would do to me when I did it. Would be like acknowledging you are here after all this time. So I called you Osha instead. But it meant more, Saris. To me, it meant more. He wasn't being serious. There was no way. All of this time, I whispered. But you called me that from the very start. Kingfisher nodded slowly, eyes shining bright. Most sacred, he repeated, whispering the words. I covered my face, and primera gave in, I sobbed. The name he gave me, the name I hated, was a declaration of what I meant to him even then. For a long, long time. All I could do was cry through this monumental revelation. Eventually, a kind of stillness settled inside me. Though how did you know that I was coming? You said that you knew. Fisher set his jaw. I was told a long time ago by my mother. She was an oracle. I didn't believe her, but then, when I was taken TTT, he swallowed hard, his eyes watering. Quickly, he scooted to the edge of the bed, planting his bare feet against the floor. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. I stepped forward, but his hand shot out, gesturing for me to stay where I was. Screwing his eyes shut, he leaned forward, gripping hold of the edge of the bed until his tattooed knuckles turned white. After way too long, he drew in a shallow breath. He was all right. He was breathing. I staggered back, letting out a sob as I hit the chest of drawers behind me and slowly sank to the floor. "I have to be careful," he gasped. "I can quotes T ... double," quotes trailing off. He sent me a sidelong look that begged me to understand what he was telling me. That there were things he couldn't say without suffering dire consequences, that I had to fill in the gaps for myself. "She wrote about you," he whispered. "My mother. Pages and pages. She knew that she'd die soon. And so she wrote me a book. Mother is always there for her son," she told me. "It doesn't matter that he grows and steps into his power. Even the strongest warrior's heart can break. His soul can still be crushed. Since I won't be able to comfort you when the challenge is before you feel too great, take this book and keep it as a guide. Above all, know this: there will be times when the world seeks to destroy you, Kingfisher. But you are stronger than you can ever know. You will not falter. And you will not face it all alone. My anger was a powerful thing, but in the face of this revelation, it wavered. I didn't know how to feel. This was a lot to take in." Fisher hung his head, a bitter smile at his mouth. "She said, when I needed you most, you'd come blazing into my life, like a meteorite, riding on a wave of chaos that would turn my whole world upside down. That you'd shine so brilliantly, that you'd light up hell itself, and guide me out of the darkness. Had no idea what your name would be. Who's that, Judy? Have dark hair and a beautiful smile. And that I'd love you with a fierceness despite myself." My heart squeezed, my throat burning with emotion. Centuries ago, a mother had looked into her son's future, seeking comfort to assure herself that he would live a good life. And she had seen the pain and suffering the fates had in store for her boy. And then she had seen me and known that he would be okay. The weight of that... Fuck. I couldn't breathe. She said she felt like she knew you, that you and she were friends, even though 1,000 years stood between you. She drew you. Fisher's voice grew tighter as he fought to speak. Balancing on the edge of tears, he forced himself to laugh instead of cry. "And she captured you almost perfectly to..." I wasn't as strong as Fisher. I let my tears fall. "Almost," I whispered. Fisher swallowed, looking down at his hands. A look had half broken when he met my gaze again. She was wrong. Sometimes about little things. Small details with big consequences. He pointed to his ear. "In all of her drawings of you, your ears were like mine. You were Phi. And when I saw... He sucked in a deep breath. sat up a little straighter when I felt solace calling to me, and I've stepped into that pool. I saw that you were human, and I knew in an instant how easily this place would destroy you. So I made the decision to leave you there. But I couldn't leave you, could I? He continued. Your stomach was torn wide open. You were dying. I had no choice but to bring you back. So I decided to be awful to you, so you'd fucking hate me and want nothing to do with me. Stellar plan, I whispered. That really panned out. His crooked smile nearly broke my heart. Be honest, I think it worked a little bit. Ruefully, I shook my head. Would those marks have shown up on my hands if it had? No, he admitted. I don't think they would. What do they mean? Fisher, Forrest, didn't Titelina tell you? He asked. I want you to tell me. The room was thick with quiet. Fisher stared down at the rug, picking at his thumbnail. My mother never said anything about a mating bond. They haven't existed for so long. The thought never even crossed my mind. But when I found you lying in that pool of blood, I felt it, like a band snapping into place. I smelled it on you, too. And I was so fucking angry. He clenched his jaw, angry that the fates had sealed us that way when no one else in living memory had been affected by a bond, angry that it had happened before either of us had even had a chance to get to know each other. I had no idea the marks would show up like that, without any fucking warning. Without us being married, or even ... even ... deciding for ourselves that we wanted to be together. I saw them appear while you slept the other night. I watched them growing, darker, one after the other, more marks than I'd ever heard of. And it scared the hell out of me, Ceres. He nodded sadly to himself. Historically, marks like that come at a cost. They're the kind of marks that people will want to write stories about, and not happy ones. So, it was true then. Telinus was right. Tragic, she'd said. They word. Hecho it. Through the empty holes of my mind, growing louder with each repetition. I'm not well, Fisher whispered. I can't sleep. I'm haunted, constantly. I see things. Primera y things, and it's getting worse. He hooked his pendant around his finger, closing his hand around it. This won't help for much longer. I can make you another relic. I just made one. This isn't just a relic, Ceres. It's warded with spell work, too. My mother went to the witches and had it, along with a number of other items, made for me before she died. Things she knew I'd need. But this thing inside me is getting stronger. There isn't a spell in existence strong enough to keep it at bay forever. Soon enough, the pendant won't work at all, and I'll be lost. But you don't need to worry. I refuse to bond you to me with that on the horizon. I won't accept it, won't have you chained to me when things get really bad. You rejected our bond. My throat throbbed when I spoke. The words cut like blades. I walked an emotional tightrope, torn straight down the middle by what I was learning. Fisher Segay. I'm not sure how it works exactly. I scoured the library at Kalish for 2 weeks. I read everything I could, lay my hands on that referred to the mating bond. I wanted to find a way to prevent it from forming in the first place, even though I knew it was already too late for that. He shrugged. I did. Read that, if marks appeared, a waiting period could be initiated. The were. Either party could choose to accept or reject a bond. I initiated the waiting period for us back in Ballard. The pieces were beginning to fall into place now. So that's what all of those books were for. In your tent, back in Inner, the thought of it made me want to curl into a ball and stop breathing. That's what you were doing all that time. You were gone. After I was bitten by the feeder, you were looking for a way to free yourself. Fisher's eyes were hollow. Slowly, he shook his head. I was looking for a way to save you, so you evoked the waiting period. For me, for my own good, because it was the right thing to do. I snapped. Fisher laughed, the sound bitter. Rejecting the bond altogether would have been the right thing to do? Then why didn't you? I've asked myself that question a lot. I'd decided that's what I was going to do when I watched them darken on your skin, especially when I saw the god bindings appear. But then, when it came down to it, I couldn't do it. I don't know why. I just couldn't. But don't worry. The month will pass, and nothing will change. First, we're going to get Everlane back. Then you'll finish making the relics. Once that's done, you'll go back to Zilveran and your brother. I was drowning by the second, dragged deeper into misery, further from hope and happiness. Oh, great. You've got it all figured out. Then congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Fisher looked stung by my tone. Good. He fucking should be. Saris, no. No. Really. I'm thrilled that you've had so long to think about all of this, that you've known for hundreds of years that I was going to show up in your life. You knew what those tattoos meant, and you got to decide that you were going to reject me for my own good and send me packing back to Zil. I'm ecstatic that you've made all of these awful, difficult decisions on my behalf. Kingfisher. Oh, come on. Be realistic. Fisher stood, dragging his hands through his hair. He towered over me, a wall of muscle and ink, and despair doyous its shame. Anything? Now that you know all of this, do we suddenly have more options available to us? Ones that don't completely fucking suck. I don't know if it changes anything. You're the one with all the answers. What does your mother's book say happens next? Fisher's jaw worked. It says nothing. You were right at the end of the book. She wrote only that I'd find you, and the fates would guide our path from there. Well, wasn't that just wonderful? I let my head fall back against the chest of drawers and closed my eyes. Fuck the fates. They don't get to decide shit for me. I decide what my future is going to be. You have to go home. Saris, you can go back and work to free your people. You can still be happy. I'm going to die. And my eyes snapped open. What do you mean? You're going to die? You aren't dying. You're just ... You single quotes. He let out the heaviest sigh I'd ever heard. He came and stood in front of me and dropped down into a crouch. When he reached for my hand, I pulled it away, slamming my elbow against the chest of drawers in the process. He tutted, reaching for my hand a second time. This time I let him have it a tread that his fingers with mine and looked down at our joined hands for a very long time. "You're right," he said at last, looking up at me. "Being driven to the point of madness by pain and horrific hallucinations won't kill me. No. But it's no life. At least not one that I want to live. And I won't be safe. I'll end up hurting the people I care about. In the very least, I'll be a burden. And I won't saddle you or anyone else with the burden of caring for me. That's just not happening. So you're just gonna fucking kill yourself." It was 10 set of bowstring ready to snap. Renfus will hell. I shoved him as hard as I could, pushing him away. He toppled back, landing on his ass, the move taking him by surprise. I jumped up and stepped over him, putting space between us. "Don't you dare finish that fucking sentence," I seethed. "You're so fucking selfish." The silver in his right eye swallowed the green. Righting himself, he sat up, hooking his elbows around his knees, and, gods, the expression on his face. He was ruined. "I know," he choked out. "I don't want this. I want ... But whatever he would say after those words was too painful. He bounced his legs, letting out a shaky breath. Suddenly, it hit me. You can't just give up if you die. So does Lorith. What? You saved him. You gave him part of your soul. If you die, you'll be trapped, waiting for your soul to be made whole again before you can move on." Fisher arched an eyebrow, displeased. That was private. I suppose he's just going around telling everyone that now... Look, I've made my peace with whatever happens to me after. If I'm stuck, floating around the ether for 1,000 years, then so be it. That will be infinitely better than the alternative. Lorith said he'd die himself before he let that happen. Are you really going to cut his life short, too? Lorith won't even know I'm gone, he growled. Of course he will. You seriously think he just won't notice you're gone? Are you going to tell him you're moving to another realm to live a better life, or something? Something like that, he mumbled. You're such a fucking idiot, Fisher. These people are your friends. They love you. You're really going to ask Ren to help kill you, then keep it a secret from everyone else who cares about you? You'd really put that on him. And Lorith is smart. He isn't going to accept that you're abandoning Avelia, and you won't be coming back. He's going to have to, isn't he? Like hell, he will. I headed for the door. Where are you going, Saras? He called after me. To sleep, and in the morning, I'm going to the library, and I'm going to research how to save Everlane and you, because I don't just throw my hands up and accept defeat when things get hard. I'm honestly shocked to learn that you do. Chapter 20 says, Yes, I tried to fall asleep in the room we slept in when we first arrived at Kulish, but Karian's snoring was so bad that I dragged a duvet into one of the formal living rooms and passed out on one of the overstuffed couches. I woke from a fitful sleep sometime after dawn and found Fisher in the high-backed armchair beside me, staring at Omnimaren's jagged peak out of the window. The beautiful scent of wild mint made me want to burst into tears, but I managed to stay calm as I folded the duvet and fluffed the imprint of my body out of the couch. Cautious, I wanted nothing more than to walk away without interacting with Fisher at all. but he caught my hand as I passed him, and I didn't have the energy or the will to pull away. He rested his forehead against my arm, closing his eyes, and a tiny piece of me cracked and broke. I ran my free hand gently through his hair, screaming inside, so fucking angry at him, and at myself, and at the gods, and the whole fucking universe for doing this to us. This wasn't fair. None of it was. He didn't fight me when I let go of his hand and walked away. Primera, pa, iderte, pa, idere, pa, idere. Pa, para, pa, idere, idere, pa you. Doorway, glancing back at him over my shoulder, and immediately wished I hadn't. He'd gone back to staring out of the window, but he'd covered his mouth with one and his fingers digging into his cheek. The pronounced shadows under his eyes told of countless sleepless nights. Even the defeated set of his shoulders showed how exhausted he was. I couldn't walk away from him when he looked like that. I just fucking couldn't. I dropped the duvet there in the doorway. Fisher closed his eyes when he realized that I was coming back to him. All of the nerves and trepidation I used to feel over touching him were gone. He leaned into me, resting his head against my stomach, wrapping his arms around my legs, placing his hands lightly on the backs of my thighs, and I held him. Seconds passed. Long minutes. I rubbed a hand between his shoulder blades in circles, hurting and aching and wishing. Eventually, he sat upright and sank back into the chair, his cheeks flushed. He refused to look at me, but he nodded, as if to say, "It's okay. I'm okay." And so I left. The last of the witches abandoned Avelia 100 years ago. Faith. No one's seen a member of the Balquidder clan in twice as long. We don't even know where they went. We have less than 36 hours before we need to be in Gilly, and we can't spend those hours looking under rocks and shouting into holes in the ground, looking for a bunch of flatulent old hags who don't want to be found. No one else in the library laughed. Not even Carrie, but that was probably because he didn't realize that flatulent meant gassy. From behind the huge mountain of books piled on the table in front of me, I watched Ren massage his temples. His face drawn. "Without a witch, we're screwed," he said. "They're the only ones with powerful enough blood magic to break they're also the only ones powerful enough to keep Malcolm's venom at bay while Talina draws it out of Lane's system. It'll take weeks to flush it out of her, and that's if we're lucky," Talina said, standing by the window. She hugged herself as she turned around and faced us all. "It's more likely that it'll take months. I can call on other healers to help, but Malcolm's venom is like acid. It eats away at everything it touches. The injury, too. Evelyne's body will be catastrophic by the time we reach her. It's a formidable, which indeed, that can hold a body in stasis long enough for us to heal it from that kind of damage. Fantastic. So we don't just need a witch, we need the most powerful witch of all time," Ren said in a distant voice. He hadn't seemed at all like himself since Everlane had shown up by the river. Normally, he was ready to brainstorm a way out of a corner, no matter how tight it was, but this situation had knocked him for 6. Over the past hour, I'd found him staring at the table 4 times, unblinking, as if he were in shock. Fisher had shown up shortly after breakfast had been served. He'd picked over his food, but at some point he'd rallied and started pulling books from the library shelves like a madman. Hands flecked with ink, he twisted the quill he'd been making notes furiously with, then set it down, tapping the spot on the table where Wren was staring to get his friend's attention. There are still some half-witches at Fulton's Gap. That's about as far as I can travel by Shadowgate without Bellicon sensing the magic and showing up to the party. You will go there and see if any of them are strong enough and willing to help us. Afternoon? Wren perked up a little at that. I saw the hope kindle in his eyes, and I had to look away. A solid plan, he said. I'll go and get ready. I don't suppose you'd let me come, Carrion asked. I've always wanted to see a witch in real life. No, Fisher said blandly. I would not. You'll only try and fuck one of them, and we're trying to petition them for help. Not spark a war with them, because you can't keep your cock in your pants. Loreth pretended to swallow down vomit. Erg. He would not try and fuck a witch. No, he's right, Carrion said with a sigh. I would. Ya know, just to say that I'd done it. I'll go with you, Danya declared. She hadn't said much since she'd shown up at the library. Mostly, she'd sat and flexed her new hand, inspecting it closely like she was looking for imperfections. Telina had done a remarkable job, working some pretty heavy-hitting magic to replace it. Moratan Danya deserved, and yet I hadn't heard the warrior thank the healer once. I'm not sitting here flicking through stuffy books with these idiots when I could actually be doing something useful. Scouring the books for ways to help Lane was useful. Terracooled be. Something in here that solved our problems in the blink of an eye. But Danya wouldn't care. She thought problems could only be resolved by hitting something very hard, or else by stabbing someone repeatedly until they were dead, and she had no interest in being proven wrong. We vote she goes with you as well, Carrion said, holding up his hand. We don't want a dark cloud hanging over the library while we're trying to work either. Danya bared her teeth, her canines elongating, earning her an intrigued grin from Carrion, but Fisher stepped in before Danya could say anything truly vile. All right, you can come with us. The rest of you will keep looking through the texts in case something pops up. Yes? Lorith, Carrion, Telina, and I all nodded. The healer placed a hand on Fisher's arm as he began closing the books he'd been searching through. Make sure you come and see me before you leave, and when you get back. I hadn't wanted to own it, but I'd been jealous of Telina. I'd been so sure something was going on between her and Fisher, but now I knew better. After listening to her talk about her husband and seeing how happy she was when she showed me her marks, there was no doubt in my mind that she wasn't interested in him. This left only one option. She was helping him somehow with the quicksilver in his head, and if he had to go and see her before he left, and when he got back, then it really must be getting bad. Hours later, the world beyond the library windows had turned a peculiar shade of blue-gray, and it was snowing hard. The temperature inside Kolesh was warm as always, but the wintry scene outside made me shiver uncontrollably. We still hadn't found anything to help either Lane or Kingfisher, and I was beginning to grow frustrated. In a land full of magical or supernatural threats, how was it that there were no books on how to deal with them when problems inevitably arose? It made no sense. I was familiar with all of the books Fisher had on Quicksilver, and I already knew they held no information about what to do if it got inside someone. We'd made absolutely no progress whatsoever by the time the library doors swung open and Wren stormed in, swearing fitfully under his breath. His sandy hair was wind-swept, his leather armor gone. He was covered in mud and looked like he was going to put his fist through something. "What the hell happened to you?" Loreth demanded. "Fucking Danya," he spat. "We found them. We explained what's happened to Everlane and why we came. They weren't happy about it, but they were going to help. And then Danya made some shitty comment about how it was the least they could do since the witches left the Fiae to clean up their mess, and how they'd turned their back on Avelia, and that was it. All hell broke loose. "That female is feral," Loreth growled. "Next time she tries to hit me, I'm gonna put her over my knee and spank her, and not in a fun way. Fisher isn't bringing her back here, is he?" "No." Wren threw himself into a chair and then got right back up again, gnawing on his lip. "He's taking her back to Ern and then returning to Gap by himself to try and smooth things over with the witches." "There was someone there who was strong enough to help Everlane?" I asked. "One witch, yes." Wren blew out a frustrated breath. "And she was possibly the most irritating, foul-mouthed creature I've ever met. She's barely old enough to curse, but she had some very choice things to say about us. Said we were warmongering heretics. She used some energy hex to knock me on my backside, and I wound up flailing in a mud pit like a pig." Loreth was on the verge of smirking. I shook my head frantically, eyes wide, and he stopped himself. "Clearing his throat," he said. "But Fisher thinks he can convince her." "Yes. It'll be a God-cursed miracle if he does. Though, considering the mood in their camp when we left, Fisher returned 3 hours later with a female in tow. She looked roughly my age, but that meant nothing in Avelia. She was probably 900 years old. Her hair was a fiery red and wavy, her eyes a vivid, bright blue. Freckles dominated her face, even scattered across her forehead. Her clothes were practically a loose cream shirt with billowing sleeves, a velvet waistcoat in hunter green with gold buttons down the front, and fitted black pants. "Everyone, this is Isabel." Fisher pronounced it Ishoba, the name flowing nicely off his tongue, like he'd known 20 other females with the same name. "She's the granddaughter of the Balquidder High Witch. Melina, she's kindly agreed to help us break Lane's enthrallment once we bring her back here tomorrow night." The Balquidder clan heir surveyed us all gathered around the table, poring over our books, and wrinkled her gently upturned nose. "This is it," she said in a lilting accent. "You're planning to take on Malcolm and kidnap his newest thrall, with just 3 females and 2 humans. Fisher moved around her and came to stand by the fireplace, holding his hands out to warm them against the flames. "No, of course not. The humans are staying here," he said. Had he purposefully turned his back to me so he wouldn't have to see my reaction? I was sure he had. He probably thought that I wouldn't argue with him in front of everyone if he didn't make eye contact with me, but he was deluding himself. "Of course we're coming," I said. Everlane's our friend. I've actually never met Everlane Carrion. Carrion chipped in, but I'm still coming. Solidarity and all that. Fisher put his back to the fire, resignation already carved into every line of his face. You're sure you're ready? I fought perfectly well at the river, didn't I? Yes. But those were feeders. Mindless and stupid. We won't be facing feeders at Gillathree. Sarah's will be facing Malcolm and his lords. Monsters all. Not one of them knows the meaning of mercy. They'll fill you full of venom and watch you scream yourself to death for sport. If you come, are you ready to face that possibility? He was trying to scare me with the truth. A thrill of fear did tiptoe down the ladder of my spine, but he knew me better now than to think I would let my fear stop me from rescuing my friend. Yes, I'm ready, I told him. Fisher's face was unreadable. And you? He said to Carrion. You're ready. For that? Sure. Why not? I'm too pretty to die old. Anyway, Fisher hung his head, folding his arms over his chest so that his shirt pulled taut, highlighting just about every muscle in his body. When he looked up again, he shrugged and said, Okay, fine. Who am I to stop you? Chapter 37, much sharper. My eyes were strained all to hell when I made my bed on the couch again. That night, the bare branches of the trees outside the window tapped and scraped at the glass, the snow coming down harder than ever. It seemed that it wanted to. Berry coalish under its mantle, entombing those of us inside within the walls of the house so that nothing could harm us. Unfortunately for us, we couldn't stay in our warm, comfortable sanctuary, protected from the dread things that lurked in the dark much longer. Tomorrow night, we would venture out into the world and face them. I was still preparing to try and sleep when Fisher came for me. He padded, barefoot and shirtless, into the living room, his ink swirling across his skin as he crossed the room. You really think I'm going to let you sleep out here again? Asked. I didn't know if you'd want me in your bed, I told him. If it were up to me, we wouldn't spend another night without each other. Again. Gently, he reached for the end of my braid and drew it over my shoulder toward him. He slowly unfastened it, working my hair loose with his fingers. His eyes were cautious when they sought out mine. Does that scare you? He murmured. No, gods. His hands felt amazing. It was so intimate to have him run his fingers through my hair like this. It doesn't scare me, I whispered. I want that, too. It would have been easy to let my thoughts run away with me. Where, so many angry, hurt, frightened words I could hurl at him, but I've done enough of that last night, and I really didn't want to do it again. As if he were thinking along similar lines, he cupped my face in his hands and said softly, Let's have tonight, you and me. Tomorrow night, we'll bring Everlane home. And once Isabel and Tylena have her fixed up and good as new, then we can worry about me. Okay. My relief hit hard. He was no longer talking about how futile it was to try and find a way through all of this. It was Saling. Let's deal with what's right in front of us and see what the lay of the land is like after that. It was a much more positive approach than the hard line he'd taken last night. I looked up at him, my ribs cinching tight. Yes, let's do that, please. He grinned, his expression turning wicked as a shadow gate opened up. Bain e Them. He picked me up, fast as hell, and stepped back into the twisting smoke before I could even think about calling him lazy for not walking back to his bedroom. But when we emerged through the gate, we weren't in his room. We were back at the apartment in Ballard, standing in the living room above the bakery, surrounded by candles. They rested on the mantelpiece and the bookshelves. They covered the little dining table where we'd eaten breakfast and filled the windowsills of the huge bay windows with flickering light. Everywhere I looked, there were candles. Fisher smiled, his mouth pulled to one side, a dimple marking his cheek as he watched me, taking it all in. Spoon Haroon holding my hands over my mouth. "It's beautiful," I breathed. He came and stood close behind me, folding me into his arms. "It's not finished yet." His breath stirred my hair and something else. Too deep inside of me, I felt his power rush across my stomach as black smoke plumed from his hands, filling the room. Soon it was everywhere, cloaking everything from sight, everything except the flickering flames of the candles. They lit up the darkness, 1,000 burning points of light as brilliant as the stars. It felt as though we were up there with them, suspended in the void, where nothing could touch us, and no one could hurt us. And we had all the time we could possibly need. "You did this for me." It felt wrong to speak out loud. I didn't want my voice to ruin the illusion he'd created for us. So I asked him in my mind. "Yes," he answered simply. "And for me, too. I am selfish, Ceres. I wanted something quiet and small and special for the both of us. Something we could." KP buried his face into the crook of my neck and kissed me there, where my shoulder became my neck. The heat of his mouth seared my skin, and I couldn't help but tremble. Closing my eyes, I leaned back into him, letting my weight rest against his solid mass, feeling safe and so desperately, heartbreakingly sad. My heartbreak couldn't have me tonight. Though Fisher was right. It was stupid to spend the night before we all stepped into our worst nightmares, arguing or in tears. I bit back the burn in my throat and spun around, wrapping my arms around his neck. "Make me forget that I've ever suffered," I commanded. "Make me forget that I will again." He fell upon me like a tidal wave. His mouth found mine in the dark, and the kiss blotted out the world, hot and demanding. His lips slid over mine, urging them to open, and then he was tasting me, exploring my mouth, his tongue claiming me. I moaned when the tips of his canines pierced my bottom lip. The copper-bright temps of blood flooded my mouth, and Fisher huffed out a hard breath, letting out a moan of his own. It coated both our tongues. As he kissed me deeper, his hands working their way into my hair, his breath quickening, I felt him hard against my hip bone, his cock already rock solid. My stomach bottomed out. Gods! I wanted him. I wanted all of him. My soul was on fire, and I didn't care if I burned for all eternity. So long as I was burning with him, then so be. His teeth caught on my lip again. On the tip of my tongue, the taste of my blood intensified, but I didn't pull away. Fisher's hands slid down my body, cupping my backside, his fingers digging into my ass cheeks, his breath calm, even faster, each exhale punctuated with a ragged groan. Pulling me closer, he kissed me even harder, grinding his cock against my stomach so that I could feel his desperate need. "When I get you out of these clothes, you're in trouble," snarled in my head. "I'm going to fuck you so hard you won't be able to sit down for a week." "Fisher!" I clung to him, panting, already anticipating the surge of heat I would feel the moment he thrust himself inside of me. Wanting it, craving it so badly that I could have screamed. God-bound. We were God-bound, Matis. I could feel it now, a bright thread of energy drawing us together as he wrapped himself around me. If Primera wanted it, all I needed to do was reach out and clim. Italiano. Fisher growled as another fresh wave of blood flooded our mouths, and he lost all patience. With a rough jerk of his hands, he tore my pants open and thrust his hands down the front of them, his fingers deftly working their way between my folds. Holy hell. So fucking wet. His satisfied, hungry snarl sent a shiver racing through me. It turned into a body-wide shudder as he wasted no time, driving his fingers up inside me. I stiffened in his arms, letting go of a cry that caused the candle flames to gutter and flare in response. Oh, gods. Oh, ... My gods. The air quaked with energy. Fisher's shadows rippled over my skin like water. I breathed it in, welcomed it inside me, feeling it become a part of me. He was a part of me. I sensed that in my bones. If I wanted him to be, he would be the axis around which I revolved. I would be his two counterparts, independent of one another, already whole, but together stronger than we could ever be apart. It was my choice. The backs of my hands tingled as I ran my palms over the smooth, strong planes of his chest, and I knew that the ink was back. Each finger prickled with the power of the runes that emerged upon them. The back of my left hand buzzed with warmth, but the right throbbed with energy as I felt rune after rune stacking on top of my skin there. The god bindings were last too. Raifa, fine strands of fire lashed around my wrist, trailing up my arms. More ink followed. It skated over my stomach and caressed my thighs. Columns of it rose up my back, wrapping around my spine. I felt it everywhere. Was this why he'd thrown us into darkness? Was he hiding the evidence of our connection so I wouldn't be intimidated by the strength of it made manifest on my body? The answer to that question was probably yes. He didn't want to deal with this until Evelyn was safe and well, back at Kalisz, and I understood that. I let the marks move over me, focusing on the heat of Fisher's hands and mouth for now. We still had time. "Your scent drives me crazy," Fisher rumbled. "You're like a fucking drug. You'll light me up." I knew exactly what he meant. It had been there, even back at the Winter Palace. Whenever I caught the smell of him in the air, it made my heart race. Empty rooms were dangerous places. At Kalisz, I'd enter the living room or the forge, find myself walking down a hallway, and it was as though the ghost of him was there, too, walking alongside me. The smell of winter pine and cold mountain air set my heart pounding. His fingers worked inside me, the pressure of his hand cupping my sex, kindling the beginnings of madness in me. He would be my end, this male. He would claim my better days and carry me during my worst. Ewald some the meaning of ecstasy and drown me in it until I fucking died. Please, Fisher. Gods, I want you. His low, rumbling chuckle skimming over the surface of my mind was pure sin. You've got me, little Osha, and I've got you. His fingers withdrew from inside me and moved back to find my clit, dedicating his full attention to the swollen bundle of nerves at the apex of my thighs. He rubbed his fingertips over me in tight, small circles designed to push me toward orgasm and fast. I sighed as his mouth traveled from mine along my jaw, hovering over the shell of my ear. Goosebumps exploded down the backs of my arms and legs, the hair at the back of my neck standing to attention as his hot breath plumed over my skin. Nobody will ever fuck you the way I'm about to fuck you. Society's feigning, about to introduce you to all 7 gods. When you meet them, don't forget to tell them I'm the one you worship on your knees. Out. Fucking loud. It was hot as hell when he told me what he was going to do to me in my head. But hearing his voice, full of gravel and raw desire, there was nothing else I could do. He lost my mind. My shirt came off first. I didn't even give Fisher the opportunity to magic it away. The cloth binding my breasts went next. Boots, pants. Fisher helped tear them down my legs, making an impatient sound as he ripped them from each leg. I was frantic as I grabbed the waistband of his pants, quickly unfastening them. But he took over, speeding up the process by kicking out of them himself. You want me to worship you? I'll worship you, I thought. Fisher might have big plans for me, but I had some of my own. Dropping to my knees, I took hold of him, wrapping my hand around his solid, hard shaft. He hadn't given me the chance to do this the last couple of times we'd had sex. It had all been about me. Fisher had spent an ungodly amount of time between my thighs, bringing me to screaming climax with his mouth. But now it was my turn. Nerves chased adrenaline as I extended my tongue and slowly, teasingly, licked the swollen head of Fisher's cock. Oh, holy shit. He was beaded with pre-cum. The slightly salty taste of him coated my tongue as I swirled it around his rigid flesh. Energy rushed over me, and Fisher's shadows withdrew. The darkness peeled back. The room still only dimly lit, but I could see him now. His powerful thigh, muscles, that glorious V that cut over the line of his groin, his impressive, defined abs, and the solid wall of his chest, covered in shifting ink. And his face, his breathtaking face. His lips were parted, his eyes wide and alive with hunger. My pulse kicked up, working double time, when I saw the thin trickle of blood trailing down his chin. My blood. Now that I could see him, I could also see my hands. It was, as I'd suspected. The marks were back, bolder and brighter than before, filling my fingers, the backs of my hands, and my forearms. I arched an eyebrow up at Fisher, trailing the tip of my tongue ever so slowly around the straining head of his erection. Thought you were hiding these from me, I said. Maybe I was. But I'll be damned all the way to hell and back if you use that. sweet mouth on me, and I don't get to watch. He gazed at the ink staining my skin, taking it all in. When his eyes met mine again, they were full of fire. And, anyway, I'm not afraid of them, little Osha. Are you? And there it was. A question I'd been asking myself over and over again. I still didn't understand the implications of these marks. I was very worried about what they meant for any future Fisher and I had if we chose this. But they were beautiful, a representation of what he was beginning to mean to me. I sucked the head of his cock into my mouth, deeply pleased, when Fisher trembled in response. My mouth made a wet popping sound when I let him spring free of my lips again. I haven't made up my mind, I said carefully. I'm not afraid of them tonight. And that's all that matters right now. I sank back down onto him. Done! With the teasing, closing my mouth around him, and Fisher's eyes rolled straight back into his skull. Holy ... fucking ... shit. He groaned when he'd recovered himself enough to look at me again. A small wave of panic notched at the back of my throat. He was going to eat me alive. I was going to let him, but that didn't stop the thrill of nerves from shooting up my spine as I considered all that would entail. I bobbed up and down on his cock, working my tongue around him, relishing the velvet, smooth texture of his skin as my lips moved over it. His twitched, straining, and I took him deeper. God's alive! You're so pretty with your mouth wrapped around me like that. Fisher traced the line of my cheek, my jawbone, then rubbed the pad of his fuck. His canines pierced his lip, twin, glossy beads of his own blood staining his mouth, and as if throwing caution to the wind, he rocked himself forward. I whimpered, the tip of his cock butting against the back of my throat, and Fisher immediately jerked back, pulling himself out of my mouth with a feral hiss. Fuck. He fell on me in a wave of black shadows and smoke. No time to make it two. It was all I could do to stop myself from coming on the spot. He filled me so deliciously, the weight of him on top of me, so perfectly satisfying. It went still and we, both pundits staring at each other. I clawed at his back, desperate for him to move, to fill me again and again and again. Please, gods, please fuck me. Between us like tiny filaments of lightning, dancing all over our skin, connecting us as he drove himself home. It would wreck me when it broke, and I wasn't ready. It was sweeping Fisher away, too, as if he was afraid that I'd disappear if he loosened his grip. I came first, my orgasm obliterating my ability to think, like one of the avalanches that I'd seen racing down the face of Omnimarin. It slammed into me and swept me away, my back arched up from the rug, my body contorting as when he came, the sound of his breathless, furious, across his skin. They climbed up the side of his throat. Fresh runes chained his collarbone, interlocking and bold. The design on his neck looked like feathers at first, and yes, they were feathers, the outstretched wings of a majestic bird, flashing metallic blue and green, fanned around either side of his neck, unique and stunning. He roared, burying himself deep one last time, and sank down on top of me, covering me with his body. For a time, it was all we could do to exist. In the aftermath, Fisher propped himself up on his elbow, and my heart back flipped at the sight of him. His hair was messy, his waves on the brink of actually curling for once. His cheeks were flushed, the shadows beneath his eyes nowhere to be. He bumped my nose with the end of his. "Didn't think I'd be done with you that easily, did you?" Apartment. Just when he seemed to finally reach his limit, he was hard again, and growling into my neck, ready for round 3. And 10-4, and then 5. The middle of the living room, wrapped in dust sheets while we ate. Fisher rubbed his fingers over the column of his throat, frowning playfully at me once we were done with our meal. Did I imagine it, or did I feel something new slipping into place here earlier? Asked. You sure did. His smile turned a little sad. He dropped his hand from his throat and asked, "What is it?" I said, holding up the layered, complicated rune on my right hand. In his neck, beneath his new tattoo, stood proud. He was as mesmerizing as a like this forever. Unlike his mother, I was no artist, though. And sometimes, that's just how things were supposed to be. There were moments that were gifts, meant to be cherished only for as long as you could remember them. Luckily for me, I had an excellent memory. "What does it mean?" I asked quietly, gesturing to his neck. "Why did you get new tattoos this time?" We had spent a long time between rounds 3, and Fisher shrugged non-committally. Lying down on the rug, he reached out a hand for me, gesturing for me to come to him. I set aside our plates and did as he'd requested, snuggling into his side and resting my head against his chest. But I didn't let him off the hook that easily. "You can't just shrug off a question when you don't want to answer," I said, poking him lightly in the ribs. "Tell me why they showed up tonight and not the other nights." I turned my head and closed one eye, squinting at him. His throat filled my field of vision, half of his new wing tattoo, all I could see. "When we are little," he said softly, "our parents teach us the art of distraction so we can protect the things we don't want to confess. Will you forget?" You asked that question if I pinched his nipple between my teeth in rebuke, and Fisher gelped cursing an old fi. "Careful, Osha," he chided. "My teeth are much sharper than yours." He hadn't bitten me at all tonight. Aside from the little nicks to my lip, canines had stayed well away from me during sex. It hadn't mattered. The night had been incredible. More than incredible. "Have a new tattoo?" I pressed. In the past, one party always got the mating marks. Their bodies, too. It didn't happen all of the time, but sometimes... A trailed off. In a hushed voice, I pushed away from him, sitting up too fast. My head spun like a top, but I ignored the pitching room, narrowing my eyes at him. "You did... what?" "I accepted the Bondorlia when I was inside you, when my soul was wrapped around yours. Ewasokalem." "You accepted it," I said. "I did. How?" "It's easy." "No. How could you accept it?" I shook my head, trying to get my aside from all of the things we have to iron out, frowned, snaking his arm around my waist, and pulled me back down to lie on his chest. Once I was settled, he slowly stroked his fingers through my hair and spoke again. "I'll be grateful for every second that I can say that I belong to you. Sarah Swain. 80 years, or 18 hours. doesn't matter to me. Ite is still. Be, the highest honor of my life. But don't you're about to have a heart attack. Your pulse is flying. The bastard laughed, and I nearly burst into tears. Don't freak out here, look. He took my hand and lifted it, showing it to me. I watched as the inked runes gradually faded until my hands and forearms were unmarked again. Just because I've accepted it doesn't mean you have to. You still have weeks to decide. And if you reject the bond, then it won't matter. My new wings will disappear, and that'll be that. What's a little complicated thrown into the mix? Just for tonight, I was going to have a heart attack, or my heart was going to break in two. Either way, my heart was in trouble, and there was no protecting it now. Fisher's hand swept up and down my side, and slowly the room grew dark until, once, we wouldn't be able to avoid the conversation. In the meantime, sleep made my bones heavy, weighing down my eyelids. Tomorrow we were going to save Evelyn. As my exhaustion promised to sweep my consciousness away, something occurred to me out of the blue. When we were here last time, you said that but you never got it, I whispered. Fisher gently kissed my forehead, and all around us, the flickering candle flames started to blink out. I drifted away. I came for a little hope. Chapter 38. I woke to a soft mattress, the smell of sugar, and honey-warm sunlight pouring into the bedroom. I smiled as I stretched my arms over my head, delighting in the way my body ached from last night's adventures. And then my smile slowly slipped away, where he'd slept as a child. He'd put me in his mother's bed. I rocketed out of the bed, hissing when I stood on my boots. My heart sank at the sight of the pile of fresh clothes laid out for me. Bypassing them, I ran into the living room, going from room to room, naked, trying to quell my rising panic. Fisher! Fisher! He wasn't in the kitchen, wasn't in the other bedroom, either. The apartment was empty. Rivers of candle wax covered the furniture and ran down the shelves. The remnants of our dinner still sat on the counter by the sink in the kitchen, and in the center of the living room, where we'd spent most of our night tangled up in each other, was the God's-cursed shadow gate. I stared at it, my eyes flooding with tears. It swam in my vision, but there it remained, hovering an inch above the rug, making a dull, rushing sound. I clapped my hands over my mouth, but they didn't keep the loud sob I let out from ringing loudly around the apartment. I found the note underneath the clothes he'd left for me. I'll send Lane back as soon as I can. Tell Isabel to sedate. Be close to transitioning. There won't be much time. Tell him not to worry about me. I have endless patience and no interest in having martyrs for friends. Tell Renfus that I'm sorry, that he was the standard that I always held myself to, and Evalia would have been a better place if I was half as good as him. You know how to make the relics now. A selfish understand if you need to go. Find Hayden and Elroy. Help your friends. Then go exploring. I've never been one to trust in the gods, but I choose to believe that all things come from the same place when life begins. I have hope that they return to the same place when it ends. I'll be waiting for you there. Sayedi's Fain and F. The last time I'd cried like this, my mother had been blowing away on the reckoning wind. The tarnished black sword sat amidst melted puddles of wax and the jars full of paintbrushes, sunlight flaring in a starburst at its tip. He hadn't taken it with E-M-A, Fe. Now why? If Malcolm killed Fisher and laid his hand on a godsword, there would be no escape for me or for any of Fisher's friends, and he had gone there alone and unarmed. Carrion squawked, fumbling the book in his hands. He came dangerously close to falling off his chair as I stormed through the shadow gate and into. I demanded. I don't know. In the library, I tossed Nimarel onto the bed, along with the old shirt I'd found to wrap the grip so I could pick it up. Never mind the sword. Why aren't you with everybody else? I snapped. The Bakali thief shrugged shamelessly. I came looking for onyx. I still hung on the walls, their canvases torn to ribbons. He carried on, not giving me room to speak. I was going to leave, but then I figured maybe Fisher kept a diary. And guess what? Wait. Don't you want to know what I'm reading? Let me guess. It's a book of prophecies, and there are a ton of drawings of me in it with pointed ears. Carrion's disappointment stole his grin. How did you know? Wren said Fisher left a note for him, saying you'd be back before dusk. Oh, yeah, I fumed. Fisher just loves leaving notes. By the bed, the shadow gate Fisher had left open for me snapped shut, somehow aware that it had served its purpose. I watched it vanish, my insides glowing white-hot with rage. I'm sensing a little tension in the air. Carrion, quip, have you two fallen out already? If by fallen out you mean am I going to kill him, then the answer is yes. Lorith, Wren, Tay, Lena, and Isabel were in the library. Of the four, only Isabel didn't have her head buried in a book. She stood by the window, watching the snow come down, looking bored. Surprise shuddered across Wren's face when he saw me enter. Saris, is everything ... He course-corrected himself mid-question. What's wrong? What's happened? I was fit to fucking scream. Tossing the letter Fisher had written for me down onto the table in front of the general, I gripped the back of the chair. The bastard had sat in yesterday, going along with all of our plan-making, while he secretly made plans of his own, and I waited for Wren to scan the sloping handwriting on the paper. His mouth hung open as he dropped the letter. Loreth didn't even ask to read it. He leaned across the table and took it, his expression darkening as his eyes flitted over the text. "Stupid bastard!" he hissed. Looking up at me, he asked in an incredulous tone, "What the fuck does he think he's doing?" Like I had an answer to that question. 1,000 curses hovered on the tip of my tongue, but I trapped them behind my teeth. Only one question mattered right now, and everything hinged on its answer. Is there a quicksilver pool at Gillithry? Wren hadn't said a word. He was visibly still in shock from the contents of the letter. He blinked when he realized that everyone was looking at him. "No, not that I know of," he said in a cracked voice. "There was one a long time ago, but Belicon took it when he came into power. He merged it with the pool at the Winter Palace so it would be large enough to transport an army. There it was then. I had my answer. There was no pool at Gillithry. Every scrap of hope I'd been clinging on to dematerialized in a puff of smoke. There had been a chance. The smallest chance, but still a chance. Fisher had said there was more quicksilver here at A pool, most likely. He'd said I could have access to it once I'd figured out how to create the relics, which meant it was probably close by somewhere. If I'd found it, I could have made more. relics, and then we could have gone and kicked Fisher's ass for being so fucking stupid. But without a pool on the other end, at Gillett, A.R.V. ... It was hopeless. We were fucked. I let my head hang, numbness spreading through me like ice. Bastard. I half expected him to answer me, but my mind remained stubbornly silent. How could he do this? To his friends. To me. He wasn't alone in this, but he'd decided to take on this burden all by himself. It wasn't heroic or brave. It was fucking stupid. Lareth ran a hand over his mouth, his rough stubble making a scraping sound against his palm. I think I'm going to throw up, he said matter-of-factly. Ren pushed his chair away from the table, but just sat there with his hands on his knees. I didn't think he had the strength to stand. You and me both, brother. You and me both, he murmured. It was Carian who broke the silence next. Cerise? I looked up and saw that he had Fisher's letter now. He held up the piece of parchment, a questioning look on his face. How long was that shadow gate open just now? The one in Fisher's bedroom? I don't know. Hours, probably. I have no idea when he opened it. It was there when I woke up. No. Carian shook his head impatiently. How long did it stay open for? After you came through it. I wasn't paying attention, but we spoke before it closed, right? Yes, I suppose, ... It took maybe 10 seconds. 12. Does it always take that long? Ooh. I hadn't paid much attention the other times I'd traveled through a gate with Fisher. There had always been something else on my mind. Lorith stepped in with an answer. Yes. I don't know if it's always that long, but there's always a delay. Fisher's commented on it before. Great. And here, he says in the letter, that he wants you to be ready for Everlane when he sends her through a gate back to Coley, that she'll try and use it to get back to Malcolm, which means that the gate isn't one way. Everlane can use it to come here. Then we can also use it to go there. I nearly sank to the floor. The relief ... HELLS. I'd never known anything like it. My body started to shake. Ren got to his feet, letting out a long exhale. I could kiss you, Carian Swift. Carian seemed taken aback by this, and then somewhat interested. After thinking for a second, he said, I wouldn't be opposed, but maybe later. First, Ceres has work to do, and I plan on giving her a hand. What work? It was a miracle that I managed to ask the question. I was so full of adrenaline now that the library was spinning. I was definitely going to throw up. Carian grinned, all teeth and mischief. I'm coming with you through that portal. I'm going to help you save your asshole boyfriend. But first, I want one of those fancy swords. Have you heard about the fire at the circus? I paused for dramatic effect. It was intense. Get it? Intense? Carian winced. That was terrible. Shut up. It asked for a joke. It didn't specify that it had to be a good one. I was a metal worker and a thief in Zilverin, not a comedian. I was a smuggler, and I've still got way better jokes than that. You tell it a joke then. I held out the crucible containing the quicksilver, and Carian huffed, peering at the roiling liquid metal. All right, fine. A husband turns to his wife one day and says, You know, I bet you can't think of something to tell me that will make me both happy and sad at the same time. The wife doesn't even need to think about it. She turns to her husband and says, Your cock is way bigger than your brother's. The quicksilver, which hadn't made a peep over my joke, started to chuckle. What's it doing? Carian asked. It's laughing, isn't it? I rolled my eyes and ran the quicksilver along the edge of the heated blade I had clamped over the fire in the forge's hearth. There hadn't been time to make a new sword from scratch, but Ren had found a very nice-looking double-hander in Kalish's modest armory that Carian had agreed would do. The quicksilver, which Ren had also brought from the armory apparently, it had been in there. All along also thought the blade was reasonable enough to bind with, and had consented to be forged into the sword, providing I told it a joke. If it hadn't approved of mine, it had clearly accepted Carian's as payment, because the quicksilver absorbed into the blade as soon as it made contact. casting a brilliant iridescent sheen along the weapon's edge. The sky darkened as I sharpened that edge against a wheel, and Carrion told a slew of additional jokes that grew boatier as he went. "Gods and martyrs, will you please stop?" I begged. "I'm just trying to lighten the mood. You look like someone pissed in your water ration. More jokes. Give us more jokes!" I glowered at the sword, unable to comprehend its bad taste. If ever there was a weapon so perfectly suited to its owner, it was this one. Carrion delighted in telling it the filthiest jokes imaginable. And when I was finished, and pressed his fingertip against its point, giving it the tiniest taste of his blood, the blade responded immediately. "Yes, yes, our friend, ours. He will name us." Carrion's eyes rounded out of his head. "I heard that." "Good." I flipped the sword and handed it to him. "Then give it a name, and let's go." The evening was almost here, and the others were waiting for us. Carrion held the sword, turning it this way and that. "After much consideration," he said, "it looks like a Simon." "Simon?" "Yeah, Simon. Don't blame me. That's what it looks." He stopped talking and listened. "See, it likes the name. It wants to be Simon." Fair enough. The sword was done talking with me, apparently, so I asked, "Has it decided if it wants to gift you with magic in spite of your frail human blood?" Carrion smirked. "It says that's for me to know, and you to find out." "Hope that means yes," I grumbled. Back in the library, Ren was pacing nervously, chewing on the inside of his cheek. Lorith stared into the fire. "Where's Tylena?" "And I asked. "They're setting up a space to treat Lane," Ren said. "Isabel brought everything with her that she thinks she'll need for her sedation spell to work. Lena's confident that she can suppress the venom in Lane's blood long enough to start healing her body. But this has never been done before. That we know of, anyway. Te cure for. The blood curse was lost over 1,000 years ago, and that only helped the Fae who had been cursed, not turned. Turned vampires need to die before they transition, and which magic can't affect the dead. There's a chance venom will kill Lane before she can be healed, even if she is frozen by Isabel's magic." Lorith fidgeted in his seat. "I don't trust her. The witch," he clarified before I could ask who he was referring to. "Dragon lovers, they're the reason we're in this mess in the first place. If it weren't for them, there wouldn't even be any vampires. Come now, don't tell me you still believe that," a soft, lilting voice asked from the doorway. It was Isabel, of course. Her thick red hair flowed down her back, the top section clasped back in a clip. Her aquamarine eyes bored into Lorith, sharp as daggers. "My people have been persecuted my whole life, thanks to those vicious rumors. We proved centuries ago that we had nothing to do with the curse that afflicted your kind. The Balquida clan was one of the 5 families charged by Uridead King Dianthus with finding a cure for the Phi curse. We were instrumental in breaking it. I've come here of my own free will to help you heal the daughter of a tyrant who has a bounty in my family's heads. Anyone would think you'd be grateful, warrior." She squinted at him. "What was your name again?" "You know damned well what my name is," Lorith rumbled. "We've met before," which Isabel shot Lorith a feline smirk. "Really? I must have forgotten." Ren brought his fist down onto the table, startling all of us. "Enough. We're already on edge. And stressed. We don't need to be bickering amongst ourselves as well. Lorith, Isabel's rights. She came here to help us, and she didn't have to." Lorith's eyes burned with surprising hatred, but he ducked his head and did the right thing. He only sounded slightly insincere when he apologized. "I'm sorry. We're all very grateful to you for coming." The redhead looked as if she enjoyed watching the warrior squirm. "You could have cut the mounting tension in the room with a knife. I didn't have it. in me to repeat any of the terrible jokes Carrion had told back in the forge, though, so I was going to have to diffuse the prickly energy another way. I stepped toward the table, glancing back at Carrion over my shoulder. Come on. Why, don't you tell everyone what you named your new S. A hole opened in the air, black and angry. A streak of dark blue hurtled from it and crashed onto the table. Books flew everywhere. The wood shattered. Fuck! It was Ren. He was ahead of everyone else in the library, rushing forward to help She'd fallen from the fucking ceiling. The shadow gate wasn't a vertical doorway this time. It was horizontal. And 10 feet up, in the air, and Evelyn had just smashed our only means of reaching it with her body. Fuck! Carrion cried. Quickly! Loreth raced around the shattered table and roughly grabbed my arm. There was no time for pleasantries. I saw what he was going to do, written on his face, and I was okay with it. But, wait. My sword. Idiot. I was such a fucking idiot. Solace wasn't strapped to my waist. It was still light outside. Talideus had said Malcolm would meet Fisher at dusk, but it was still very light outside. I wasn't ready! Carry on first! I hollered. The sword was on the reading stand by the far window. I sprinted for it, grabbed it, turned. Loreth and Ren were lifting Carrion through the gate. His torso had already disappeared. As if he suddenly pulled himself up from the other side, Carrion's legs whipped upwards, and he was gone. Saris, Evelyn croaked. She wasn't dead. Even as I flew across the library toward Loreth's outstretched arms, I had enough time to thank the gods that she was fucking alive. I couldn't stop to comfort her, though. I'll be back soon. Loreth's hands closed around my waist. Renfis grabbed my legs. Evelyn's frantic cry pierced through me as the fighters below thrust me up into the shadow gate. Saris, wait! The water, but it was too late to panic. No time to ask her what she meant. The gate took hold of me frozen, wind tearing at my clothes, tearing me inside out. Reached blindly for whatever handhold Carrion had used to pull himself up, but there was no handhold. There was a swift, disorienting shift in gravity, and suddenly I was upside down. Suddenly I was falling. Chapter 39, Unaroth Moor. The wind brought tears to my eyes. I fought to open them, and then wished I hadn't. 80 feet of opener stretched out in front of me. Below, a shimmering and vast pool of black silk. No, not silk. Water. A lake. I opened my mouth to shout, and hit the surface like a meteor striking ground. Pain everywhere. I couldn't. Pain. Oh, gods. I couldn't breathe. My ribs screamed. Agony rippled up and down my spine. My head pounded. Ice cold. The water filled my ears and stung my eyes. It was so black that I couldn't tell which way was up. My body reacted, my legs kicking and thrashing, panic immediate, absolute. My hands clasped, desperate to find something to grab hold of, but steady what? Nothing. Just water. Everywhere. Fucking water. My lungs burned, desperate for oxygen. I had to breathe. I needed to get to the surface. I had to breathe. My body was buffeted by movement in the water. I was shoved sideways. Suddenly there were hands on me. Someone had found me in the dark. I still couldn't see, but I twisted, kicking, reaching, fingers numb from the cold, latched onto something fabric and held on tight. My heart was thunder in my ears as I was dragged upwards through the water. My head breached the surface, and I dragged down a terrified breath, shock relaying around my nervous system. I wasn't safe. There was no ground beneath my feet. I was going to die. Saris. It's all right. It's all right. Just breathe. 2 seconds, and we'll be on the shore. Loreth had me facing away from him, I shook violently in his arms. My teeth chattering as he kicked like a pack of hellcats were on his heels. It took longer than 2 seconds to reach solid ground, but not much longer. I sobbed as I tried to sit up in the gentle waves that lapped at the lake's shore. My body felt broken. Some of my ribs were shattered for sure when Primeta tried to expend my lungs. It was as though I was being lanced in the side with a dagger. Where's ... Carrion? Mercifully, Loreth didn't seem to be injured at all. Soaked to the skin, his hair plastered to his back, the fighter stood at the water's edge, his eyes scanning the dark. I couldn't see anything at all, but that was probably because my head was splintering apart. There. I see him, Loreth panted. Wait here. I'm going back for him. Ha! Where the fuck did he think I was going? I fell back against the shore. Tiny, sharp rocks biting into my skin. The sky was choked with clouds so thick that they cast the world into darkness. I could make out very little at first. And then, as the pain in my chest lessened a little and my eyes adjusted to my new surroundings, I made out the looming cliff face that punched up toward the sky. Behind me, the rock was black obsidian, slick as glass, and it was at least 100 feet tall. Fuck! I panted. Fuck! 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 A lot had happened in the last 3 minutes. I'd been standing in the library, and out of nowhere, my friend had crashed through a table. Then, I'd been launched up into a shadow gate, fallen 80 feet into an ice-cold body of water, and nearly drowned Nona Vidad, Bayan Fun. Fun. I was slowly sitting up when Loreth re-emerged from the lake, dragging Carrion behind him. The thief wasn't standing on his own 2 feet, which wasn't a good sign. My worry intensified when Loreth dumped him onto the rocks, and I realized his eyes were closed and his lips were blue. Pain forgotten. I shoved myself up onto my knees. Why isn't he waking up? He's swallowed a lot of water, Loreth said tightly. The warrior dropped down and knelt beside Carrion, too. I flinched when he struck Carrion in the center of his chest. The blow would have knocked the wind out of even the biggest fighter's sails, but it didn't stir a response from Carrion. Come on, Loreth muttered. He hit him again. Still nothing. I was too scared to blink. Carrion Swift, if you don't wake up right now, I'm going to tell all of your asshole friends back in the third that you were a shitty Loreth dealt another blow to his solar plexus. I mean it, I cried. Carrion jolted like he'd been struck by lightning. He rolled toward Loreth and vomited up a lungful of lake water, hacking and sputtering. Gods. I fell back, landing heavily on my ass, trading a relieved look with Loreth. When he was done puking, Carrion flopped onto his back and fixed me with narrowed eyes. UOULDN single. Quotes T. Fucking ... It was just the 3 of us. Renfus hadn't made it. The general had boosted Loreth up into the shadow gate and yelled at him to go. I felt it suck me in as it was closing, he said, as we gathered ourselves. I'd jumped a second later. I think the damned thing would have cut me in half. He'd had a split second longer than me to process Lane's warning about the water. When he'd started to fall, he'd quickly realized what was happening and tucked himself in tight to prepare for the impact. Carrion had had no warning at all. He said he thought he'd hit the water chest first, and I kinda thought I had, too. It would explain why neither of us could fucking breathe without hissing. Loreth fished around in his sodden pockets and took out a small leather bag, cinched shut with a drawstring. While Carrion and I struggled to our feet, he dug around inside the bag and produced a bundle of leaves, which he shook dry, as best he could, and then offered us each 2 of them. "Chew them a bit, and then put them under your tongues," he advised. "Whatever you do, don't fucking swallow them. Though you'll be shitting yourselves within 5 minutes. "What is it?" Carrion asked. "Widow's Bane. It'll deaden your pain for a couple of hours. Completely deaden it, mind you. We carry it on us at all times in case we need it in battle. Why the cheery name?" I made a face when I bit down on the leaves. They were bitter as hell, because they're highly addictive and make you feel like you can take on an army of feeders. Plenty of warriors take them once to dull the pain of an injury, but then they keep on taking them, and then they die. Ah, good to know. I was very careful not to swallow once I'd chewed the leaves. Popping the mash I made of them under my tongue, I could already feel the plant's numbing properties taking effect. My mind started to clear a little, and then it started to sharpen. Where the hell were we? I looked around and did not like what I saw. We were on a beach of sorts, inside a small cove. To our backs, cliffs rose up like a line of jagged teeth. They buttressed the beach, enclosing it so that there was no way around them on either side. There were 2 ways off the beach. The first, entering the lake, and swimming around the cliffs was obviously impossible since neither nor I could fucking swim, which left us with only one other option. Up the 3 of us stared up at the wall of obsidian, and each of us blanched. Falling out of a shadow gate and hitting water had been bad enough, but falling from a cliff face and being impaled on a bunch of sharp rocks, that sounded like a great way to punch a one-way ticket to the afterlife, and I wasn't ready to go just yet. Luckily, Carrion and I had one thing in common. We were both very good at climbing. We'd spent most of our lives scaling the walls of the 3rd. Walls which were unbelievably even taller than this cliff face and far more dangerous to boot, and the Widow's Bane was kicking like a mule. "Are we doing this, then?" Carrion asked, craning his neck to peer up at the very tops of the cliffs. Fisher was up there, Ika knew. I could feel him. I blinked up at the cliffs, too, and was taken aback when I saw that it had started to snow. The air was full of fat snowflakes, drifting and swirling down from the sky in lazy circles. One of them landed on my cheek. It was only when I brushed it aside and my fingertips came away, marked with a fine gray powder, that I realized it wasn't snow at all. The sky over Gila 3 was raining ash. As I placed my first handhold on the cliff face, an explosion of sound boomed out into the night. It was Solowood. So many crazed voices bellowing and screaming all at once that it made the pebbles beneath our feet rattle and quake. "Anarath! More! Anarath, more! Anaroth, more! Climb!" I shouted. "Climb! We made it in minutes, somehow, by the grace of the gods. In one piece, too. Our hands were full of deep cuts and slick with blood. But that didn't matter. When we hauled ourselves up over the edge of the cliff, the scene that spread out before us was like something out of a nightmare. A huge amphitheater, open toward the lake, rose up around us. Tiers and tiers of seating stretched up forever, the structure so overwhelmingly massive that my mind couldn't grasp the sheer size of it. The building, if it could even be called That was some kind of megastructure. Hundreds of thousands of people sat in, the stands roaring at the top of their lungs. Anorethmor, Anorethmor, Anorethmor. The terrible chant rocked me to my bones. These were the first words that the Quicksilver had hissed at me back in the forge at the Winter Palace. The words that had affected Fisher in a way I hadn't expected. He'd seemed afraid, and now I knew why. This wasn't just an amphitheater. It was a slaughterhouse, and we were standing on the killing floor. "What are they screaming?" Carrion breathed. Loreth answered in a horrified tone. "Release us! Release us! Release us! Release ooze!" I heard it now, as if the words had been translated in my mind. Hundreds of thousands of people begging to be released. I couldn't bear to look at them. I focused on the deep pit that had been dug into the ground before us instead, at the sprawling labyrinth within it. On the other side of the labyrinth, I could make out a raised dais, but barely. There were people sitting atop it. And at the foot of the dais, at the top of a set of stone steps that lead down into the labyrinth, was Fisher. He was just a smudge of black, tiny in comparison to the colossal structure surrounding us. But I knew it was him. Oh, yes, it was him. All right. What in all five hells am I looking at? Loreth whispered. The voice that came from behind us made my blood run cold. Telestime. I'd heard it. It had been screaming for mercy back in the Hall of Mirrors in Modras Palos. Now it said, "Actually, this is only the first circle of hell, Loreth of the Broken Spires. But I'd be very happy to introduce you to all five." The captain of Madrisgard, Haran, stood inches from Loraf's back. His eyes were orbs of scuffed metal, pure quicksilver, gleaming inside the sockets of his gaunt skull. His lips were thin and peeling, his skin wrinkled and translucent. He broke into a wide grin, displaying shattered teeth, when I noticed the dagger he was pressing against Loreth's throat. "I'd slit your throat right here and now just to get to the girl," he went into Loreth's ear, those freakish eyeballs swiveling around in his head. I could only tell he was looking at me by the way his face was angled toward me. His smile took on a sinister twist. "You've caused all kinds of trouble lately, Ceres. You were supposed to die for me like a good little pet, but never mind. Never mind. Perhaps this will be better." Haran? How could it be? Haran. Here, in the sight of him just made no sense. Loreth could have easily taken him. A was a full-blooded Phi warrior, and the captain was human. A very unwell human by the looks of things, but still would have been nothing for the warrior to spin around and disarm him. I was sure that's exactly what he would have done. If it hadn't been for the hundreds of feeders crawling up over the cliff face behind him. They scuttled along the ground, toward us on all fours, thick strings of venom-tinted saliva hanging from their mouths. These feeders looked fresh, which made them all the more terrifying. Their clothes were a little dirty, but they were mostly intact. The flush of life still clung to their skin. It would fade soon enough, but for now they still looked like Phi, and they wanted to eat us. They crept forward in an encroaching tide, but a twitch from Haran's hand kept them at bay. What power could Haran have over these monsters? The captain held out his free hand. It trembled with effort as the air beside Carrion appeared to harden and then fracture like glass. The fractures turned to fissures, and then the air shattered and fell in on itself, creating a spinning vortex. A sound came out of it, like layers of agonized screaming. "The walk would take far too long," Harun said, "and we don't want you to miss out on the beginning of the games now, do we?" He jerked his head toward the vortex. "In now. If you hurry, there might still be time for you to say goodbye to your friend." This was nothing like Fisher's Shadowgate. Harun's vortex wasn't right. It felt like a perversion of nature, and my gut told me firmly and in no uncertain terms that I should not step inside it. But what choice did I have? At least 300 feeders were crowded on the cliff's edge. Now their eyes were blank, voids showing no signs of the Fae they used to be. Only hunger, only death. I would rather have jumped back into the middle of that lake than enter the shimmering distortion in the air. But I caught Loreth's eye, and my friend nodded. "It's fine, Saris. Go. We'll be right behind you. I hope to the gods this doesn't go horribly wrong." I looked back over my shoulder at the dais and that small black smudge standing at the top of the stairs, and my stomach rolled with nerves. "We're here, Fisher, for what it's worth. Where it coming?" "Where it coming?" I didn't expect a reply, but as I entered Heron's Gate, I got one. "Saris." Fisher's voice was full of panic in my mind. "Saris, do not come here." But it was already too late. Heron's vortex was ripping me to pieces. Chapter 40. Introductions. He was the first thing I saw. Always, my heart and my soul knew exactly where to find him. On his knees, covered in blood, Fisher knelt at the foot of a small series of steps that led up to the dais. He was covered in cuts and scrapes, his hair damp with sweat. The wolf head gorget still shone at his throat, but it was splattered with blood, both red and black, and his leather armor was destroyed. Huge slashes cut across his chest protector. The bracers at his wrists were caked with gore. He looked exhausted, breathing raggedly through his mouth. A didn't torn his head. But he looked at me out of the corner of his eye, and I saw the fear and devastation there. "You shouldn't be here, Lilosha," he said, in my mind. His words rang with defeat. His shoulders sagged, his eyes closing. When Lorathan emerged from the gate beside me, Haran close on our heels. "Primera VA wanted to save you from Tis. I didn't want you to suffer with me." As if a bolt of energy suddenly ripped right through him, Fisher threw his head back, his teeth bared, the muscles in his neck straining. "No!" I tried to run to him, but my feet wouldn't move. I was frozen in place! "Greetings, friends. Welcome. We haven't been formally introduced." Cold as ice, the voice cut through the air like a scythe. "God's alive," Loreth hissed. I didn't want to look away from Fisher, but Primera Auditoa needed to know who. Holy fucking ... hell. The widow's bane was making me hallucinate. There was no other explanation for what I was seeing. There, sitting in the center of the dais, was Malcolm. His fine features and long, silver hair made him instantly recognizable. It was he who had spoken. It could only have been him, because I had met the other figures who sat on either side of him. They knew perfectly well who I was. To the right of the dais sat Bellicon. To the left, ... Both were dressed in regal finery, the Evelian king in hunter green velvet, the Zilveron queen bedecked in a Heineck, sparkling golden gown. I tried to blink them away, but there they remained, impossibly, sitting beside the vampire king. Carrion had blanched, his usual arrogance gone. He assessed the three figures up on the dais, with open hatred in his eyes. "I assume," Malcolm said, "since no one appears willing to perform introductions, that you are Ceres? And from your stature and the wolf emblazoned across your chest, that you are one of Kingfisher's Lupo Prolia. Not the general who's caused so much trouble for me, though. No, I've met Renfis. So that must make you Lorith, who shattered the towers at Barith and murdered thousands of my children." His cool gray eyes flashed with rage. His anger stalled when his gaze landed on Carrion. I don't know." Carrion dipped into a low bow, but the gesture was not one of deference. It was designed to mock Carrion. "SW," Malcolm nodded to Haran, and the guard brought the hilt of his dagger crashing down onto the back of Carrion's head. The blow cut Carrion off and sent him crashing to his knees. Fisher growled, still straining against the pain that was clearly still racking his body. Lorith and I both reached for our swords, but Bellicon let out a rumbling laugh, holding up his hand. "I caution all of you against foolishness. Your swords won't do you any good here. Can't you feel it in the air?" He grinned, gesturing up at the sky, and the flakes of ash that still floated down in the air. "This place is a graveyard. The air itself is full of death. The ground beneath us is bones and ash. Your magic cannot reach you here." Madra, with her fair hair bound into a beautiful braid beneath her glittering crown, made a disgruntled sound. "You should have at least let them try. Brother, I was looking forward to seeing the look on their faces when they realized how much trouble they were in." "Brother, but how could Bellicon be her brother? Human, vampire." The three regents all adopted similar expressions of satisfaction as they took in our confusion. I couldn't hold my tongue. "You really think she's your ally?" "You're wrong. She's the one who stilled the quicksilver and closed the gates between all of the realms." Bellicon snorted. "Of course she was. We've always known it was Madra. And yes, we were angry at first, but it's amazing how unimportant these little tiffs seem after centuries." "Indeed," Madra agreed, "and after all, I did only close the gate because you sent that beast through to assassinate me. So there was much to forgive on my end." Tohu Bellicon inclined his head, accepting this velvet-gloved accusation. "It's true. You're perfectly right, sister. Mistakes were made on all sides. Lucky for us, we have the opportunity to make past wrongs right. And now that our triumvirate is reunited, all three of us are more powerful than we've been in an age. Bellicon had known all these years. He'd known that Madra was the one who had closed the gates, and he'd blamed Fisher's father. He had sent Finwë to Zilveran to his death, and then had blamed him for the closing of the portals between the realms. He had named him traitor and cast shame on the house of Kolish because of it. Adina had paid, Fisher had paid, over and over and over again. A fury like no other churned in my gut as I stared at the king. It seemed Loreth shared my rage. "You're a fucking disgrace," he seethed. "How can you sit up there next to him? Our people have been at war with Malcolm for—" "War," Belican sneered. "We haven't been at war, you fool. I've simply been feeding my brother's army." There was that word again. "Brother," I still didn't fully understand, but pieces of this puzzle were snapping into place. Belican had refused to send supplies and food down to Erie. He'd embargoed Silva, the only thing capable of permanently killing Malcolm's kind, and had refused to send any of it south. And why would he waste supplies on warriors he didn't intend to survive? Would he arm warriors with deadly weapons if he didn't actually want them to kill their enemy? "Hadn't you better give your plaything a break, Malcolm?" Madra purred. She eyed Fisher with keen interest. "Be a shame if he died before he could play your little game. I'd love to see if he beats you again. I missed out the first time." Malcolm starred, chuckling softly. "Oh, of course. I promised you a little sport, didn't I? My apologies, sister." He made no gesture to release Fizzer from whatever invisible torture he was exacting upon him. Fisher just collapsed forward onto his hands and knees, gasping for air. Suddenly free, Malcolm leaped a cut glass chalice to his mouth, and the thick, viscous liquid inside stained his pale lips red. His bloody smile was full of glee as he said, "You know, it does bring me such joy to be reunited, the three of us. You've missed much, Madra. We've been having a wonderful time. Especially lately. The fall of Gillithry was a sight to behold, wasn't it, brother?" "Spectacular," Belican agreed. "You were there, weren't you, dog? You got to witness the whole thing from start to finish. You had a front row seat. Fuck, ... You ... double quotes," Fisher rasped. "I'm going ... to fucking destroy you." My heart slammed in my chest, my blood racing. Everlin's father got too. His feet, his face contorted with hatred as he descended the steps toward Fisher. Just like foul-mouthed and arrogant. So superior, so self-righteous. But you're less than the dirt beneath my feet, King Fisher. He spat his name like it. "What? A curse. Why don't you tell your precious friends what you did here?" He grabbed a fistful of Fisher's hair and wrenched his head back. "What's the matter, boy? Cat got your tongue." "Oh, wait. That's right. You can't. Tell them what you did here. Can you?" Belican moved faster than he should have been able to. His knee whipped forward, connecting with Fisher's jaw. The blow landed hard, sending Fisher sprawling back onto the stone. In T stands the crowd roared out their approval. "No." I stepped forward, but hands closed around my arms. "Guards from the Winter Palace. There were normal fi here." My mind reeled. Imette eyes. of the male who held tight to my right arm, and I saw his shame. He knew this was wrong, and yet he was still here, obeying the orders of a psychopath. "Let me go." Belicon opened his arms wide. Spinning around, ever the showman laughed, his voice booming over the dais. "What do you think, Malcolm? Should I tell them what he did, or should I release him from his oath and make him tell them?" Malcolm took another swig from the blood in his glass goblet and shrugged one of his shoulders, considering the thousands of people sitting in the amphitheater stands. "I think we should ask them," he said, in an airy tone. "After all, they're the ones he killed." Lyalorith looked as though he was about to launch himself up onto the dais and rip Malcolm's head from his shoulders. It wasn't his fault. The ones he killed? What was Malcolm talking about? I looked up at the stands, at last forcing myself to look upon the people there. Row after row, seats were packed with Phi. Their clothes black, their skin. Wait, their skin ... was burned. Their clothes weren't just black, they were smoldering. Their mouths were fixed into terrible screams. And their eyes, gods, their eyes, they were either missing or melded to gelatin and running out of their eye sockets. Females, children, males, all dead, all burned alive, and yet somehow still animated, trapped in their misery. Carrion strained against the Phi guards, who held him takin into nightmare that surrounded us. "Fuck me," he whispered. Belicon clapped his hands together, thoroughly enjoying our horror. "Right. We should ask them," he said. When he shouted his question, his voice carried to every corner of the amphitheater, supernaturally loud. "What say you, Phi of Gil? Should I remove the dog's gag? Should he confess his crimes at last?" The crescendo of shouts that followed was ferocious. I couldn't make out whether they were in favor or against Belicon, freeing Fisher from the oath that had prevented him from talking about this for so long. It was all just noise. Belicon seemed delighted with the response. "Wonderful. Wonderful. The Fae of Gilithry have spoken." He turned back to Fisher. Slapping his hands down on his shoulders, the king gave Fisher a rough shake. "I release you from your oath to us, Kingfisher, Bane of Gilithry. Now, go on. Tell your friends all about the deal you struck with us all those years ago." Chapter 41, Gilithry. Fisher wiped blood from his mouth, fighting to get to his feet. It looked asked, though the effort of it cost him the last of his strength. But slowly he managed it. My heart nearly shattered when he staggered towards us, and I registered the true extent of his injuries. "You can barely walk." There was so much pain in his eyes. It wasn't caused by the lacerations that crisscrossed his body. It was because of this place. "I'll be fine, Osha." Inside my head, his voice was a whisper. Loreth reached for Fisher to help him stand, but Haran snarled, shoving him back. "What have they done to you?" the warrior demanded. Fisher smiled, his teeth stained with blood. "I believe you called it ... payback." "Right, Heron. Less than you deserve for what you did to me," the guard spat. "I would have killed you myself if—" "Shut your mouth, human!" Belicon snapped. "Kingfisher has a story, too. Share. Tell them how you thought you could trick me." dog. Wearily, Fisher spoke at last. The horde had gathered at the gates of Gillithry. Tens of thousands of vampires. Our armies in the south had been drawn into a battle with a much smaller force, but it had been a distraction. Found out that the better part of Malcolm's feeders had marched on Gillithry. Too late. I couldn't move enough warriors through my shadow gate, so I brought Wren and some of the other wolves to try and save as many as we could. The arrogance, Belican hissed. 7 warriors against 20,000. He truly thought he could hold them back. Fisher continued on, ignoring the king. We didn't get here in time. The horde was already inside the city when we arrived. The Phi had all been out in the streets, celebrating the festival of the first song, which only made the horde's job easier. They were swept through the city like locusts, feeding on anything they came across, either draining their victims or consigning them to an agonizing death. Lorith hung his head, nodding as if he knew all of this, and the retelling of it hurt his soul. But his eyes snapped up when Fisher said, I left Wren and the others, and I went to find Malcolm. I'd decided I was going to try and kill him by myself, but it wasn't Malcolm that I found. At least, not at first. It was the bastard who murdered my mother. Belican ran his tongue over his teeth. You think you can shame me by airing my sins? Think again. Your bitch of a mother was supposed to be the greatest oracle of our time, but she was useless. He cackled. I admit it. As soon as she was done pushing out the brat I forced upon her, I slit the bitch's throat. I was sick of her fucking lies. She never lied to you, Fisher said flatly. Her life could have depended on it, and she would only have been able to tell you the truth. Belican brushed Fisher's words aside. Just get on with it. Tell them about the deal we made. Malcolm arrived at the head of his host, and that's when I learned that he and Belican weren't adversaries at all. They were allies, and had been working together since before the blood curse. I didn't know that Madra was also in league with them until today. I wanted to bargain for the few citizens of Gillithry who were still alive, and Belican proposed a deal. He found a coin, one used only in Gillithry, the smallest denomination of currency the Phi had here. He said if the coin hit the ground and landed leaf side up, Malcolm would call off his horde and leave the city without hurting another living thing. The coin hit the ground and landed fish side up. He would take the city as his own and destroy it, and I would have to leave those still alive to their deaths and meet him on the field of battle at a later date. You're leaving out all of the best parts, Belican interjected. He also wasn't allowed to touch the coin or influence the way it fell. While the coin toss was being decided, he wasn't allowed to harm me or my brother. Not a hair on either of our pretty heads. And until the outcome of the coin toss had been decided, he wasn't allowed to speak of the deal or of the fact that Malcolm and I were brothers and they agreed. He was so desperate to save a handful of peasants that he made the blood oath with me. Malcolm called from the dais. Pay attention. Now, this is my favorite part. Belican paused before Fisher. He stood with the bulb of his nose an inch away from his cheek. His presence meant to intimidate, I thought, but Fisher stared straight at me. He didn't acknowledge the evil piece of shit. I tossed the coin, ... double quotes, he said. And I caught it. Malcolm held his glass aloft, toasting himself. The coin never hit the ground, I whispered. The coin never hit the ground. Bella conjured. A bottomless sadness flickered in Fisher's beautiful eyes. The quicksilver was fine as lace, threaded all through his right iris, completely still. Malcolm's children feasted, didn't they, Daw? Bellicon leered, shoving his face closer to Fisher's so that his forehead butted against the side of Fisher's skull. Still, he got no reaction out of him. It was amazing how controlled he was. My eyes swam with unshed tears as I focused on the wings that spread out from underneath the silver plate at his throat. I torched the city, then, Fisher said. He didn't sugarcoat it, didn't dress it up. I barricaded it and trapped everyone inside. Malcolm's horde had either bitten or killed everyone. They were transitioning right before our eyes. Gillithry was home to nearly 200,000 hi-fi and lesser fi. If they were allowed to join Malcolm's horde, they would have swallowed the entire realm. So I gave the order. I did what had to be done. A cunt of a move, Malcolm said, pouting coquettishly. He'd come down from the dais and was in the process of helping Madra descend the stone steps. The fine hairs on my arms bristled as the two of them approached. I love bending the rules in my favor. I don't love it so much when they're bent against me. So, I decided to torment poor little Kingfisher some more. I have to admit, it was a little cruel. But you've always had such an affinity for turning cruelty into an art form. Brother Madra said. She let go of Malcolm's hand and slowly walked a circle around Fisher. Her eyes lit up with intrigue. He is unbearably handsome, isn't he? I can see why you wanted to keep him as a pet. I can't wait to hear what happened next. Well, I created the most diabolically lethal labyrinth I could conjure in my mind. Dear sister, Malcolm said, as if this should have been obvious. I hid Bellicon's coin at its center, and then I created this coliseum around it and filled the stands with the perpetually burning bodies of all the creatures our poor little bleeding heart here had wanted to save. All he had to do to end their suffering was find the coin and make it fall to the ground. Obviously, it would be too late to save the five from death, but at least it would end their suffering. And then, he added, with a dramatic flourish, he would be free to seek his vengeance by calling me out onto the battlefield. Madra ran her fingers along Fisher's jaw, wetting her bottom lip. Don't fucking touch him, I thrashed, trying to tear myself free of the guards, but the hold they had on me tightened. The queen smirked, moving even closer to Fisher so that her peaked nipples, poking through the sheer material of her dress, brushed his arm as she circled him. Fisher growled, low and menacing. Turned, hate-filled eyes on the Queen of Zil. Remove yourself from me, or you won't like what happens next. Oh, please. Madra waved away his threat. I hate to tell you this, but I can do anything to you that I want. Malcolm has always let me play with his toys. I play back. Fisher spat. It might not be today, but oh, I am coming to find you, Madra. Fear the shadows, bitch. I'm made of them. One night soon, I'll climb out of one and slit your fucking throat. What a lucky girl I am. Madra feigned, nonchalance, but I could see it, even from here, plain as day. Fisher's venom had shaken her a little, And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such special attention from the likes of you? You spayed my mate when she was a fucking child, he seethed. For that alone, I'll make your undying existence an unending agony, an eternity of suffering the likes of which even your evil mind cannot comprehend. You'll know no peace at my hands. I will destroy your empire and erase your name from the annals of time. When I am done with your legacy, Madra, the Undying, will never have existed, and you'll live on at my behest, suffering for all of eternity. And no one will know, and no one will care. His words rocked me. The pure, unadulterated hatred in them. I had no idea that it had affected him this badly. When I'd told him about what had been done to me, he'd reacted strangely. Yes, but to provoke a response from him like this, Kingfisher of the Agon Gate was on his knees in the dirt. He was broken and bleeding, but his promise of retribution was still terrifying enough to make a queen tremble. Madra staggered back, her smile sliding from her face. "I see what you mean, brother," she said shakily, looking to Bellicon. "He is quite foul-tempered, isn't he? Do you mind?" "You're ruining my story," Malcolm huffed. Madra attempted to marshal herself, but she couldn't quite look at Fisher now. "You're right, darling. I apologize." And what did our wayward hero do then? He entered my labyrinth and entertained us all for such a very long time. Malcolm clapped Fisher on the back. "I sent some of my other friends to play with him sometimes. From time to time, I would visit him myself. We always had such scintillating conversations. And then, one day, he made it to the center of the labyrinth Primera Bitose. I was shocked. I thought it would take him a lot longer than it did. What was it, Fisher?" 50 years. 55. His eyes were back on me now, locked fast, as if I were an anchor in a storm, the only thing capable of grounding him. That's right. 55. He spent the next 8 years trying to find the coin. Once he reached the center, didn't you, my love? For the first time since the 3 regents had started toying with him, Fisher flinched. I did too, my love. Of all the things Malcolm could have called him. Fisher, ... He gave me the smallest shake of his head. Don't give them anything. It'll only make them worse. Malcolm chuckled. Then, one day, Talideus was checking in on our Kingfisher, and he said that the ground shook so violently that the stone cracked beneath his feet, and a hole appeared, and lo and behold, a secret. "Let me guess," Madra said. "There was a quicksilver pool below your lovely labyrinth, and it had been awakened." "Exactly." Very astute. Bellicon narrowed rheumy eyes at me accusingly. The very same vibrations rocked my palace. Malcolm tutted. Such mayhem, such chaos. Our Kingfisher took one look at the quicksilver pool, and Talideus said he dropped down into the hole and waded into it without a second thought. Disappeared and didn't come back. I was surprised. Fisher, I gave you the opportunity to leave my labyrinth so many times, but you never accepted. And then you just upped and left out of the blue, with all of these poor creatures waiting on you to end their suffering. It seemed highly out of character. "Tell me," Malcolm said, spinning on the balls of his feet. I've been dying to know, after 110 years in that labyrinth. What made you finally leave? You bored him to fucking tears, and he couldn't take it anymore. Carrion sniped. Up until now, he'd held his tongue, but it was a miracle that he'd lasted. This long carrion wasn't the type to let an opportunity to offend someone pass him by, regardless of how dire the situation was. Malcolm stalked forward and closed his hand around Carrion's throat. The vampire king bared his fangs as he leaned in close to Carrion's neck. I don't like you, human. Something about you smells ... off. That's probably the weird ... moss ... These water sprites rubbed ... all over me. ... Carrion croaked. It had a strange ... funk ... too. It God's alive. He didn't know when to quit. Smart mouth, Malcolm sneered. I'll enjoy draining you once all of this is done. You want to know why I went into that Quicksilver? Fisher asked. It was a distraction. Something to divert attention away from Carrion. If we ever got out of this alive, I was going to wring the smuggler's neck for his stupidity, and I thought Fisher might too. Fisher's ploy worked, though. Malcolm let go of Carrion, disgust playing over his features as he turned back to Fisher. He left because the madness in his veins broke him at last. Belicon ventured. We all knew it would eventually. He was afflicted with it long before he showed up at the gates of Gillithry. Is that true, my love? Malcolm asked. Has that Quicksilver in your head finally pushed you beyond the bounds of sanity? Fisher rubbed his forehead. I've felt better. But no, that isn't the reason why I left. He angled his shoulders a little, shifting his weight into the balls of his feet. I was watching him so intently that I saw it happen. I'd seen him fight enough times to know that Fisher didn't just shift his weight for no reason. Eyes stiffened, eyes widening. What are you doing, Fisher? His brows twitched. Barely noticeable. Just don't move. To Malcolm, he said, I went into that Quicksilver because I felt my father's sword calling to me, and I knew I'd need it for this. He became smoke. He was hurt and tired, but I'd never witnessed him move this fast. Came. Forme one hand closed on my hip. The other reached to the other hip for the sword there, sitting in its scabbard. He drew solace, the blade becoming a flare of brilliant light in the ash-coked air, and then Fisher was spinning. He moved like liquid, like lightning, like vengeance. Ducking low, he spun, reversing the weapon, so the tip of the blade pointed down. Dropping to one knee, he clasped the hilt in both hands and drove the sword in an arc, back and up. ... I was barely able to track the movement. Belicon hadn't expected it, that was for sure. A wet gurgle came out of the Ivalian king's mouth as Fisher ripped his father's sword free, spun again, and drove the tip straight into Belicon's throat. He gritted his teeth as he leaned his weight on the weapon, and the gleaming blade pushed all the way out the back of Belicon's neck. I don't need magic to mess you up. You fuck, he growled. This is for me. But mostly, it's for my parents. Madra, undying queen of the shining silver city, the banner in the north, unleashed a blood-curdling scream, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 42. That'll cost you. A river of blood spewed down Belicon's chin. It flowed from the gaping hole in his stomach, too thick and steaming hot in the cold night air. Malcolm's eyes narrowed to vertical slits, black veins creeping down his cheeks. That was The vampire lunged, launching at Fisher, but sharp silver slashed through the air, bringing him up short. Aviciath nicked his neck, the very end of Lorith's sword barely kissing the vampire's skin. But it was enough to make the bastard screech. Black smoke hissed from the tiny wound. Run! Fisher bellowed. Chaos exploded on the amphitheater floor. Haran darted for me. The guards, restraining me, idiots that they were, let Miguaz as the silver-eyed monster flew in our direction. With my hands free, I palmed the daggers strapped to my thighs and moved. Haran's run-in with the Quicksilver had definitely taken its toll. Captain still moved with lethal determination, but he was nowhere near as fast as he had been. My hands weren't tied behind my back this time. Adopting an offensive stance, I sprung into his guard. Surprising him, he must have thought I would do nothing but defend. But the dagger I thrust up into his gut politely notified him otherwise. "Bitch!" he roared. Retreating, he stared down at the dagger protruding from his body, then ripped it out. The metal clattered to the stone. 5 feet Hawaii Carrion wielded Simon like he'd been training with the weapon for years. He cut through 3 feeders, slicing their heads from their shoulders in quick order. "Move!" Fisher boomed. "To the labyrinth? So eager to run back into your cage, pet," Malcolm called to him. With his head dipped and his shoulders tensed up around his ears, he looked like a dune viper, coiling back, preparing to strike. He knocked aside Madre's guards in there, shining golden armor, as he prowled not for Fisher, but for Lo. The warrior dropped low. Ovisiath raised again, ready to take on the vampire. But Fisher's voice cut across the melee. "Lorith? No. Don't engage. Primera mea. En it. Get into the labyrinth. That'll cost you," Haran said, and he smashed the hilt of his dagger into my nose. I'd let myself lose focus, and it had cost me. Blood exploded out of my nose, spraying Haran's gaunt face, but the pain I braced for didn't come. The widow's pain. Thank fuck for the widow bane. Belicon was on his knees, teetering like he was about to topple over. But he wasn't dead. I heard the scrape Solace made when Fisher dragged it free metal on bone, but I didn't make the same mistake twice. I tore my gaze away from Fisher and gave every bit of my attention to Heron. "You're in way over your head, rat," the captain hissed. "The pieces of this game have been in play for millennia. You can't begin to comprehend." I advanced, my remaining dagger gripped loosely in my hand. Inside Heron's guard again, I slashed his shoulder and drew blood. He was wrong. Yes, the players in this game had been making moves for centuries. But that didn't change the nature of the game. It was kill or be killed, and I knew what I had to do to win. For pity's sake, and her mother Commander, the Queen hadn't entered the fight. She watched from the sidelines, mad with rage, the front of her beautiful dress sprayed with ichor. "How many centuries has she been using you to do her dirty work, Haran?" I panted. Darting back, away from his dagger, I moved out of his reach. "Shouldn't you have been in the ground a long time ago? Madra gifted me with eternity, so that you could serve her, so that you could be her fucking slave. Most prisoners' sentences end. They're released, or they—" I dodged a cutting upward sweep of his dagger. "Walk through that black door you spoke of. But you just keep on suffering, don't you? Death has forgotten me, but my name is nowhere on his register." I felt the cold smile unfurling across my face. I'd been haunted by the idea of this moment. Haran had owned me the last time we'd face each other. I should have died at his hand, and that knowledge had made me fear facing him again. But now that the moment had come, I realized that I was better than him. I paused, making my delay look like hesitation, and the captain fell for the bait. He charged, dagger swinging right from my throat. But I dropped to the ground and swept out his legs from underneath him. It was straightforward from there. I twisted and fell on top of him, wrapped my legs around his throat, and squeezed. "Get up! Stop toying with her!" Madre's petulant cry sounded far away. My ears were full of Haran's labored wheezing. He tried to stab backward and plunge his dagger into my thigh. But I batted away his arm and wrenched his wrist into an unnatural angle. Haran dropped the dagger. Feigning shock, I said, "Wait a minute. I think death just remembered your name, Haran." And then I snapped his neck. "Sarah's now." The cry came from Loeth. Malcolm was on his back at the top of the stairs that led down into the labyrinth. I hadn't seen how he'd gotten there, but he looked like he was rousing himself and seconds from getting up. To my left, Fisher shoved Carrion with one hand, holding back 6 feeders. With the other, Carrion stumbled and fell down the stairs. Fisher speared one of the feeders through the stomach, then landed a blow to its neck with the flat of Solis's blade so powerful that it knocked the monster's head off rather than severed it. Eyes wild, he swung his gaze across the platform until he found me. "Go! Now!" he commanded. "I'm right behind you, Huron." Madra shook with grief. She broke into a run, heading straight for me. I didn't wait to find out what she would do when she got to me. I snatched the dagger Haran had pulled from his stomach and sprinted toward the stairs. My feet barely touched the ground as I raced down them and reached Loreth and Carrion. Both had their swords in hand, ready. Relief hit me square in my solar plexus when I felt Fizzer's hand on my back. He hadn't wasted any time catching up. "Move! Move! Move!" he shouted. Together, the four of us ran. The opening of the labyrinth loomed ahead, foreboding and dark. As I raced into its yawning mouth, I realized that its slick-back walls were made of obsidian, and they were razor-sharp. "Run, all you like!" Malcolm shouted after us. "The labyrinth is my domain. It's going to eat you alive." Fisher grabbed my hand as we ran. He didn't let go. "Where the hell are we going?" Loreth panted. Fisher pulled me to the left, down a corridor of obsidian that looked like a dead end. But it wasn't. A narrow opening, barely wide enough to accommodate. A body opened up to the right, and he ushered us through. The first 10 moves to the labyrinth are always the same. That's where you face the first obstacle. Then the route to the center changes. "What do you mean, the route changes?" Carrion demanded. "I mean it fucking changes. The walls move. Go." Carrion blanched. "But Aaron, I wasn't so worried about the walls moving part. I was more concerned about the word obstacle, and the fact that Fisher had been stuck in here for over 100 years. He wouldn't have told us to come in here if he didn't think it was our safest option, though. He guided us right again." Loreth skidded as he rushed through the corner, his feet going out underneath him. He crashed into the wall ahead, but scrambled up and kept running. Awesome. It wasn't just the walls that were slick obsidian. The ground was, too. "Left. Go. Left!" Fisher cried. "Tell me you have a plan." It was a hell of a lot easier speaking into someone's mind when you were sprinting for your life. Fisher replied, "Yes, I have one." "Great. What is it?" His answered right away. "You? What do you mean? Me?" He was joking. If he was, then his sense of humor was almost as bad as Carrion's. "In a minute," he said. I was about to say, "No, now." But then we emerged into an opening, and my stomach bottomed out. There, in the center of the opening, was the kind of monster that I thought only existed in nightmares. Zilveran had plenty of spiders, sand trap spiders, the size of dinner plates that would numb your skin with their saliva while you were sleeping and eat your fingers. But this, ... This was, holy fuck. Carrion skidded and slipped onto his ass, nearly colliding with the thing. It was 3 times the height of a fully grown man, with more legs than I could count. Its hind abdomen was a fleshy bulb, mottled red and black, and covered in coarse long hairs. But then ... my insides twisted as I took in the rest of it. Its front half was part thigh, a male torso with a distended, bloated stomach, thin, emaciated arms, wisps of greasy black hair stuck to its otherwise bald head. It had no ears, no eyes or nose either. Its face comprised nothing but a massive circular mouth, with concentric row after row of jagged teeth. It let out a high-pitched whine, its head whipping toward Carrion, and Fisher spat out a curse. "Don't move. Swift." "What the hell are you talking about?" Carrion called back. "I'm 100% going to move. Stay the fuck where you are," Fisher growled. "It can't see or hear you. It tracks movement." "But you move, you die," Fisher barked. "Okahai?" Loreth pressed his back to the wall, clutching a Vizioth to his chest. "I fucking hate spiders," he said. "That's not a spider. That's Mortil. It's a demon, and it'll stun you with its stinger and eat you alive if it catches you. Slowly, over a period of days. Please stop talking and tell me how I'm not getting eaten, Carrion whimpered. Fisher hooked his pinky finger around mine and blew out a shaky breath. We've got one chance at this, he said. There are 3 exits to this enclosure. 2 of them lead to other enclosures, and we do not want to go to those. Trust me, Loreth hadn't blinked since he'd laid eyes on the demon. But you said the walls move? How the hell are we supposed to pick the right one? Fisher moved his head a fraction, very slowly, and looked to me out of the corner of his eye. There's a quicksilver pool at the center of this labyrinth. Saris, you need to find it. What? The spider demon snapped its head in my direction, leaning forward. It took a step, its long, spindly legs working in concert, and Carrion moaned. Its front right leg was raised, hovering in the air, right over him. If it brought it down, it would land right on his head. No rush or anything. Feign. But if you could sniff out that quicksilver pretty quickly, I'd sure appreciate it, he said, his voice 3 octaves higher than usual. My initial surprise over what Fisher wanted me to do dissipated now. I had a job to do, one I felt fairly confident I could accomplish. A whole pool of it, I asked. Fisher squeezed my hand. A big one. I closed my eyes and concentrated. It didn't take long to feel the quicksilver. It was there, chanting, along with the tortured souls of Gilethri. Anorat mor. Anorat mor. I opened my eyes and looked in the direction we had to go. There? I said. That way. Which way? Carrion called nervously. The path on the far left, Fisher kajid. The one right behind the fucking demon. Just stay still and wait until I tell you to move, Fisher said. Loreth adjusted his grip on a Visieth, scanning all 4 corners of the enclosure. How are we doing this? Feed I feed. The demon didn't move its bristling mouth. The raspy words came from its throat somehow. It extended its front legs, prodding the air, looking for its prey. Loreth pulled a horrified face. Ugh. Not on us. You're not. If we ever made it out of this, I was going to be traumatized for the rest of my life. Fisher had encountered this thing more than once. He'd faced it without knowing which path to take. Had it caught him? Had it ... No. Don't think about that. Not now. I exhaled, pulling myself together. Throw a rock and distract it or something, Carrion said. That won't work. It's smarter than it looks. It can gauge the size of objects in motion. It can't differentiate between large objects that are close together, though if we press back against the wall and move slowly, we can skirt around the perimeter of the enclosure and then make a run for it. And where does that leave me? Carrion asked. That leaves you sliding along the floor very slowly, Fisher said. Try not to lift your arms or legs too far from the ground. Head moving. Loreth went first, creeping along the wall, his throat bobbing every other second. The demon cocked its head in twitchy movements, searching this way and that, trying to detect us, but Fisher was right, it didn't seem to be able to differentiate us from the walls of the labyrinth. Carrion swung his arms out from his body, pressing his palms into the ground, and managed to shunt himself forward. He didn't make much progress with each push, but it was better than nothing. Loreth reached the exit behind the demon first. From my position, flat against the wall, I watched him slump behind the wall, his shoulders sagging with relief. Come on, he motioned with his hands. Let's get the hell out of here. I reached him next. Fisher was only 2 feet from us when the wall Loreth and I were leaning against groaned, shuddered, and began to move. Shit. Fisher made eye contact with me and then swung around to look at Mortil. The spider demon slowly turned its head toward us, an eerie clicking sound coming from its hideous mouth, and Fisher whispered, "Move." The demon exploded into action, its legs splayed, skittering on the obsidian as it charged across the enclosure. Fisher lunged for Carrion and grabbed him by the wrist, dragging him toward the exit. Loreth was there in an instant. He fisted the front of Carrion's shirt and pulled him to his feet, but Morthill was already on us. Fisher angled Solace and batted away one of the demon's legs T-blade cut, clean through it, and sent it sailing through the air. Morthill screamed pain, fury blending together in an ear-splitting cry. Carrion brought up Simon and parayed forward, stabbing the demon in its swollen belly, which only enraged it further. It reared back and climbed the wall beside us, frantically thrusting with its curved stinger, seeking flesh. It found polished obsidian instead. Its stinger smashed into the wall with force, punching giant holes into the rock. "Go!" Fisher yelled. "Go!" We ran. All four of us made it out of the enclosure, but Morthill followed us, scaling the walls, skittering behind us until it caught up. "It isn't supposed to leave the enclosure," Fisher shouted. The demon clambered up, using both walls on either side of us, and sprung forward so that its body was right over us. It roared. Its abdomen flexed and thrust down into the path between the walls, its stinger driving through the gap. I reacted on instinct, first darting back against the wall and then spinning my dagger over and plunging it down into the demon's abdomen. I had been aiming for its stinger, but Tahit landed was still decent. Fisher took advantage of the demon's howl of shock and lobbed off another of its legs. Losing its traction on the right wall, Morthill fell back down into the narrow passageway and hit the ground with a thump, nearly crushing Loreth beneath it. The warrior jumped back, raised a Viscioth, and drove the sword into the beast's grotesque mouth. He grunted, shoving his weight against the weapon's hilt, and the tip of the blade pushed out of the back of the demon's skull. "Yes," Carrion cried. "Is it dead?" "Temporarily. It'll respawn soon. It'll come back smaller, but also faster." Fisher sighed. "Then let's get the hell out of here before that happens." Fisher's hand in mine was reassuring, but he was no longer in the lead. I could feel the quicksilver getting closer as we ran, but we had a problem. "Why have we stopped?" Carrion shrieked. "The walls keep shifting." I bit out, "Which means the path keeps changing. I need to make sure we're going the right way, but if you want to take the lead, then be my guest." The thief held up his hands. "You're right. I apologize. I'm just a little on edge right now. I'm not my best self." I shut him out, trying to make the decision. It was a simple choice. Left, right, or straight. The passageways seemed to stretch forever into the distance, and my nerves got the better of me. "What happens if we stumble into one of those other enclosures?" I asked Fisher in private. "Very bad things," he replied, "but don't overthink it, Ceres. You can do this. Just focus on getting us to the center of the labyrinth. If we run into any other problems on the way, we'll handle it." "Very bad things" wasn't what I'd wanted to hear, but I took a deep breath and plunged forward. "It's this way." We went right. 4 seconds later, the walls started moving, the obsidian scraping as it cut off the passage ahead of us. Damn it! I took the next left, following the tugging in the pit of my stomach, and no sooner had we done that, The walls changed again. Faster this time, sliding across the path in front of us like a doorway being closed. "It's never done that before," Fisher said. "Malcolm's trying to block our way, which means we're on the right path." "Keep going," Saris. And as we picked up speed, so did the moving walls. They started slamming in front of us, barring our way. But it was as if there was a thread connecting me to the quicksilver, drawing me toward it. And every time the thread was cut, a new one formed, showing me a different way. My heart was a hammer, pounding against my ribs. It quit beating when Fisher caught me by the shirt collar, pulling me back just in time to prevent me from being crushed by a huge slab of obsidian. But there was no time to stop and let the adrenaline pass. "We're getting close," Fisher said, gulping down a breath. "I can tell by the collapsed ... stand there." He pointed up into the walls of the amphitheater, which were still visible over the tops of the labyrinth walls. Where he pointed, one of the sections of the stands had indeed collapsed. "It isn't much ... further." The quicksilver was louder in my head, too. Every time we hurled ourselves around a corner and sprinted for the next, I felt the thread connecting me to it strengthening. It wouldn't be much further now. Only a couple more turns. Left. No. Right. All four of us pushed harder. The quicksilver wasn't chanting along with the crowd anymore. It was whispering. Its interest peaked. "She comes. Sikomis, this way, alchemist. Come and find us." Right. Glittering black obsidian blocked our way. Right again. We barreled around another corner, my feet slipping on the slick floor, and oof. I hit the ground hard, ground that was no longer black glass, but something silver and cold. I cried out a second time as a heavy weight crashed down on me, and then Carrion landed next to me. "Sorry," he groaned. My ribs were already broken. I was sure of that. I'd hit that water so hard that it was a miracle the impact hadn't liquefied my insides. I should have been screaming in agony, but the widow's bane was still in effect and cycling through my system. Thank the gods. Fisher's Justice rune filled my vision. I took the hand he offered me and let him help me up. I didn't notice his grim expression right away. I was too shocked by the mountain of coins that loomed before us, because that's what we had landed on. Coins. They were tiny, the size of my thumbnail. Brilliant silver, they flashed like fish scales in steep hills that resembled sand dunes. They filled the center of the labyrinth. There must have been millions of them. This was the hell that Fisher had faced when he'd finally reached the center of the labyrinth. For 8 years, he'd existed here, trying to find the specific coin that Belicon had flipped in their bet. It was no wonder he hadn't found it. His dark hair blew on a cold wind as he surveyed the place, his expression complicated. "So many years, trapped here. Brother, where did you sleep?" Lorith whispered. "What did you eat? How did you survive?" Fisher hung his head, now that he could talk about this place and everything that had happened here. He didn't seem to know how to. He opened his mouth and took a deep, grounding breath. "He didn't? Did you, my love?" The voice bounced off the walls. come from every direction. A section of one of the closest dunes started to slide. Coins rattling and crashing as they tumbled down to the ground. Malcolm's head appeared over the top of the pile first, then his shoulders, and then the rest of him. As he summited the stack, he smiled benevolently down at us, like a father proud of his children's accomplishments. I may be a vampire, but I was once Fi. The magic I was born with still sings a dark chorus in my veins. I used it to craft this place, especially for our kingfisher, so that he wouldn't be plagued with such tiresome requirements as rest and sustenance. So long as he remained within the bounds of my playground, he needed neither. Thoughtful of me, no. More than a century, enduring this shithole, without even the escape of sleep. Asa reprivi. Yeah, very thoughtful, Lorith snapped. Malcolm chuckled humorlessly under his breath. Oh, but I could have made it so much worse. You have no idea. Lorith of the Broken Spire. Even now, I could have made your journey here infinitely more horrific. I actually thought Mortel had your little group for a second there. I'm pleased that you made it, though. We were getting a little bored. Motherfucker! Carrion hissed under his breath. Behind Malcolm, golden hair rose into view, and then Madra appeared, dressed in the female version of the golden-plated armor that Zilvaran's city guard wore. Fisher stiffened, his hand closing tight around Solace's belt, followed after her. The Avelian king no longer had a hole in his stomach. In fact, he looked hale and hearty, dressed in a winter-green tunic and black pants. The king's lip curled in disgust. Pointing a furious finger at Fisher, he snarled, "You really think you can kill me with a powerless sword? You can't kill any of us with a mere blade. We are the triumvirate, dog. 3 crowns, sharing one source. To kill one of us, you must kill us all. And that is no easy task. I'm willing to give it a shot." Fisher fired back. "You've never known when to admit that you're beaten. Boy, that this always been your problem. I won't be beaten until I'm dead." "Oh, that moment can't come soon enough for me. I've wanted to put you in the ground from the moment your mother whelped you, but you'll be dead soon enough, and I'll have your father's sword to mount on my wall right beside your skull. I'll also have the alchemist to forge all of the relics I need. Between the 3 of us, we'll bring the old gods to their knees and claim every realm we desire while we're at it. Now, will you die on your knees or face down in the dirt? The choice is yours." I had no idea what Fisher was planning next, but Belican Madra and Malcolm all stood between us and the quicksilver. I couldn't see it, but I felt the pool pulsing on the other side of the mountain of coins they stood on. We had no magic in this place. Our enemy had plenty of death magic to draw from, and they had the high ground. If we went back, we'd be faced with the other horrors that lived in the labyrinth, and there was no way out. No quicksilver to call to me. Beyond the walls of the amphitheater, the only way to reach safety was through that pool, which meant we had to go through the triumvirate, as Belican had called them. Amazingly, it was Carrion who stepped forward first. Simon held aloft. "We might think Fisher's an arrogant ass, but we're not just gonna let you kill him." His tone was confident and devil-may-care, but I saw the way his hand shook as he pointed the tip of his sword at Belican's head. "We especially aren't going to let him be killed by a bastard who'd hand over his own daughter to be tortured and enthralled by a fucking vampire." "What's he doing?" Fisher said into my mind. "He's going to get himself killed. I don't have a clue, but he should definitely stop." Belican sucked his teeth, his cloudy eyes full of disregard. "Every trap needs a lure," he said. "And anyway, Evelyn was born to serve my crown. If I deem it appropriate that she'll die to aid my cause, then she will fucking die. She won't die. Malcolm's venom is being drained from her as we speak. Soon, the vampire taint will be lifted from her blood, and he will no longer have any control over her. Carry on." "Stop!" I hissed. That blow Haran dealt to the back of his head must have done some serious damage. From where I was standing, it seemed likely that he'd lost his fucking mind. "Yes, Carrion." "Stop," Malcolm said. "You know not who you insult." The playful light in his eyes had blinked out. He stepped off the mound of coins and floated down from it, as if carried on some kind of invisible wind. I'd never seen anything like it. We were all so fucked. "Ceres, listen to me. These coins are fake," Fisher said. "De ave tu be." The original coin that Belican struck our deal with was made of silver. It burned Malcolm's hand when he caught it. He wouldn't even be able to stand on so many silver coins without them affecting him. I watched Malcolm's boots make contact with the carpet of coins. He sauntered toward Carrion with a self-satisfied smirk on his face. He definitely wasn't in any pain. In fact, he only seemed to flinch a little when he drew closer to Carrion's sword. "Okay, so what does that mean?" The original coin would have had traces of quicksilver in it. 2. The people of this city believed it was good luck. They thought it would bring them good fortune and connect them to the gods. "Do any of these coins contain quicksilver?" I stiffened, realization slowly dawning on me. I was beginning to understand what he was saying to me. "No, they don't," I told him. "I don't even think they're made of metal. They read ... An illusion, perhaps. Magic. Okay. Then, do you understand what you need to do?" Malcolm hissed snake-like as he pushed Carrion's sword away. He leaned into the thief, baring his fangs. "What are you going to do to stop us? We are immortal. We are gods. You are just a human with shaky hands and a pig sticker. What would stop me from ripping your throat out right here, where we stand, Ceres?" There was an urgent hitch in Fisher's voice. "Yes," I told him. "I know what I have to do." Carrion's eyes flitted to mine for a second. They held all manner of unspoken words, then. He lowered Simon, gave Malcolm his full attention, and said, "Nothing's stopping you. Go ahead, leech. Bite me and see where it gets you." "Carrion, no." My shock registered like a slap across the face. Malcolm swept around Carrion, face hideous with his hunger, his lips peeled back to reveal narrow, elongated fangs. Not just his canines. All of his teeth were sharpened to vicious points. Carrion didn't even raise his hand to stop Malcolm. Head tipped back, he stared at the vampire defiantly as Malcolm snapped his head forward and sank his teeth into his throat. "Gods, we've got to do something!" I shrieked. Fisher's hands closed around my arms. Larith's too. The males held me tight, their expressions hard, and all the while the king of the vampires drank. This wasn't happening. Carrion was being drained right before our eyes, and we were doing nothing. Nothing. There's nothing we can do. Fisher's voice was so quiet compared to the ringing in my head. "We'll all die if we try to pull him off him. Let me go. I have to try." Malcolm snarled, sinking his teeth deeper into Carrion's neck. It was Lucine. Control. Losing himself to his own bloodlust. His throat worked as he took down Carrion's blood. In great swallows, frenzied, he withdrew his fangsy, was going to search for a better hold or a better vein, but then a look of surprise chased over his features. Malcolm rocked back on his heels, lips stained red, his chin crinkling in an odd way as he frowned down at Carrion. He said. Carrion was deathly pale, but he grinned up at Malcolm like a lunatic. "You really should have let me finish introducing myself earlier. It's rude to interrupt people." Malcolm let go of him, shoving him away. Miraculously, Carrion managed to stay on his feet. "My name is Carrion Swift. But there was a time when I was known as Carrion Diantha's firstborn son to Rurik and Amelia de—" Malcolm began to shake. A violent convulsion racked through him, and a thick stream of blood jetted from his mouth. It spattered over the coins at his feet. "You tricked me," he choked, vomiting up another gush of blood. "You tricked me into drinking Diantha's blood. Holy fucking gods." Fisher and Loreth muttered the curse in unison. "What the hell is happening?" Dianthus. I'd heard the name, but I couldn't remember when, as if struck with a sudden sense of urgency. Fisher spun and grabbed me by the shoulders. "Can you sense it?" he demanded. "Can you feel where it is?" I don't know. But yes." There it was, a whisper of a voice. Faint, tiny, but there. "I've got it." Dirty gray smoke started pouring out of Malcolm's mouth. His perfect porcelain skin was suddenly riddled with pulsing black veins. "What have you done?" Belacan roared. Both he and Madra floated down the slope of the coins, raising their hands. Fisher gave me a shake. "Ceres is it here?" "No, not here." "But inside the labyrinth?" I nodded. Fisher pressed Solace into my palm and closed my hand around its hilt. "Then go. Find it. End this." The widow's bane was wearing off. My ribs spiked with pain as I hurtled through the labyrinth. I pumped my arms, Solace cutting through the air as I ran. The walls weren't moving anymore. Clearly, they needed direction from Malcolm to do that. And the vampire was too busy choky-dying those kinds of strings. The obsidian passageways had been terrifying enough when I'd been running through them with my friends, but now they were downright petrifying. It was too quiet. It took me a moment to realize why, and then it occurred to me the smoldering bodies in the stands had fallen silent. What did that mean? Was Fisher dead? Were Loreth and Carrion gone too? I wanted to scream. Fear and panic claimed me bit by bit. I was going to lose my mind. I could barely hear the little whisper now. It seemed to be growing quieter, even though my gut told me that I was getting closer. Saeris, Ansaeris. It called to me by name. Suddenly, I wasn't so sure anymore. I had thought I was going the right way, but the whisper seemed to be coming from every direction. "Where are you? Please," I begged. "I need you." "Not need," the whisper said. "Want? No. I need you. I need to save my friends. I need you to help me. Please, show me where you are." I ran back the way I'd come, my heart climbing up into my throat. It was so dark, so quiet. I felt the lightest tug in my stomach as I ran by a turn, backtracked, sprinting that way instead. The whisper said nothing. "Please, help me." "A bargain?" Then the whisper purred. "No. No bargains, no tricks, no deals." "Then why would we help?" I stopped running. Overcome with exhaustion and pain, all I wanted to do was curl into a ball and pretend that none of this was happening. "Instead," I said, "because this is wrong. What they've done here. It's evil, and you can end it. Evil and good are two sides of the same coin." The whisper snickered. If that was supposed to be funny, then ... then ... I threw my hands in the air, my eyes pricking with tears. "There is always evil. There is always good," the whisper said. "Yes, but look how much evil exists here. So much pain, and death, and suffering. Isn't it time for some good? For balance?" I trailed off, not knowing how to win this argument. "I love him," I said. "I can't bear him to die. The kingfisher." The whisper buzzed. "Yes. Your mates." I stared into the dark, feeling hopeless. "Yes," I said. "My mate." The silence rang in my ears, deafeningly loud. The whisper was gone. The thread guiding me to it was gone. It was over. I was stuck in this awful labyrinth, alone. I would die here. I wouldn't even be able to make it back to him, so that we could die together. "A small favor, then," the whisper said. "We will do it for a favor. And for a restoration of balance. And for love." I burst into tears. "What kind of favor?" I choked out. "As we said, a small one. A small favor." That was vague enough to ring all kinds of alarm bells. But it was the best I was going to get. I would deal with the consequences of whatever. Foolishness, this was later. "All right, then. Yes, I'll owe you a small favor. This way, then." This way. The thread flared back to life, pulling me forward. I followed it. I ran. I sprinted as fast as my legs could carry me, and I screamed when I rounded a corner and came face to face with Mortil. The demon was still dead, but that wasn't much of a comfort. According to Fisher, it would respawn, whatever that meant, and I had no desire to be around it when it did. "Where are you?" I hissed. The whisper answered delightedly. "Inside. We are inside." "What do you mean?" I was verging on hysteria now. This was too much, because I already knew what it meant by inside. I could feel it, so close, humming, and I didn't want to admit to myself what I was going to have to do. Inside, the whisper insisted. I crept forward, approaching the spider demon's steaming corpse. It lay in a heap, its abdomen ripped wide open where I'd stabbed it with my dagger. One of its legs lay on the ground 3 feet away. The huge mouth in the center of its face was mangled from the blow. Loreth had deathed it with Avaziath, which only made it more hideous. I held my breath as I leaned over and peered into the demon's yawning maw. Fuck. Any hopes that I might have been wrong went up in smoke when I saw the gleaming flash of silver at the back of the beast's gullet. A ragged, wordless cry cut through the thick silence that hung over the labyrinth. Somewhere, Fisher, Loreth, and Carrion were fighting for their lives, and I was wasting time. I had to move. Come on, Ceres. You can do this. I would have preferred the encouragement from Fisher, but I was sure he had his hands full right now, so I gave myself a pep talk instead. I lifted my hand, and my skin was stained black with ink, runes upon runes upon runes. The god bindings flared metallic blue around my wrists, as if consolidating and becoming more real. Somehow, my whole body rushed with heat. I'd said it out loud, hadn't I? I'd acknowledged that Fisher was my mate. That was too big and too wild to comprehend right now. Gingerly, I reached my inked hand into the demon's mouth. Its teeth glistened, circular rows stacked on top of one another, growing smaller and smaller as they traveled down its throat. This close, I could see the serrations of each tooth. They were made for ripping and grinding through flesh. Further, I needed to reach further, and my heart seized between beats. The air froze in my lungs. Further, a little further still, the demon's gullet was still warm. Not to mention slimy Primera Grima seed. Plucked the coin from the back of its throat and closed my hand around it. The demon twitched, and I panicked. Yanking my arm out of its mouth, I yelped, staggering back, and a hand closed around my wrist. You'd better give me that coin. Girl, a rough voice said. It was Malcolm. Chapter 43. Another way. Another way. The coin weighed next to nothing. I clenched my fist around it and fought to wrench my hand free. Malkay was strong, though his fingers dug into my wrist, his sharp nails breaking the skin. Malcolm's breath reeked of death. Interfering in the plans of immortals is never advisable, Ceres Fane, especially when they've expended so much time and effort into those plans. Open your hand. No. Enough is enough. Fisher has suffered enough. These people have suffered enough. This deal you made is over. Not yet. It isn't. The Vampire King spun me around, and my breath caught. His skin was melting from his bones, sloughing away in wet, fibrous slabs from his cheeks and his neck. The smell that came off him was putrid, the stench of rotting meat left out in the sun for too long. Even his eyeballs were shrunken and desiccated in their sockets. Whatever Carrion was, whatever Carrion had done, he had dealt Malcolm a tremendous blow. The king was still stronger than I was, though, and the pain in my ribs had become realm-shattering Primera Brea, fed in shallow sips, each more excruciating than the last. I'm very intrigued by you, Malcolm's ruined smile would haunt me from this life into the next. An alchemist. After so many years, I wasn't surprised to learn that Madra tried to kill you all off centuries ago. She was always so afraid of your kind. I suppose it would have been impossible to track all of you down, though it's notoriously difficult to detect magic in Half-Blood Phi. She probably allowed one or two of them to slip through her fingers. They must have hidden in her city and started families and bred. Our Phi blood must have been over the centuries, reduced to less than a whisper in a bloodline. But then, come along. I have to say, I'm impressed. A genetic throwback with your kind of power is inconceivable. You know, there was a time when I worked very closely with your kind. He considered me. It was a very talented alchemist who discovered the key to my blood gift. She was remarkable in many ways, deeply disappointing in others. Perhaps I should keep you alive once this is all done. I seem to be in need of another miracle, thanks to that bastard Dianthus wretch. I won't help you, I spat. He cunt. I can only work with the quicksilver. Malcolm clucked his tuna wet. Disgusting sound. Little girl, your ignorance is shocking. He threw me. It was so easy for him. Just a casual flick of his wrist, and he hurled me against the wall. I hit the obsidian hard, the breath rushing out of me. A burst of white light flared behind my eyelids as I sank to the ground. Do not lose consciousness, Ceres. If you pass out now, you're dead. That didn't sound like my voice. It sounded like Fisher's. So clear, so loud, so close. Malcolm hooked the toe of his boot underneath Solus's hilt and kicked the sword out of my hand. He stooped low beside me, and, with cold fingers, he prized open my fist and took the coin I'd fought so hard to find. It burned his skin, but only for a second. He dropped it into a little leather pouch and attached it to the belt at his waist. Then he flipped my hand over, running an ice-cold finger over my marks. Pointing at the runes on my index and middle fingers, he named them one at a time. Earth, air, fire, water, salt, brimstone, quicksilver. The full more power than any alchemist I've ever encountered. You are capable of restoring me to my power and a lot more besides. Just kill me, and have done with it. I won't help you, I groaned. Really? The vampire cocked his head to one side. He tapped the intricate, interlocking rune on the back of my right hand. I tried to pull my hand away, but he shook his head, tutting disapprovingly. Speaking of impressive marks, I haven't seen the likes of this before, either. Such pretty artwork. It seems as though you've landed yourself a mate. I wonder who it could be. Fuck you, I spat. I've spent a lot of time with Fisher over the years. He's quite something, too. Look at? So you'll believe me when I tell you that I noticed his new marks immediately. But I didn't need to see ink on skin to know you were his. Did I? I scented you on him the second he showed up here, demanding I let his sister go. I scented your body on him. He forced out the words, as if they left a foul taste in his mouth. But the scent of your blood was much stronger. I couldn't believe it. That he'd fed from you, he sneered. He wore that silver plate at his throat. Every day he was trapped here in this labyrinth. A gift from his mother, I believe. Pure silver imbued with some particularly nasty magic. I couldn't have torn it off him if I'd tried. Adina always was such a thorn in my side. I promised to let Fisher go if only he gave me a taste. I promised to wipe Gillithry from his memory, so he'd forget all about this place and what had happened here. If only he fed from me just once. I wanted to know the bliss that would come at the points of his teeth, but he denied me. He chose to stay and suffer, and then Jew, a pathetic, weak human. His mate. It's offensive. Sorry, it was scary how rattly my lungs felt when I spoke. He's just not into the undead. You have no idea how miserable the rest of your short existence will be. Gah, the vampire hissed. Fisher will be mine, one way or another. You will help me heal. You'll help me build an unstoppable army that will sweep across all of Avelia. And he will give himself too. I lunged. The blade strapped to my thigh wasn't as impressive as Solace, but it was sharp. And in the end, that's all that mattered. I plunged the dagger into Malcolm's throat, screaming through the pain in my chest. The vampire's eyes went wide, his pupils contracting 2 vertical slits. You, stupid, I twisted the dagger as I yanked it free, growling with the effort. A flap of Malcolm's flesh came away with the blade, and smoke and blood gushed like a geyser from the wound. The Vampire King's blood wasn't black ichor like that of his feeders. It was arterial darkest crimson, but still red. Incandescent with rage, Malcolm clutched a hand to his neck and roared. He didn't need a weapon to kill me. His hands were enough. With a rabid snarl, he slammed his fist into my stomach and drove it upwards. Hold on, Ceres, I'm coming. It was Fisher's voice, crystal clear and perfect. He was coming for me. He would be too late. A ripple of cold shock rocked my body. There was no pain, not right away. It crept in at the edges of my awareness, like a morning frost stealing over a window pane. And then it shattered me. I was dying. Malcolm made sure of that. His glee was sickening as he pulled his blood-soaked hand from my stomach. They say abdomen wounds are the worst way to go. His voice was a wet rasp. I'd done some serious damage with that blow to his neck, but his head was still attached. More was the pity. I think I'll leave you just like this. You'll last long enough for him to find you that way. Love our kingfisher the most when his heart is breaking. Our kingfisher? Our kingfisher. This sick piece of shit couldn't claim any part of my mate. Fisher was mine. I'm going to kill you, I groaned. It'll be the last thing I do, but it'll be worth it. Malcolm laughed. Please, girl, die with some dignity. You can't kill me. I'm eternal. Eternal. When he lowered his hand from his neck, I could see that his throat was already healing. It was slow progress, the fibers of his muscle reattaching one by one, but he would heal. That wasn't important anymore. I hadn't fooled myself into thinking that I would end him with the dagger. I'd just wanted to distract him a little. Malcolm's smile fell when I lifted the little leather pouch he'd placed the coin. Inside, The very same one I'd unhooked from his belt while he'd torn a hole in my stomach. He held out his hand, his eyes widening a touch. "Give that to me," he demanded. "Give it to me, and I might still save you. There's time." It was my turn to laugh now, my mouth filled with blood, my body sicing from the agony that tore through me. But it was worth it. Does it really matter that much to you, that he has to stay here and suffer? That you get to keep all of these people here, burning and in pain for the rest of time? Is your soul really that black and twisted? Malcolm shrugged apologetically. "I don't have a soul, girl." And he pounced. I couldn't stop him from snatching the pouch from me and darting away. Of course. I didn't even try. What little energy I had left, I was saving. The vampire's eyes were bright with victory. That brightness dimmed when he opened the pouch and found nothing inside. His gaze snapped up to me, his jaw falling open. The little coin hummed happily in my hand as I held it up for him to see. "What was Bellican's deal again? Leaves or fishes?" "Don't!" Malcolm cried. "Don't!" I flipped the coin. Not high. I wouldn't give him the chance to grab it out of the air the way he'd done when Bellicon had flipped it. The little coin flashed brilliantly as it spun. It didn't matter which side it landed on anymore. Only that it landed. The ground shook when the shining silver struck the obsidian. There was a moment of stillness, and the ruins of Gillithry held its breath. "Stupid little bitch. What have you done?" Malcolm whispered. And then it hit. A fearsome wind slammed into the labyrinth. It came from nowhere, screaming through the passageways that had trapped Fissure for decades. It rose up and out of the labyrinth, tearing along the stands of the amphitheater. Anorat Mor, Anor Anarath. More. It whipped up the cries of the tortured souls, and as the wind passed by them, they turned to pillars of ash and were swept away in its howling wake. Hundreds of thousands of higher and lesser Phi, finally allowed to pass, their pain coming to an end. Also, mate to my champion. I glanced down at the marks, still a little surprised to see them there, staining my skin. "Yes," I said. "I am." Zareth rose from his seat on the rock, and my legs trembled. He was no taller than Fissure, no broader or more godlike in appearance, but the sheer well of power that swelled from him as he took me in made me want to drop to my knees and throw myself at his feet. He could blink and eradicate me from existence. I knew that with certainty, if he wanted me to, I would vanish, never to have even been born in the first place. "We must make this quick, or you'll die before you've been of use to me. Will be as concise as I can, given the circumstances. I've spent a great deal of time watching the threads of the universe, waiting for one such as you," he said, "an alchemist, at last, to reset the balance and clear the way for what is to come." Turning, he went to the edge of the quicksilver pool that surrounded the great tree, and I followed. Drawn along by the pull of him, he stepped to the very edge of the quicksilver and looked at me. "Here, we stand at the edge of the universe. The roots you see growing down into the earth, into the quicksilver, are the anchors of fate." He tipped his head back, his eyes traveling upward into the boughs of the tree. The silver leaves above mark all the realms of our domain. My family are the stewards of all you see here. We water the roots of fate. We train the boughs and prune the leaves to prevent rot and decay. You see the bough there? The blackened one. I looked where he was pointing and did notice one particular branch of the tree. Its bark was darker than the rest, shriveled, with fewer silver leaves sprouting from it. Yes, I see it. Saret nodded. Lifting his hand, he swept his fingers through the air, and as I watched, 3 of the bough's leaves dislodged and fell. They floated down, fluttering and spinning, to land on the surface of the quicksilver. There is a rot spreading throughout my domain, Ceres, he said. Realms that are infected with that rot have to be summarily destroyed to protect the rest of the tree and prevent that rot from spreading. Do you understand? Those leaves had been realms, whole worlds. Zarith had just waved his hand and wiped them out. I stared at them as they sank and disappeared below the surface of the quicksilver. Was it possible? Could he really just have done that? How many people? I couldn't get the rest of the question out, but the god standing beside me knew exactly what I was asking him. Billions, he answered without the faintest hint of emotion. Yes, then. Primera Ave just witnessed genocide on a scale I couldn't comprehend. And Zarithjeth smiled. You aren't the only alchemist in the universe. Of course, he said. There are millions of you out there, even in your realm. Even in the city you once called your home, there are hundreds of elemental magic wielders who can command the quicksilver. But when I consulted the fates long ago, I was very intrigued when I saw you, Ceresphane. Not just you. Kingfisher, too. I saw an axis in the flow of things, a burning knot in the tapestry of all that would come to be. When I focused and saw the strength of the bond that connected the two of you together, I admit I attempted to sway the fates. What do you mean, sway the fates? Primera whispered. Zareth glanced down the gently rolling slope to the field, where his daughters had returned and were laughing raucously. Hands grasped, spinning each other around in the tall grass. You were supposed to have been born, Phi, in the same realm as your kingfisher. So I separated you. Hundreds of years before you were born, I shifted the events around your birth, moved the pieces on the board, and placed you far away in a realm that should never have come into contact with his. But I watched as the boughs of the universe grew against their nature and aligned in such a way that you would still meet. I foresaw then that no matter how the boughs and branches of this tree were manipulated, you and he would always collide. There was nothing I could do to stop it. Fisher had said his mother was wrong sometimes about small things that had big consequences. When she had predicted me rushing into her son's life, she had seen me with sloped ears and canines like her son. It turned out she hadn't been wrong after all. I should have been born Phi. The god of chaos had simply interfered. Why? I asked. Why would you want to keep us apart? What those eat matter to you if we love each other and live our lives together? Zareth considered me for a moment. Inhaling sharply, he rushed past me, around the tree, to a point on the bank of the moat where the grass was pressed flat against the earth, and the boughs of the tree were twisted into bare, blackened knots. I hadn't noticed it from our vantage point just now, but from here it was plain to see that a huge chunk of the tree was dying. In nature, there is a counterweight to everything, child. Light has darkness, life has death, joy has sorrow, and good has evil. That law applies no matter which realm you exist in, he said with a broad stroke of his arm that encompassed the many, many leaves on the tree. Threads like you and kingfisher that are drawn together and cross on an axis create a well of power. The energy the two of you draw together attracts an equal and opposite counterweight. Counterweight. Every possible future where the two of you are together ends with the vast majority of this tree dying. None of us can foresee any other way. So, you're saying that Fisher and I are responsible for the end of the entire universe? Zareth shook his head. Not you personally, but the moment where you meet, along with the moment you become mates, is a spark. The flame in the dark that draws the moth. It was incumbent upon me to try and stop that spark from taking place, but, as you've already learned, the fates themselves would not be guided down that path. I felt my heart beating all over my body. Does Fisher know any of this? Zareth snorted. No. I orchestrated events so that he would be brought here. As a young male, his mother had just died, and his disposition wasn't very. Zareth frowned, as if the memory were troubling even now. He made an enemy of my family. He was only allowed to live because I demanded it. I'd spent a great deal of time studying the various outcomes and paths of this universe once you and Kingfisher met, and while I never found a balance that meant good prevailed, there were pathways that led into uncertainty. Pathways that lead down roads where both the way and the destination are blocked to even my sight. And in all of these veiled futures, where a chance still exists for life, there is one common factor. I didn't want to know. Couldn't hear. This was way too much pressure. Zareth knew this, I was sure, but he plowed ahead. You and Kingfisher fought at each other's side, and you were God, Boundy. He pointed to the script writing that wrapped around my wrists. These oaths mark you as my ward. They protect both you and Fisher from the unwanted attentions of my brothers and my sister. Protection from them. They would rather kill Fisher and roll the dice on what comes next. They would prefer to weather the storm on the horizon and replant our tree once the slate has been wiped clean. I don't want that to happen. It would break my daughter's hearts. He broke off, watching the girls dance down in the field, mimicking the grasses as they swayed in the wind. Their laughter rose up to us like sweet music. For them, I'm willing to take a chance. If you truly accept Fisherus, your mate, then you must agree for the thread of your life to be severed from the tapestry of the universe. Once you do, none of us may affect your future. We won't be able to see you at all, nor will my brothers and my sister be able to interfere with timelines or events that affect you. Either you'll be on your own, on my own. What was he talking about? This burden shouldn't be placed on one person's shoulders. It definitely shouldn't be placed at mine. I'm a thief. Just one woman. I can't be held responsible for... You're not responsible for anything. All you need do is live your life, but... Let me put it this way, Childsarth said, cutting me off. Do you want your mate to die? No, of course not. Then this is how you save him. What was I supposed to say? If primera deities, then Zeraitha, and the other gods wouldn't be able to see ahead or do anything to affect events as they were about to happen. But should they be allowed to do that? Anyway, their meddling meant that I'd been born in Zilveron, not in Hivelia. How many times had they swayed the tides of fate, and how many people had suffered because of it? What gave them the right? Zareth narrowed his eyes at me. Fuck the fates. They don't get to decide shit for me. I decide what my future is going to be. Did you not just say that mere days ago? I had said that. And I'd meant it too. Yes, but if you truly wish to be the master of your own life, then this is how you accomplish that goal. I got the feeling that Zareth was desperate, a god who would say anything to bend me to his will, but there was no denying it. He was a god. He could make me do anything he desired, and yet he was giving me this choice. I asked carefully, how painful are we talking? This thread-cutting, no more painful than the transition that is already beginning inside your body as we speak? Ceres Fane. Why the hell didn't that sound reassuring? How would you do it exactly? By transforming you into something that has never been seen before, he answered cryptically. The universe cannot focus on that which it does not recognize. But how? I'm not just the god of chaos, alchemist. I'm also the god of change. I will it, and it is done. Time is running out, Ceres. You must make your decision. Okay. All right. Yes. I'll do it. I blurted it out before I could take it back. If it was a decision between becoming something new and most certainly dying, along with the rest of the universe, then it wasn't really a tough call to make. The god bindings at my wrists flared out of nowhere, biting into my skin like burning ropes. The best of luck to you. Then Ceres, give Kingfisher my best. And then he shoved me into the quicksilver. Chapter 45, Choose Wisely. I floated on a sea of darkness. I was surprisingly calm about that. Been my last encounter with a large body of water. But apparently, you didn't need to be able to swim in the afterlife. Overhead, a canopy of stars bristled in the firmament, prickling with the promise of other realms. I was perfectly happy bobbing along on the nothingness, trying to count them. I kept losing track, but having to start over was no bother. I had nothing to worry about here. I floated for an age and felt civilizations rise and fall. In the dark, I observed the universe, and the universe observed me back. I was born and died 100 times, and then I saw something that shouldn't have been. A bird. It flitted around me in the void. Its beautiful wings, flashing blue-green, sang a song so sweet that I remembered what it was like to have a heart, if only so I could feel it ache. And oh, it ached. I remembered more. Jade, the color of new grass, winter mint, and the promise of snow on cold mountain air, a crooked smile and dark, thick waves of hair. I remembered pieces of him, and all at once, and I remembered how to drown. I needed him like I needed air. I reached for him like I was reaching for the surface of a still, flat lake. Kingfisher, my mate. Fisher. I sat up, panting, soaked to the skin with sweat. My head spun in the worst way. Oh God's eye, I was going to be sick. I leaped out of the bed. I'd been in a bed and immediately tripped over a bucket that had been strategically placed by the nightstand. Sitting on the floor, legs splayed wide, I grabbed that bucket and puked into it for all I was worth. Once my stomach was empty, I sank back against the side of the bed, panting as I took in my surroundings. The room one found myself in was dark green drapes hung at the windows. Heavy, dark oak furniture decorated the space. A wardrobe by the door, a chest of drawers, another armoire by the window, and a bookcase full of books. The rug I was splayed out on was a soft dove gray. Plush. It felt lovely. When I buried my fingers into I grabbed the bucket and heaved into it again. My stomach muscles throbbed uncomfortably when I set it aside. They call it the Great Purge, a male voice said. Taladeus had opened the door while I was vomiting, and was now leaning against the doorgum with his arms folded over his chest, watching me with an amused smile on his face. Vampire? Malcolm's second. I cast around the room, looking for a weapon, and realized for the first time that I was dressed in a pair of scandalously tiny black silk shorts and a sheer camisole made of the same material that didn't leave much to the imagination. Gasping, I gave up my search for something to defend myself with and looked for something to cover myself with instead. Taladeus chuckled as he crossed the room and fetched a robe from the ornate privacy screen by the window. He made a point of looking away as he came toward the bed and held it out for me. Your body has undergone some stark changes of late, he said. The general consensus is that you'll be able to eat normal food again soon, but it might take a day or two. When I transitioned, it took me 6 months before I didn't hack up anything I tried to eat like it was a hairball. Snatching the robe from him, I threw it around my shoulders. I flared my nostrils, hating the strange, overpowering burn at the back of my nose. What do you mean, transitioned? I asked sharply. Taladeus let his head fall to one side. He gazed at me pityingly. You know exactly what I mean by that word, don't you? Vampire. 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 I glared back at him, refusing to accept it. I'm nothing like you, I hissed. Taladeus nodded, scuffing the toe of his beautiful leather shoe against the edge of the rug. With his hands in his pockets, he said, Oh, I know that, Ceres. What does that mean? That tone, I demanded. Here a vampire with the immaculately coiffed silver hair and the strangely soft eyes nodded toward the large mirror on the wall. Come and see for yourself. I was wary as I walked over to the mirror, wrapping my arms around myself. I prepared for the unknown. I had no idea if I would recognize the person staring back at me in the glass. But I did. Aside from the faint shadows beneath my eyes, I was wholly, entirely myself. Ceres, same dark hair, same blue eyes, same. I hesitated, turned my head. My ears, the tips of my ears were pointed. They poked up through my mussed hair, as if they had always been this way. I opened my mouth to curse, saw the state of my teeth, and my heart set to racing. Canines. I had very long canines, and they looked sharp. I asked Taladeus's reflection in the mirror. He smiled politely but shook his head. As far as we can tell, you're a half vampire, half-I, something none of us have ever seen before. As of now, we're not sure which traits you've adopted from the Fae and which you've adopted from the vampires. All our healers are sure of is that you're no longer human. No longer human? Not fully vampire. Not fully Fae. My throat did its damnedest to seal itself shut. I tore myself away from the mirror, screwing my eyes closed. I couldn't think about this now. I needed my mate. Where's Fisher? Taladeus gave a shrug and eyed the ornamental plaster on the ceiling rather evasively. Oh, I don't know. He's around here somewhere, I suppose. Is he hurt? Is he just relaxed, Ceres? He's fine. He'll be along shortly. I wasn't about to trust the word of a vampire. Looking down, I saw that my marks were still there, declaring for all the world that I was Fisher's mate.